Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
There are a lot of stories about the first 100 days of Donald Trump's second presidency, and indeed there are a lot of stories. There's a story of incompetence. We are dealing with multiple measles outbreaks all across the country. There is a story of abdicating our responsibility to lead around the world. Vladimir Putin is laughing at us as Trump goes about the business of handing Ukraine to a brutal Kremlin dictator. There is a story of transferring wealth from the poor and the middle class through massive cuts to Medicaid to the very, very wealthy who are asking for another massive tax cut. But I would argue, Mr. President, that the most important story to tell is a story of corruption, a story of mind-blowing, massive, scalable corruption. That story is important because we are watching the theft of taxpayer money by the decision of the Republican Party to look the other way as Donald Trump essentially monetizes at scale the White House and the powers given to him by the Constitution of the American people in order to enrich himself and his friends. And if we don't tell this story, and if we don't mount a national, bipartisan, apolitical resistance to this thievery, to this corruption, and it becomes normalized as just a part of doing business in America, a normal facet of residents in the White House, then shame on us, because our democracy will not survive this level of corruption, grift, and graft. So I'm going to try to tell this story really quickly. I've got two charts, and it's hard to read. These words are really small because, over the course of 100 days, there are 40, 50, 60 different individual acts of precedent-breaking corruption. And that's intentional because what President Trump is trying to do is engage in so much public corruption that you just become normalized to it, that you stop paying attention to the corruption because can it be corruption if it's just playing out in public? He's trying to make you think that this stuff happens all the time behind the scenes, and now all that is different is that you are seeing it publicly. But that's not true. This is not actually how government works. And I refuse to accept that just because the corruption is happening in public, in front of the cameras for everybody to see, that we should accept it. Okay, I'm going to try to do this, and I'm going to try to do this as quickly as possible. I'm just going to highlight for you maybe the 40 most egregious examples of corruption in the first 100 days, but this is just the tip of the iceberg. So on January 6th, this is before Trump is even sworn in, Amazon, which has a ton of business before the incoming Trump White House, pays $40 million to the Trump family to license a documentary in a series about Melania Trump. Just a cash payment from a company that has huge interests before the incoming White House to the Trump family. On January 17th, a few days before Trump is sworn in, maybe the most corrupt act in the history of the White House. This is the creation of the Trump meme coin. This is just a backdoor way for anybody with business before the Trump administration to send him millions of dollars in total secret. Trump doesn't disclose who buys the coin. He launders his income from the coin through an unregulated Chinese exchange. He promotes the coin on his social media feeds. In the first minute of trading, one buyer, and what we know is that this was likely a Chinese individual, purchases 6 million coins, sending the price through the roof and immediately making a ton of money for Trump, who makes money off of every transaction. Trump knows who this person is, no doubt, but American citizens do not. All right, January 20th, he's now sworn in, and he fulfills a campaign promise to the oil and gas industry. There's a report from the campaign that says they came down to Mar-a-Lago, I think, and said, we'll give you $1 billion in campaign contributions. This is not me alleging this. This is an open report. Oil and gas industry say we'll give you $1 billion in campaign contributions if you do what we want when you are sworn in. And the day he's sworn in, Trump issues an executive order gutting environmental rules so that the oil and gas industry can start making bigger amounts of money. On January 25th, Trump eliminates the inspectors general, the ethics officials in government, and whistleblower offices. It's a late night purge, so you know it's fishy. On January 25th, 17 inspector generals get fired, clearing the way for the president to engage in even more corruption, because that's what the inspectors general do. They sit in these agencies and they look for corruption. Now the inspectors general are gone. They're just gone. But that's not good enough, because on that same day, Trump fires the head of the Office of Special Counsel. Why would you do that? Well, that office is an investigative and prosecutorial office that works to end government and political corruption and protects government employees who become whistleblowers. That office is gone now, along with all of the whistleblowers. 2 days later, Trump illegally fires NLRB member Gwynne Wilcox. This effectively shuts down illegally the NLRB for a period of time. Why is that important? Because the guys who were standing behind Donald Trump on Inauguration Day, people like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, they are being investigated at the moment by the NLRB for massive workplace violations. And now the NLRB is shut down, a big gift to the people who financed Donald Trump's inauguration and stood behind him to give him political endorsement and cover on his inauguration day. On January 31st, a trend begins. Enforcement actions are paused against Trump loyalists. This is Representative Andy Ogles from Tennessee. He was being investigated for loans made to illegal or potentially illegal loans made to his 2022 campaign. But right after Rep. Ogles introduces a bill to amend the Constitution to allow Trump to serve for a third term, what happens? Trump makes the investigation go away. Because as you will see, Trump's justice system will often look the other way if you cheat or steal, but you are a friend of Donald Trump's. At the same time, another of Trump's friends, his IRS nominee, Billy Long, gets his donors. Almost all of them have direct interest before the IRS to pay off his six-figure campaign debt. It's a fabulously corrupt thing to do, but it's just all normal now. So when Trump is showing you the way, then the folks who work for him follow suit. All right, we'll jump to February now. February 4th, we're into what? Week 2 of the Trump White House. Trump hauls the PGA and the Saudi government into the White House to broker an agreement between the two rival golf leagues so that Trump can make more money hosting golf tournaments. He's in business with one of these entities, the Saudi-owned LIV League. In a normal world, the president of the United States wouldn't be in business with any foreign government, but the president is, and not only is that okay, but it is also apparently okay for him to bring the golf league that he's in business with into the White House and pressure the other golf league, the rival golf league, to cut a deal. And guess what happens? The PGA, which had long said they were not going to host events at Trump's courses, after being hauled into the White House, looking the president of the United States in the eye, somebody they clearly have to do business with, They announced that they're going to start allowing their tournaments to be held at Trump courses. Big benefit to Donald Trump's personal bottom line. February 6th, 2 days later, Trump ends the criminal enforcement of the Foreign Agents Registration Act. Do you know what this is? You should. It requires people who are being paid by foreign governments to register. It's no longer going to be enforced. So now members of the Trump administration can get backdoor payments from foreign governments, and nobody is going to enforce the law. This isn't theoretical. There were people who got arrested for doing this exact same thing, getting paid by foreign governments while working for the Trump administration in term one. He wants to make sure it's not a problem in term two, so he pauses enforcement of the actual act. 4 days later, Trump eliminates the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. This is just a magnificent present to all of his billionaire enablers, because this is the agency that stops big businesses, banks, other financial firms from ripping off consumers, and now it's just shut down. Same day, DOJ drops charges against Eric Adams in a mind-blowingly public and brazen quid pro quo. Adams says he will pledge loyalty to Trump, that he's going to support Trump's political priorities in New York City. Trump drops the corruption charges against Adams. Just like the Ogles case, the door is now wide open to engage in corruption or criminality as long as you support Donald Trump. The thing that makes this one so egregious is that Adams and the White House go on TV to announce the corrupt deal, and they don't hide it. They just say that Adams is now supporting Donald Trump, and we're now going to drop the charges against him, and everybody gets the message. There's a lot of stuff I can get away with as a corrupt official as long as I am in bed politically with Donald Trump. Same day, February 10th, DOJ pauses enforcement of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. This is the law that stops American companies from bribing foreign governments in order to get business. On February 10th, Trump suspends enforcement of an anti-bribery statute, paving the way for his friends in corporate America to start bribing foreign governments. Again, 2 days later, the State Department forecasts that they are going to dramatically upscale the amount of money that they're going to send to Tesla. This is the first time that Elon Musk shows up in this story, because by February 12th, Elon Musk is pretty well embedded in the White House. And guess what? The State Department is now going to spend $400 million for armored Teslas, its largest expected contract in the upcoming year. February 12th, same day, Musk infiltrates the Department of Labor and OSHA, giving him exclusive secret access to labor law violation data against him and his competitors. Unethical, corrupt, but this stuff is just happening every single day. A few days later, on February 15th and 16th, Musk now starts really testing the limits of what his boss will let him get away with. He fires a specific set of regulators at the FDA that are reviewing one of his medical products, Neuralink. The message is clear. You got to do right by my applications, or you risk getting the axe too. 3 days later, on February 19th, Trump's new U.S. attorney for Washington, D.C., Ed Martin, starts to use his government power to harass Trump critics. He launches something called Operation Whirlwind, and he's pretty unapologetic about the fact that this is going to be an enforcement operation against anybody who just seeks to get in the way of Doge. He doesn't say it's going after people who are acting illegally. He says anybody who tries to stop or protest or harass Doge's work is now going to be the subject of Operation Whirlwind. And he starts trolling critics of Doge online. The U.S. attorney for D.C. is now just trolling Doge critics online, obviously threatening criminal enforcement. You see what's happening here? We're 30 days into the administration, and everybody in Trump's world, including these supposedly independent U.S. attorneys, are getting the message that it is now part of your job, if you work for Trump, to use your government powers to either enrich yourself or Trump, or to help Trump politically. February 21st, 2 days later, the SEC drops a major investigation into a company called Robinhood. Why does this matter? You guessed it. This firm donated $2 million to Trump's inauguration fund. 30 days later, the SEC drops an investigation into that firm. Put a pin in that, because you're going to hear stories like it over and over again. Throughout February, we watched the rich guys that are surrounding Trump come up with new ways to monetize their positions. Kash Patel is a perfect example. He's the nominee to head the FBI, and maybe the most important independent bureau in the federal government. And while he is going through that process, he is selling merchandise online, ranging from T-shirts to playing cards, with the proceeds supposedly going to whistleblowers, education, and defamation cases. February 26th, news breaks that the FAA is considering giving a $2.4 billion contract to Elon Musk's Starlink. But it's not like a regular contract that's up for bid. It's a contract that was already awarded to one of Musk's competitors, Verizon. And word leaks that the White House is thinking of just ripping the contract away from Verizon, because Verizon is not a political supporter of Donald Trump in the way that Elon Musk is, and just giving it to Elon Musk. Now, that doesn't happen as reported. The contract has not been canceled yet, but there are regular reports of the administration still relentlessly attacking Verizon in a clear attempt to try to undermine their contract. February 27th, the next day, Trump drops a lawsuit against Capital One. Why does this matter? Capital One donated $1 million to Trump's inauguration fund. It's now just kind of automatic. You donate a big amount of money to Trump's inauguration, and you can ask him for something. We're not done. That same day, the SEC drops a lawsuit against Coinbase. You got the story now. Coinbase donated $1 million to Trump's inauguration fund. They are now told that it's okay to keep cheating consumers. We're not done. On February 28th, a day later, the DOJ announces that it would drop a complaint against SpaceX, Elon Musk's SpaceX, for labor discrimination. Elon's like, wait a second, all these other big donors to your inauguration are getting out of jail free. I want my get out of jail free card as well. He gets it from DOJ. We're now into March. March 1st, a report breaks. This is maybe second to Coinbase, the most stunning act of corruption. On March 1st, word breaks that Trump is selling meetings at Mar-a-Lago. On at least one occasion, Trump has charged guests $1 million to dine with him at Mar-a-Lago. According to the same report, business leaders can secure a one-on-one meeting with the President of the United States for a $5 million payment to Donald Trump. If you were mayor of a medium-sized town, and it was reported that you were selling meetings for like $200, you would be arrested. You would be run out of town, but not Donald Trump. He's selling meetings for $5 million, according to this report. And because of the corruption in this White House is daily and normal, he gets away with it. March 2nd, Trump launches the Crypto Reserve Fund. This is going to involve government taxpayer dollars purchasing and holding a variety of digital assets in a strategic reserve fund, a move that definitely inflates and protects Trump's investment portfolio, by now, you understand, very heavily dependent on crypto assets. Now, this normally wouldn't be a problem, because normally when somebody takes a high position like president or governor or mayor, they divest from their own personal assets or they put it all in a blind fund. Trump does none of that. He's controlling his own assets. His family is controlling their own assets while he makes policy that benefits himself and his family financially. On March 3rd, a really curious thing, DOJ intervenes in an obscure but open and shut 2020 Colorado elections case. This is the case of Tina Peters, who tampered with voting machines on Trump's behalf in Mesa County, Colorado. She was convicted by a jury of her peers, open and shut. But because Peters is a MAGA loyalist, now DOJ on March 3rd says it's going to step in and review the case because there are concerns about how it was prosecuted. This is just President Trump, again, clearly shielding those that violated the law to help him from consequences. Same thing, different day. No, not even a different day. This is actually still March 3rd. Yuga Labs, a blockchain company, donated $100,000 to Trump inauguration fund. They now get in line. They get what everybody else is getting. The SEC closes an ongoing investigation into the company. On March 4th, Doge lays off thousands of IRS employees. This is bad for a lot of reasons, but it certainly helps Trump's Mar-a-Lago friends, because the IRS now cannot enforce the law against the big giant tax cheats in the way that it could have when it had those personnel on the books. Mar-a-Lago is celebrating. March 4th, same day, word breaks that the Commerce Department is considering changes to this very specific rural broadband program and who's eligible. Why? Because Elon Musk wants to dominate that program. Under the program's original rules, Starlink was kind of capped at $4.1 billion. This curious change now will allow Elon Musk's company Starlink to receive between $10 billion and $20 billion from the rural broadband program. This is like a broken record, but 6 days later, the CFPB, which is basically shut down but exists in name only, it drops a lawsuit against the Bank of America and JP Morgan. Bank of America donated $500,000 to the inauguration. JP Morgan donated $1 million to the inauguration. On March 11th, a day later, Trump and Musk hold this now very well-known advertisement for Tesla on the White House lawn. This is just taxpayer dollars used to support the personnel at the White House and the White House being used to sell cars for Elon Musk. And the message, again, is pretty simple here. If you are loyal to me and you pay any kind of price for your loyalty to me, I will use government resources to help you, to get you out of trouble, even including free advertising. On March 19th, or 8 days later, the GEO Group donated $500,000 to Trump's inauguration fund. This is a private prison company, and the NLRB drops its investigation into this company. I mean, it's really getting disgusting at this point. I mean, I don't know that there's anybody left that made a major donation to the inauguration fund that has not gotten their favor from Donald Trump. On March 24th, the Treasury Department guts something called the Corporate Transparency Act. This is the regulation that requires businesses to reveal their true owners to the government. These new rules now make it easier for billionaires to hide money, to avoid taxes, to engage in corruption. Less accountability for corporations. March 25th, a day later, the SEC reduces from $125 million to $50 million an existing fine. So this has already been litigated. This company, Ripple, it's a blockchain-based digital payment company. It's been fined, and Trump comes in and reduces the fine from $125 million to $50 million. You know the story by now. These guys made a big investment in the inauguration. Most of these companies that got to get out of jail free or have their investigations terminated were giving $500,000, $1 million. Ripple wanted to make sure they got it right. They made a $5 million donation to Trump's inaugural fund, and they got their fine reduced by $75 million. March 28th, Trump pardons the founder of Nikola Autos, one of his campaign mega donors. Again, this is a pardon for one of his major campaign contributors. When asked about the pardon, Trump said, they say the thing they did was wrong, but he was one of the first people who supported me for president. Like, he just tells you what he did. He said, yeah, they said what he did was wrong. I mean, he did something that was probably pretty wrong, but he supported me for president, so I'm giving him a pardon. I'm not saying that there hasn't been a lot of really bad stuff that's happened in the pardon program under Democratic and Republican presidents, but let's just name it when Donald Trump names it. April 8th, we're into April. Trump issues an executive order to expand coal mining. This is part of his down payment on the promise he made to those oil executives. The shares of the company owned by by Joseph Kraft, the billionaire coal magnate who helped lead those Trump fundraising efforts during the presidential campaign, immediately shoots up. On April 9th, this really curious timeline of events plays out in which Trump posts on his social media, this is a great time to buy. A lot of his followers comply. They make investments in the market. There's reports and speculation that many of his inner circle might have done the same thing. And then a couple hours later, he announces that he's pausing most of his tariffs. And the market shoots up. People who followed his directions online make a lot of money, and potentially other people who had access to that insider information might have made a lot of money as well. On April 17th, Musk steers billions of taxpayer dollars to something called the Golden Dome. Reuters on April 17th reports that Elon Musk's rocket and satellite company, SpaceX, has emerged as the front runner to develop Trump's proposed Golden Dome. This is a really ill-defined, technologically unproven defense system. It supposedly has a price tag of hundreds of billions of dollars. money that now looks as if it will be funneled directly to Elon Musk. At this point, it is just head shaking. On April 23rd, I mean, now it's like he can do anything he wants. Like, he has just blown the lid off of any expectations about what a president can and cannot do to enrich himself. On April 23rd, a message appears on the homepage of the website for Trump's meme coin declaring that the top 220 meme coin holders would be invited for an exclusive dinner with Trump, and the top 25 coin holders, these are private investors in Donald Trump's financial empire, would get a special VIP tour of the White House. After the message went up, the price of Trump's coin jumped by more than 50%. In the 2 days following the announcement of the special VIP tour in the People's House, the White House, Trump and his allies made nearly $1 million in trading fees alone. They are just selling access to the White House out in the open. April 26th, Trump's family, this is just last weekend, announces the launch of a private club called the Executive Branch, a new private club in Washington. The initiation fee is around $500,000. It is advertised as a place where you can hold secret audiences with the Trump administration as long as you pay Donald Trump's family and their financial backers over $500,000 in membership fees. It is apparently already sold out. This is not normal. None of this is normal. This is outlandish. This is illegal. This is unconstitutional, brazen corruption. And this is only the first 100 days. I just detailed 40 instances of mind-blowing corruption in just 40 days, capped off by an attempt to just sell access to the White House to people who put money in the pocket of Donald Trump's personal businesses. Donald Trump wants to numb this country into believing that this is just how government works, that he's owed this, that every president is owed this, that government has always been corrupt and he's just doing it out in the open. But this is not how government works. This has been the story of his first 100 days, but it's our choice as a nation to allow it to be the story of the rest of his term. We need to expose what he is doing. We need to rally everybody from the left to the right. Nobody in this country, whether you are hardened conservative or a hardened progressive, should root for the President of the United States to be enriching himself off of this position. We need to rally this nation against this corruption and bring it to an end. Because if Donald Trump gets what he wants, and we just start allowing our government's leaders to openly steal from us during the first 100 days or for the rest of his term, then I am telling you, American democracy is not going to survive. I yield the floor.
Well, good morning, everybody. That was Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut, kind of outlining the white underbelly of the Trump administration's first 100 days, and he did a pretty good job, in my opinion. You know, we ought to know where we stand. Want to just go ahead and take this time because I'll forget to do it. Everyone, make sure you hit the like button. Please make sure, if you're new to the show, subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel, please. It's Stanley Cross 6000. Do the occasional video essay that may or may not be interesting. You know, it's kind of like a flip of the coin sometimes. Make sure you support your hosts. And, you know, really, Slick Rick just gave me an idea. How about y'all just start a GoFundMe for Stanley versus the world? That would be awesome. It would give me a reason to at least visit GoFundMe every now and again. Actually, start one for me, please. And make sure you support our executive producer, Portia J. Why not start a GoFundMe for hers too? For her too. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Apparently, anybody can do it. So, for any reason. So, please consider it. Otherwise, the Cash App information is kind of scrolling at the bottom of the screen. And support your favorite host no matter the show. I also, and I know I've said this before, but I also want to point out that most of the links that I use, at least most of the links that I use are in the show notes. Sometimes, I add stuff on the fly or subtract stuff on the fly, but when I pre-plan the show, and believe it or not, there's, a little bit of pre-planning that goes in. They're in the show notes. So, if you ever want to follow up or double check or fact check, the links are generally in the show notes. So let us move on. Most of the show today is going to be news articles as usual, but I do have some editorial stuff, excuse me, coming up at the end. And even the editorial stuff, it's mostly Trump news. There are one or two exceptions. And then I've got editorials that are more political, social, cultural in nature. I was gonna watch that Scheherazade Ali video that we didn't get to yesterday. We may get to it today. If not, maybe we'll catch up on it tomorrow or Friday. Mainly because I found other stuff that was more topical, or me, I'm kind of flighty. What interests me one day may not interest me the next. So, oh, by the way, this is apparently Kilauea out in Hawaii is doing its thing again. So this is like a 24-hour feed. Way more dramatic at night because you can see the hot lava spewing everywhere. So pretty interesting. Wish we could watch it all show, but but we do have to move on. So first news story, Key GOP senator says he won't back Trump pick for U.S. attorney for D.C. And I have no idea why. You will learn why right along with me, I guess. This is from more centrist news sources. Again, if anyone has spare money and likes news, I do recommend Ground News. It is pretty thorough. If you're into who's leaning right, who's leaning left, who's centrist. And, it gives you access to a lot of news publications on the left, right, and center that sometimes you didn't even know they existed. So anyway, Republican member of the Judiciary Committee from North Carolina, Tom Tillis, announced Tuesday that he will oppose President Trump's nominee, Ed Martin, for the U.S. attorney position in the District of Columbia. Tillis opposed Martin because of Martin's prior legal defense of some January 6th Capitol riot defendants and concerns about prosecutorial decisions during Martin's interim tenure. So apparently Martin is interim U.S. attorney for D.C. Tillis stated that he would likely back Mr. Martin's nomination as a U.S. attorney in any district other than the one associated with the January 6th events, where he does not support the appointment, which is weird. So anywhere but D.C., I don't get that. Tillis's opposition likely blocks Martin's confirmation since his vote is needed to advance the nomination, which faces a tied Senate Judiciary Committee vote if all others vote along party lines. So it's good to see a Republican senator actually showing some spine. Never underestimate that. Capriono, I'm not sure. Two wings of the same bird. Uh, I think that MAGA is distinguishing itself. You just heard Senator Murphy, kind of talking about the the free for all enriching the Trump family. I suspect one day there'll be like a royal family. We are Monaco. So, next story, Trump says U.S. will stop bombing Houthis after agreement struck. Um, I'm trying to figure out who he struck a deal with. President Donald Trump announced on Tuesday that the U.S. will halt airstrikes against Yemen's Iran-backed Houthis. The suspension came after nearly 2 months of U.S. attacks that were launched in March following the Houthis' decision to renew assaults on Israeli ships near Yemen. The ceasefire emerged from discussions involving the U.S., Oman, and Yemeni negotiators aiming to reopen the Red Sea trade corridor disrupted by Houthi attacks. Yeah, I've actually been to the Red Sea a couple times, and it is narrow. Um, so it's almost like shooting fish in a barrel, and right out of the Straits of Eilat, there's a lot of Israeli ships that some Israeli flagships that come out of Eilat. So they are shooting ducks. And the reason I know this is way back in the 90s, I was in the Red Sea, and this was it was back during the U.S. blockading Iraq. And we used to board ships heading right up the Straits of Eilat. We used to board them and inspect them to make sure no weapons or other, contraband sort of items were on those ships. Because not only do the Straits of Eilat the Straits of Eilat has an Israeli port. Also, Iran has a port or two there, right up the Straits of Eilat, believe it or not. So, well, actually, Iraq doesn't. They were just afraid that basically, if it didn't go to the Israeli port, stuff could be transported over land to Iraq. So, my bad. So, what else have we got here? Trump announced an immediate end to U.S. airstrikes against the Houthis, noting that the Iran-backed rebel group is committed to ceasing attacks on commercial vessels. Now, I wonder what he gave them. The agreement implies resumed trade flow through the Red Sea, but does not cover Israel, which remains a likely target of future Houthi attacks. So I wonder if any of these articles might give an idea what the U.S. gave. Wisconsin State Journal. Let's try this one. Oops. Oh, I have to get a subscription to the Wisconsin State Journal. I'm not doing that. Let's see if there's any. Let's see, there's an AP. See if we can get an AP article. Radio Free Europe. I didn't know this could be interesting. Let's see. Trump announces end to bombing of Houthi rebels in Yemen, saying they don't want to fight anymore. Oh, let us check this out. Let's see. Let me enlarge it. So, U.S. President Donald Trump said on May 6th that he's ordering a halt to U.S. airstrikes on Houthi rebels in Yemen after the Iran backed group agreed to stop attacking ships on important shipping routes in the Middle East. We're going to stop the bombing of Houthis effective immediately, Trump said at the start of a meeting at the White House with Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney. After Trump made the announcement, Oman said it had mediated the ceasefire and confirmed that the U.S. campaign was ending. In the future, neither side will target the other, including American vessels in the Red Sea and Bab al Mandab Strait, ensuring freedom of navigation and the smooth flow of international commercial shipping. Omani Foreign Minister Badr al Busadi said on X, calling the agreement a welcome outcome. The United States launched a campaign of airstrikes in March, and Trump promised to use overwhelming lethal force. That came after the Houthis said they would resume attacks on Israeli vessels sailing off Yemen in response to Israel's mounting another blockade on the Gaza Strip. Trump said on May 6th that the Houthis had indicated to U.S. officials that they don't want to fight anymore. They just don't want to fight, and we will honor that, and we will stop the bombings. He said the announcement means Houthis will stop blowing up ships anymore. Good English there, Mr. President. I'm going to scan the rest. Well, the only other thing of note says that the Houthis will continue shooting at Israel. Interesting. I'm they don't want to fight. I'm wondering why they don't want to fight. Oh well, I'm not going to spend too much time on this. So let's see here. We will move on. All right, Trump officials to meet with Chinese counterparts on trade, economic matters. This weekend in Geneva, Switzerland, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and Trade Representative Jameson Greer are scheduled to hold discussions with Chinese officials regarding trade and economic issues. The meeting follows mounting trade tensions after President Trump imposed high tariffs on Chinese imports in April 2024, leading to retaliatory tariffs and market concerns. Before the trade war began, Greer had an extensive conversation lasting over an hour with his Chinese counterpart, and in February, Bessent held discussions with Vice Premier He Lifeng regarding the economic relationship between the two countries. Bessent emphasized that reducing tensions is a necessary first step before any progress can be made, highlighting the meeting's primary goal is to ease conflicts rather than finalize a major trade agreement right away. The meeting marks the highest level dialogue in months, indicating a cautious step towards easing the trade dispute that will likely take considerable time. Yep. I said earlier that China is the only nation on earth that can go toe to toe with the United States and at least do a stalemate. So it'll be interesting to see how this turns out. China's obviously, not going to take any shit. So maybe your Temu prices won't go up after all. All right, next story. Pakistan says it is responding to active war after India missile strikes. This actually kind of caught me by surprise. Apparently, India has fired on what they're calling terrorist sites. So let's listen to this news story here. sure the audio's on.
Our ABC News learning that India has fired at least 3 missiles into Pakistan. Pakistan's army confirmed which regions were attacked, while India's army released a statement saying that Pakistan is firing back and violating a ceasefire agreement. ABC News foreign correspondent Tom Sufi-Burge and ABC News State Department reporter Shannon Kingston are following this story for us. Gentlemen, good to see you, and also our friend there. Tom, what are we learning about the attack at this hour? We are getting word of some casualties.
Yeah, DeMarco, we're just getting word from the Pakistani government, who says that at least 3 people have been killed, at least 12 injured in these attacks by India. So coming across the border. So we're just getting these details as I speak. And of course, just to remind viewers, this is India's response, it says, to a terrorist attack in the province of the region of Kashmir. Remember, Kashmir is basically a region which is disputed between India and Pakistan. And it happened last month. 26 people were killed in that terrorist attack. Now, Pakistan denies any involvement in that attack, but the Indian government accuses Pakistan of funding militant groups in Kashmir and effectively being responsible for that terrorist attack. And this is India's response, which we thought has been coming. To be honest, analysts have believed that the signs from the Indian government of Narendra Modi have been that India will strike militarily back at Pakistan. And that's what's happened. We now understand that Pakistan has responded from the air and the ground. And I think the main point, just to ram home to people right now, DeMarco, is that these are 2 giant nuclear nations. Now, they've been at war in the past, particularly over Kashmir, but India and Pakistan have been coming out with pretty fiery rhetoric within the last few days since this terrorist attack in Indian-administered Kashmir, which India blames on Pakistan, but Pakistan once again says it had no involvement at all. But this is a very, very dangerous situation. We have seen these 2 nations go to war in the past, but at the moment this is developing right now, and there seems to be a tit-for-tat across the border between India and Pakistan. Once again, 2 giant nuclear-armed nations.
And gentlemen and lady, I should say. All right, Tom, thank you very much. Shannon, there have been long-standing tensions between India and Pakistan, specifically over the disputed region of Kashmir. What are the biggest concerns now that the countries are exchanging fire?
Well, the concern right now here at the State Department is that this volley that we're seeing exchanged right now, that this is just the beginning. Now, ever since that terror attack, the officials in this building, the Secretary of State Marco Rubio, they've been working the phones, talking to officials in both countries, trying to get the Pakistani government to come out and denounce the terror attacks, and trying to at least control the response from India. But in recent days, yes, it has been the expectation that there would be some kind of military action against Pakistan. So we do know that officials right now, they're still trying to get in contact, trying to get a read of the situation, and also try to control what happens these next steps. But of course, Secretary of State Marco Rubio recently became the interim national security advisor. So he is spread thin here as this conflict continues to develop. And yes, as Tom stressed, these are 2 nuclear powers. So it is very difficult to overstate just how chaotic, catastrophic a direct head-to-head war between the 2 countries could become.
And Tom, if you could, again, elaborate on why this is such a tense situation here.
Well, I mean, we know that the 2 nations have gone to war over Kashmir in the past. I mean, I think, there is a history of alleged links between militant groups, Islamist militant groups operating in Kashmir and the Pakistani security services. Now, the Pakistani government denies that, but what people should also realize is, you have a Hindu nationalist government in power, the BJP party, that is Narendra Modi's party. I mean, he's been in power for many years, but, the Hindu nationalist movement in India has become more and more prominent. I mean, gone are the days of the Congress party, Mahatma Gandhi's legacy. India is ruled nowadays by a more nationalist, more far right, type of government. And, the BJP government of Narendra Modi are more hardline. And I think, what also people should realize is that the Pakistani military is very, very, prominent in terms of the governance of that country and has been over the decades. So, these are two, fairly hardline governments that have been at war in the past, that are going into a tit for tat situation at the moment. And there's no clear indication, I think, at this early stage of where this will head. And obviously the stakes are incredibly, incredibly high.
All right, a developing story at this hour. Tom and Shannon, thank you. We appreciate it, and good to see you guys.
All right. Well, I will have no reason to read this story. That news clip pretty much covered it in detail. Let's see. When the pressure is, thank you very much, Slick Rick. Just to kind of talk about what my interests are. I'm I'm kind of a news and politics guy, along with culture and that sort of thing. So I'm, in kind of domestic news, domestic policy is kind of my focus, American history, policy, culture, politics, that sort of thing. I don't really get that wrapped up in, the race stuff. And yeah, um, part of American culture, part of American history. I am interested in kind of the 30,000 foot race stuff, but getting knee deep into a Carmelo or whatever her name was, I just don't get into the individual stories unless they're like unique. And I simply do not think that, Carmelo Anthony or whatever the woman's name was, that is not a reflection on the Black community. And, I've kind of stated my ideas on what a Black community is or isn't. So Carmelo Anthony has no reflection on the Black community. And people just don't seem to be able to figure that part out. There is no, hey, you need to be a good example or you need to represent your race. Those days are over. They've been over probably since the 70s, definitely since like the 80s, when I was in high school. So, people who want to obsess over the Blacks and the Blacks always do this, or, hey, you know what? Even if you're not from the ghetto, you should care about what goes on in the ghetto. No, I'm not going to buy into that. And the peer pressure. I made a comment earlier today. Someone was basically saying, I think it was Shredder said something like, hey, you know, there's always pressure, to do things a certain way or, to be a certain way if you're Black. It's a paraphrase. And my response was, you know what? That's called peer pressure. I learned about peer pressure and to ignore peer pressure in high school. So, if you want to be in your 40s still wondering or still caring about what other Black people think or really what anyone thinks, to me, that's just parochial. Um, I've gotten to a point in my life to where I'm going to do what I want to do. If it kind of, falls in line, the term is being on code in the Black community. If it's on code, great. If it's not on code, great. I'm going to do what I want to do. And I encourage everyone, fuck, what everyone else is doing. Now, you don't want to be too far out there, or you don't want to break laws or hurt people intentionally or anything like that. But Carmelo Anthony has nothing to do with me. This issue is Carmelo's problem and his parents' problem or the local community's problem. It is not a nationwide, quote, Black community emergency that we have to do every show, for the last 2 weeks on it. It's just not that important. It's a tragedy, but it's, I'm here in Georgia. I'm not in Texas. Um, yeah, it's a tragedy. Both families, are struck with this tragedy, and the community, the classmates at the high school, etc. But it is not a seismic event in the quote, to quote SKC, the communita. There is no communita. There are communities, you know. It's this Black community thing is a lot more localized than people want to admit. And I'm not buying into the narrative that, I have to care about, every little thing that happens in a Black community several states over. I'm not that guy. So anyway, that's a long, long way of saying thank you, Slick Rick. I have an interest in things other than, Carmelo or Shiloh. That's her name. So anyway, let us move on. So this actually interested me. And I guess I'll read the article. Supreme Court lets Trump ban transgender people from the military. And we'll find out if you're already in the military and transgender. Are you thrown out? Exactly what your status is. So give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I had to had something in the microwave that I had to deal with. So this article again, Supreme Court lets Trump ban transgender people from the military. And that's basically while it's being adjudicated. Yeah, I guess it is psyops. But these psyops have been going on for like a couple for 60, 70, 100 years in America. So President Donald Trump can proceed with his plan to ban transgender people from the military, including by removing transgender troops currently serving. The Supreme Court ruled on Tuesday. I agree with the ban, no new people going in. I do have a problem with people already there not being grandfathered in, at least until there's a final decision. To me, this basically means if this winds up in front of the Supreme Court, they're going to support Donald Trump on this issue. So the brief 1-page order delivered over the dissent of the 3 liberal justices lifted a lower court judge's ruling that had paused the administration's ban, concluding it was likely unconstitutional and based on distortions of limited research on the subject. The Trump administration had argued that the courts are required to nearly always defer to the military's determinations about readiness, lethality, and unit cohesion. That is absolutely wrong. Even the military is subject to the basic law of the land, which is the Constitution. Trump has a Constitution problem. And I don't know whether it's that he's just outright, hey, I don't care about the Constitution anymore, or he's just taking bad advice from lawyers and he's not going back and getting counter advice. So neither the majority nor the dissenters provided any reasoning for their positions. The order, which followed an emergency appeal from the Trump administration, is not the final ruling on the issue, but will remain in place as litigation proceeds. Two federal district judges had previously blocked the administration's ban, finding the move was so unsupported that it could not be sustained, even when showing great deference to military leaders. The judges also ruled that the military had to resume medical care for transgender service members. U.S. District Judge Anna Reyes, a Joe Biden appointee in Washington, D.C., blocked the ban on March 18th, only to have her ruling paused by a three-judge panel of the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals. But a second decision on March 28th by U.S. District Judge Benjamin Settle, a George W. Bush appointee based in Tacoma, Washington, was allowed to stand by the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. So you basically had dueling appeals courts and dueling district courts. In an urgent appeal to the High Court last month, Solicitor General John Saar argued that the federal judgments were overstepping their bounds by intruding on the president's authority to supervise the armed forces. The Constitution does not authorize courts to second-guess the approach to gender transition adopted by the 2025 policy. Sauer said. In 2019, the Supreme Court split 5-4 as it ruled that the first Trump administration could proceed with a narrower ban that sought to exclude transgender people who had undergone gender transition and those unwilling to serve in their biological sex from the military. Biden reversed the ban and allowed most transgender people to serve openly in the military. But shortly after returning to office, Trump revoked Biden's policy and issued an executive order reinstating an even stricter ban. Groups who challenged the ban called Tuesday's Supreme Court ruling a devastating blow to transgender service members who have demonstrated their capabilities and commitment to our nation's defense. By allowing this discriminatory ban to take effect while our challenge continues, the court has temporarily sanctioned a policy that has nothing to do with military readiness and everything to do with prejudice, the Human Rights Campaign Foundation and Lambda Legal said in a statement. So that's the end of that. I personally think that while I pretty much don't agree with Trump's methods, I can tell you right now, being in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, where there is no easy way to get to hormone pills and the like. Usually small boys, destroyers and even cruisers, but destroyers and frigates especially, they don't have like a large, pharmaceutical pharmaceutical or sick bay or anything like that. There's some considerations that transgenders need, hormone treatments and the like, that just can't be supported in certain line units like ships, or if you're out in the middle of the desert somewhere and you run out of your meds, you're in a world of trouble. So there's just some things that you can't accommodate. So that is that. This is interesting. This story basically is covering Trump urged Ukraine to take U.S. deportees amid war, documents show. So maybe that's part of why Donald Trump was pissed off with Zelensky. So let's listen to this story.
This news story was written by Adam Taylor, Sarah Blasky, and Siobhan O'Grady. Trump team urged Ukraine to take U.S. deportees amid war. Documents show. The extraordinary request illustrates the administration's aggressive bid to identify willing partners who will accept people expelled by the U.S. The Trump administration earlier this year urged the Ukrainian government to accept an unspecified number of U.S. deportees who are citizens of other countries, according to documents reviewed by the Washington Post, an extraordinary request of a nation at war and dependent on American military and financial support for its survival. The documents do not indicate how officials in Kyiv responded to the late January proposal, relayed by a senior U.S. diplomat, that called for sending third country nationals to Ukraine amid Russia's deadly, devastating invasion, and despite the absence of a functioning airport there because of continual air attacks. A Ukrainian diplomat informed the U.S. Embassy only that her government would offer a response once it formulated a position, according to the documents, which show that similar proposals were issued to a number of other countries around the same date. Ukraine has not accepted any third-party nationals from the United States, and there is no indication that Kyiv seriously considered the American proposal. Two Ukrainian officials familiar with the matter, who, like some others, spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss interactions with the Trump administration, said the topic never reached the government's highest level. One of the officials said he was unaware of any political demands made by the United States regarding its desire for Ukraine to take in deportees. The State Department said in a statement that ongoing engagement with foreign governments was vital to deterring illegal and mass migration and securing our borders. The agency referred questions about the Ukraine proposal to the Department of Homeland Security, which did not respond to requests for comment. These documents and others that the Post reviewed offer new insight into President Donald Trump's attempt to dramatically expand deportations as he seeks to upend U.S. immigration policy using unorthodox means. Dated January to May, they show that since taking office, his administration has worked aggressively, and often out of public view, to increase the number of nations that will accept third country nationals from the U.S., routinely dangling incentives or leveraging the prospect of improved relations with Washington in pursuing its objectives. A few governments in Latin America, including El Salvador, Mexico, Costa Rica, and Panama, have agreed to receive deportees who are not their citizens. The Trump administration courted some of these countries, granting Salvadoran President Nayib Bukele a White House visit and paying his government millions of dollars to house U.S. deportees in a notorious prison. Others it has bullied with tariff threats and other measures, including, in the case of Panama, threats to retake the Panama Canal. Yael Schotter, director for the Americas and Europe at the humanitarian organization Refugees International, said it appears the Trump administration is targeting governments it knows want to curry favor and are under pressure. Both before and after last year's election, Trump's rhetoric repeatedly signaled his willingness to leverage Ukraine's reliance on U.S. military aid, pronouncements that appeared to grow more brash once he entered office in January. Tensions peaked in late February, with a remarkable Oval Office argument between Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, cooling slightly only after Kyiv conceded to some of the administration's demands, including an agreement granting U.S. access to Ukraine's critical mineral resources. Schotter, an immigration historian, also noted the administration's efforts to woo Rwanda, an African nation with a poor human rights record that is also at the center of U.S.-led efforts to end a long-running conflict. Its leaders have agreed to take in third country nationals deported by the U.S. Previous U.S. governments have worked with foreign nations to receive third country nationals, Schotter said, but the extent of this outreach is new. What's unusual, she added, is the variety of arrangements, their ad hoc nature, their clear quid pro quos, and the amount of money the administration will put behind them. Washington's outreach to Kyiv came in the first days of the new administration, as the president continued to tout his ambitious goal of brokering a peace deal while expressing deep misgivings about the vast sums of assistance that his predecessor, President Joe Biden, had provided to Ukraine. The new U.S. administration also considered ending some Biden-era provisions that allowed Ukrainian citizens to stay in the United States. Documents reviewed by the Post record a Ukrainian diplomat telling U.S. counterparts that while Ukraine had a solid track record of accepting the return of its citizens when removed by the United States, the government in Kyiv faces the prevailing reality of wartime exigencies. Former U.S. officials said the U.S.-Ukraine dialogue about deportations was unusual and not part of any routine diplomatic correspondence. In the case of Rwanda, the U.S. made a one-time payment of $100,000 to the Rwandan government to take in an Iraqi deportee last month, with the African nation agreeing to take in an additional 10 deportees of various nationalities as part of a durable program for accepting other removals, according to the documents seen by the Post. Rwanda's leaders have appeared eager to show Washington that they can advance the America First agenda, a U.S. official observed in one document, a reference to Trump's foreign policy approach. Details of the Rwandan deportation agreement were first reported by independent journalist Marissa Kabas. Though the number of third-party nationals that could be deported to Rwanda is small under the current agreement, there are indications it could grow. In an interview with Rwandan television on Sunday, Foreign Minister Olivier Nduhungirehe said the conversations were only in the initial phases. Some of the Trump administration's negotiations have focused on using countries as logistical points in the deportations of third country nationals. In discussions with Uzbekistan, for instance, documents from early March show that U.S. officials sought to use the former Soviet state as a transit point for Russian and Belarusian deportees, as direct flights to and from the United States were severed amid tensions arising in part from the war in Ukraine. This document, drafted by the U.S. government, states that an Uzbek official did not reject the idea immediately. A U.S. official, acknowledging that the situation could create political sensitivities, proposed certain concrete incentives, such as a call between the two countries' leaders or another high-level engagement, to get a deal done, the document shows. The Uzbek embassy in Washington did not respond to requests for comment. Last week, Uzbekistan received over 100 deportees from the United States, including Uzbeks as well as citizens of Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, according to a statement by the DHS. The State Department said in a statement that there were no Russians or Belarusians on the flight, and that the Kyrgyz and Kazakh nationals transited to their home countries. Documents from Tuesday morning showed U.S. officials praising Uzbekistan's government for the specially chartered deportation flight, which they said included 19 Kazakh and 20 Kyrgyz citizens. U.S. officials noted that the Uzbek government was eager to remain on our good side. A U.S. official wrote in the documents that the United States might need to tread lightly when pushing Uzbekistan to do more, adding that including more third country nationals may be a bridge too far for its government, and warning that the program could be used by our adversaries, especially China and Russia, to spoil the deepening bilateral partnership. Other documents reviewed by the Post show that U.S. officials also spoke to the government of Georgia about taking in third country nationals within the first few weeks of Trump's return to Washington. They do not indicate whether those talks were conclusive. O'Grady reported from Kiev.
Interesting. I had no idea that so many other countries. Rwanda, I knew about. They've taken British deportees, but didn't know about Georgia and Uzbekistan. So very, very interesting. Honestly, I don't particularly have an opinion about any of this. Hopefully, Trump knows what he's doing. A little bit more military news. I remember my mother when I was in the Navy. I didn't know this until I'd gotten out of the Navy, but she was constantly worried. The Navy and actually the other military branches too. It is dangerous. People may or may not understand how, if you're a line officer or you're in some line job, basically your job is actually war fighting. You're constantly training. You're never not training or being inspected. Training and inspections is pretty much the life I led in the Navy. But it's dangerous. Anyway, this is another Navy jet falls into the sea, marking fourth major mishap. So we'll listen to the story, but what is shocking is that like special forces, especially, if you subscribe to the Navy Times or the Army Times, I guess there's an Air Force Times or Marine Times. People people get killed in training accidents. I won't say a lot, but it's not uncommon either. People really just, I don't know that civilians actually know how dangerous the military can be. And I think these mishaps are better reported than they were, say, back in the 90s when I was in the Navy. So anyway, let's listen to this. Now the problem, well, I'll get into it after this gets read.
This news story was written by Dan Lamoth. Another Navy jet falls into sea, marking fourth major mishap in months. The latest loss of an FA-18 Super Hornet comes after Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth twice extended the deployment of the aircraft carrier USS Harry S. Truman. A Navy fighter jet failed to land on an aircraft carrier and plummeted into the Red Sea on Tuesday, marking the fourth major mishap involving the vessel and the third loss of a fighter jet deployed with it since the warship left home last year. The F/A-18F Super Hornet fighter jet, worth about $67 million, went overboard after an unsuccessful attempt to slow it down upon landing on the USS Harry S. Truman, the Navy said in a statement. Both aviators aboard the jet safely ejected and were rescued at sea by helicopter with minor injuries, and no one aboard the warship's flight deck was harmed, the service said. The latest incident, reported earlier by CNN, followed the loss of another jet, an F/A-18E, in an accident aboard the Truman last week, in which the aircraft tumbled overboard after sailors aboard lost control of it while towing it in the ship's hangar bay. A third fighter jet from the Truman was shot down accidentally over the Red Sea in December by another Navy warship, the USS Gettysburg, in an incident that triggered concerns about communication among warships and fighter jets in the region. The Truman also was involved in a collision in the Mediterranean Sea in February, prompting the service to fire its commanding officer, Navy Captain Dave Snowden. He was replaced by Navy Captain Christopher Hill, who had just completed the deployment of another carrier, the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower. While the incidents have not killed any service members, they have raised questions about the strain placed on the aircraft carrier's crew and its ability to carry out a grueling deployment in which troops have clashed for months with Houthi militants in Yemen, who have repeatedly launched drone and missile attacks against vessels in the region. The mishaps have the attention of senior U.S. military leaders, a defense official familiar with the discussion said Tuesday night, speaking on the condition of anonymity because of the sensitivity of the issue. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has twice extended the aircraft carrier's deployment since it left its home in Virginia last September, most recently last week, to ensure that the Navy had 2 aircraft carriers on hand to battle the Houthis. Since March, the carrier has been on the front lines of a full-scale assault that President Donald Trump ordered against the Yemen-based militant group in response to its attacks on commercial and military vessels dating to late 2023. The Biden administration began launching strikes against the militants early in 2024 after the group refused to stop waging attacks. The Trump administration has cast that effort as weak and said it wanted to be more aggressive. It has hit more than 1,000 Houthi targets in Yemen in less than 2 months, defense officials have said. Trump administration officials have touted the strike campaign as a success story, while releasing few details about it. On Tuesday, Trump said he was calling off the strikes after the Houthis promised to stop attacking ships. Administration officials linked the decision to an announcement by Omani officials that a ceasefire had been reached. Investigations of the fighter jet shoot-down and the ship collision are under review by senior defense officials, meaning the results could be released soon, the defense official said Tuesday. The 2 more recent mishaps involving the fighter jets also will be scrutinized, he said. Another aircraft carrier, the USS Carl Vinson, deployed from San Diego in November. It has been at sea in the region for a couple of weeks, mostly holding in the Arabian Gulf and the Arabian Sea, defense officials have said.
Speaking of the Arabian Gulf and the Arabian Sea, this just popped up. Apparently Trump is gonna rename another Gulf. This is from the Times of Israel. U.S. President Donald Trump plans to announce while on his trip to Saudi Arabia next week that the United States will now refer to the Persian Gulf as the Arabian Gulf or the Gulf of Arabia. Two U.S. officials told the Associated Press on Tuesday. Arab nations have pushed for a change to the geographic name of the body of water off the southern coast of Iran, while Iran has maintained its historic ties to the Gulf. U.S. officials spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive matters. The White House and the National Security Council didn't immediately respond to messages. Persian Gulf has been widely known by that name since the 16th century, although the use of Gulf of Arabia and Arabian Gulf is dominant in many countries in the Middle East. The government of Iran, formerly Persia, threatened to sue Google in 2012 over the company's decision not to label the body of water at all on its map. On Google Maps in the U.S., the body of water appears as the Persian Gulf, in parentheses, Arabian Gulf. Apple Maps only says the Persian Gulf. So I don't know what to think about that, but I do actually, I'm going to do this story first, and then I'll comment. Hegseth orders cuts to Pentagon's stable of generals and admirals. Let's go ahead and get this story read, and then I'm going to just kind of make an editorial comment over all this military stuff. And I have one more unrelated military story after the comment.
This news story was written by Dan Lamoth. Hegseth orders cuts to Pentagon's stable of generals and admirals. The move, characterized as an effort to rein in a bloated bureaucracy, follows a purge of top military leaders soon after President Donald Trump returned to office. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth on Monday directed significant cuts to the U.S. military's senior-most ranks, saying the elimination of positions held by about 100 generals and admirals is necessary to slash redundant force structure and streamline the Pentagon's sprawling bureaucracy. The plan was announced with scant detail in a one-page memo signed by the Defense Secretary. It calls for a minimum 20% cut to the number of four-star generals and admirals, the military's top rank, on active duty, and a corresponding number of generals in the National Guard. There also will be another 10% reduction at least to the total number of generals and admirals across the force. It was unclear whether Hegseth intends to gradually phase out the targeted positions, which his memo does not identify, or move quickly to force out the men and women who now fill those roles. Officials on Hegseth's staff did not respond to questions about how quickly they may adopt the cuts, in keeping with the Pentagon's recent efforts to limit communication with the public via the news media. The move follows a purge of top military leaders that occurred in the opening weeks of President Donald Trump's return to office. In his memo, Hegseth said the measures would safeguard the United States' status as the most lethal fighting force in the world by promoting greater efficiency, innovation, and preparedness for any challenge that lies ahead. There are more than 800 generals and admirals across the U.S. military, according to a study released last year by the nonpartisan Congressional Research Service, which notes there is an enduring argument about how many the military should have. The number of four-star generals and admirals in particular has swelled significantly over the past few decades, the study found. Those in four-star positions typically have roles overseeing large organizations as well as extensive education. They also have broad military experience, often in combat. In a video posted to social media Monday, Hegseth described the effort as the most comprehensive review of military leadership structure since Congress passed the Goldwater-Nichols Act of 1986, landmark legislation that made the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff the president's top military advisor and enhanced the roles of both the defense secretary and four-star generals and admirals overseeing major headquarters known as combatant commands. During World War II, Hegseth said, The U.S. military had 12 million troops and 17 4- and 5-star generals. The Pentagon now oversees a force of about 2.1 million service members, with 44 4-star generals and admirals, he said. There have been no 5-star military officers for several decades. Hegseth said that his unofficial title for the policy is less generals, more GIs, using an informal term for rank-and-file service members. The effort, he said, will shift resources from bloated headquarters elements to our warfighters. Senator Jack Reed, Rhode Island, the top Democrat on the Senate Armed Services Committee, questioned in a statement Monday night the rationale that Hegseth is using to make the cuts, noting the defense secretary's propensity for dismissing senior military leaders. I have always advocated for efficiency at the Department of Defense, but tough personnel decisions should be based on facts and analysis, not arbitrary percentages, Reed said. Eliminating the positions of many of our most skilled and experienced officers without sound justification would not create efficiency in the military. It could cripple it. Reed said he will remain skeptical until Hegseth explains his plan to the Armed Services Committee. The plan, first reported by CNN, will be carried out in 2 phases, Hegseth said, with the first focused on cutting the number of 4-star generals and admirals on active duty and the number of generals in the National Guard. The second phase will focus on the additional cuts to the overall number of generals and admirals in the military. More generals and admirals does not equal more success, Hegseth said. The effort, he added, is not a slash-and-burn exercise meant to punish high-ranking officers, but rather a prudent effort to refocus. The memorandum comes as promotion nominations for numerous senior military jobs are expected to be disclosed in coming weeks. They include the 4-star heads of U.S. Central Command, U.S. European Command, U.S. Africa Command, and U.S. Strategic Command. The Trump administration favors Navy Vice Admiral Brad Cooper for promotion and nomination to oversee Central Command, The Washington Post first reported last week. The headquarters likely to be affected by cuts include Army Futures Command in Austin. It was established during the first Trump administration, but is now expected to be reduced to a smaller headquarters with a 3-star general in charge and fall under the direction of Army Training and Doctrine Command, the Army said last week, as part of a sweeping effort to modernize. The first Trump administration also created the Space Force, which has 3 4-star officers. Critics at the time said its creation was unnecessary and would create additional bloat in the military. Hegseth has repeatedly criticized senior military leaders, claiming in a podcast interview last year that a third of the military's top officers are actively complicit in politicizing the military. Since becoming defense secretary, he has overseen a purge of senior military leaders that has alarmed many national security experts, including former defense secretaries. Among those fired were the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Charles Q. Brown, Jr., the Navy's top officer, Admiral Lisa Franchetti, and General Timothy Hoff, who oversaw both U.S. Cyber Command and the National Security Agency. They had been criticized by Trump supporters for being overly focused on diversity initiatives or being insufficiently loyal to the president.
Yeah, I think that Hegseth and Trump, quite frankly, are just incompetent. The amount of accidents and just that signal gate. I actually think that these guys just they're gonna lose. The president probably not so much. Hegseth is going to lose the confidence of the top brass in the military. I don't foresee him being there much longer. The dude is literally just sloppy, and he was in the military. Can't remember whether he was an officer or not. But bottom line is, it almost sounds stupid to this less generals, more GIs policy. That literally sounds like something that uh, oh, what's her name? I can't think of her name. I'll think of it in a minute. But no. GIs if anything, the line, people down in the junior ranks, say '06 and below, senior enlisted play a big part, but anybody who thinks that, the actual officers, the administrators, the leaders, uh, don't have a role in that is just this dude is just I'm just gonna say it. He's fucked up if he thinks that. There's nothing wrong with getting rid of redundancy and all that stuff, but you don't want um, you know, people having too much responsibility. War fighting has gotten mighty complicated these days. And yes, to eliminating redundancy and inefficiency, but let's not have, people overburdened. And I frankly think that Hexeth is overburdened right now. And I've never thought Trump was a friend of the military. So, that's my 2 cents. Great job, Hexeth. Yeah, well, you know what? He's not going to be doing his job too much longer, especially if he starts pissing off his admirals and generals. They will fuck you. And it's not hard to do with someone like Hexeth. I've seen it happen before. If the commander or brass loses confidence of his subordinates, the subordinates can fuck you. And as a matter of fact, I've seen it done at the very lower end of command structures. A chief can fuck his boss, and those E7 can fuck his ensign or whatever his boss is. So good luck to Pete Hegseth. I actually do hope everything turns out all right, but with all these accidents, um I saw it back in the 90s. This shit is getting sloppy, and I don't think Hegseth is the type of leader that's going to be able to tighten belts and reinstill discipline and confidence. But that's just my opinion. So this last military story, I wasn't aware of this until today. It kind of popped up in my news feed. What's up, dirty dude? What's up, J-Dub? We're not going to be a banana republic yet, but someone the other day, dirty dude, made the suggestion that Bukele should run in 2028 just to complete the banana republic, just to make us a real banana republic. It made me laugh when as a matter of fact, it probably needs to be a show title, Bukele 2028. So let's see, what do we got here? This is an AP story. Family sues over Florida deputy's killing of U.S. Airman Roger Fortson. Oddly enough, this has not been covered by the anti-Black Times, or I'm sorry, the anti-Black newscasts. The family of a U.S. airman who was shot by a Florida sheriff's deputy inside his own home sued the deputy, the sheriff, and the owner of the airman's apartment complex on Tuesday, saying they want to ensure people are held accountable for his 2024 death. The complaint alleges that Deputy Eddie Duran used excessive and unconstitutional deadly force when he shot Roger Fortson just seconds after the Black senior airman opened his apartment door in Fort Walton Beach on May 3rd, 2024. Duran was responding to a domestic disturbance report at Fortson's apartment that turned out to be false. I want accountability because he was 23. I want accountability because he had a life ahead of him. I want accountability because he was in his own home, said Fortson's mother, Mika Fortson, who wore a shirt emblazoned with the image of her son in his Air Force uniform while appearing with the family's attorney, Ben Crump. Ben Crump is back. at a press conference to announce the wrongful death lawsuit. The complaint filed in federal court in Pensacola details alleged failures by the Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office in training and supervision and claims that the staff at the apartment complex where Fortson lived provided misleading information that led to the fatal law enforcement response. Messages were left seeking comment from attorneys for Duran, a spokesperson for the Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office, and an agent for the apartment complex's management company. Apparently, no response. Duran has pleaded not guilty to a charge of manslaughter with a firearm in the shooting, which renewed debate on police killings and race and occurred against a wider backdrop of increased attention by the military to racial issues in its ranks. Duran identifies as Hispanic, according to his voter registration. The airman's mother said she has no faith in Okaloosa County, expressing doubt that Duran will get a real trial in the Florida Panhandle community, where he worked as a law enforcement officer. It's highly unusual for Florida law enforcement officers to be charged for an on-duty killing. Convictions in such cases are even rarer. This is not policing. This is unlawful execution, said Crump, a civil rights attorney who has been involved in a number of cases involving law enforcement killings of Black people, including those of Michael Brown, Breonna Taylor, Tyree Nichols, and George Floyd. We believe Rogers' death was a result of a pattern in practice here in Okaloosa County, added Crump, who announced the lawsuit at a press conference at Greater Peace Missionary Baptist Church in Fort Walton Beach. Duran came to Fortson's door in response to a report of a physical fight inside an apartment. A worker at the complex had identified Fortson's apartment as the location of a loud argument, according to sheriff's investigators. Fortson, who was assigned to the 4th Special Operations Squadron at Hurlburt Field, was alone at the time talking with his girlfriend on a FaceTime video call. So, what? The deputy pounded at the door repeatedly and yelled, "Sheriff's office, open the door." Fortson opened the door with his legally purchased gun in his right hand, pointed to the ground. The deputy said, "Step back," then immediately began firing. Fortson fell backwards onto the floor. Only then did the deputy yell, "Drop the gun." Deputies had never been called to Fortson's apartment before, 9/11 records show, but they had been called to a nearby unit 10 times in the previous 8 months, including once for domestic disturbance. Crump defended Fortson's right to answer his door with his firearm in hand. He had a right to the Second Amendment, too, to protect his home, to protect his castle, Crump said. He didn't do anything wrong. So, really interesting. I'm surprised this story didn't make it to the anti-black newscast. Oh well. So let's see, where are we going next? Oh, this is a story I don't. It was an odd story which I haven't read. Farewell to oxygen on planet Earth. NASA scientists predict Earth's atmosphere will lose its ability to sustain life. Photosynthesis will collapse as CO2 declines. I'm assuming this is hundreds of years in the future. Let's see. I'll skip through the hyperbole. Without oxygen, there is no. When will this transformation happen? They talk about basically the sun heating up, I guess, and the atmosphere burning off. Scientists Kazumi Ozaki and Christopher Reinhard developed large-scale simulations to anticipate the moment when Earth will no longer be habitable, but their date is not near, as we mentioned. They estimate it will happen in 1 billion years, although it will be noticeable thousands of years earlier. Although this is not an immediate problem for us, it completely changes how we understand life on Earth and other planets. So, for those of us who will be around in 1 billion years, we will need to worry about this. But for now, we will be flowing and blowing for a while longer. This is an essay from Heather Cox Richardson. This is basically talking about Donald Trump and Alcatraz. So let's hear her out.
May 5th, 2025, by Heather Cox Richardson. On his social media feed yesterday evening, President Donald J. Trump announced he was
I don't hear her at all.
Directing the Bureau of Prisons.
Here, let's reload this page.
Together with the Department of Justice, FBI, and Homeland Security, to throwing any strong words he can at the Heather Cox Richardson.
What is going on here? Why can
on
we
his
not
social
hear
media
this? All right. Looks like we. Oh, you can hear her? Well, why can't I? All right. Well, I'll go ahead and play this, and I'll figure out. Maybe my earbuds died or something. I didn't hear the little. Usually, they'll give you a warning.
Media feed yesterday evening, President Donald J. Trump announced he was directing the Bureau of Prisons, together with the Department of Justice, FBI, and Homeland Security, to reopen a substantially enlarged and rebuilt Alcatraz to house America's most ruthless and violent offenders. The reopening of Alcatraz will serve as a symbol of law, order, and justice. We will make America great again. No one is reopening the island of Alcatraz as a federal prison. Officials closed it in 1963, after 29 years of operation, because it was too expensive to operate, more than 3 times as expensive as any other federal prison. Since then, it has become one of the most popular sites of the National Park Service, located as it is in San Francisco Bay, easily accessible by ferry. It feels rather as if Trump is throwing any strong words he can at the wall to distract from a series of news stories that are not going his way. One of those stories is that Trump's popularity is falling in rural areas, which make up his base. That popularity is unlikely to rebound quickly, as rural areas are being hardest hit by the administration's cuts. It's possible Trump hopes that throwing the word Alcatraz in all caps at those voters will remind them that he is supposed to be the president who will crack down on the immigrants he insists are dangerous criminals. But 7 journalists from the Washington Post reported yesterday that many of the men rendered from the U.S. to El Salvador were in the U.S. legally and were complying with U.S. immigration rules. Furthermore, although the Trump administration said it had to send the men to El Salvador because Venezuela would not take them back, the journalists reported that Venezuela refused the transfer only after Trump invoked the Alien Enemies Act. Trump's proclamation said that property belonging to those he deems enemies is subject to seizure and forfeiture, and Venezuela was not willing to send planes under those circumstances. Since then, the Washington Post journalists report, Venezuela has accepted at least 2 deportation flights a week. When asked about the initial flights to El Salvador, the White House fell back on the argument that rendering the migrants to El Salvador was Trump's prerogative under the president's power to manage foreign affairs, a prerogative the Supreme Court protected in its 2024 Donald J. Trump versus United States decision, saying that the president cannot be prosecuted for crimes committed as part of his official acts. White House spokesperson Anna Kelly told the Washington Post journalists the administration would not detail counterterrorism operations and foreign policy negotiations with foreign countries for the press. Also commanding attention these days is the corruption in the Trump administration, centering around Trump and the Trump family. In the Times yesterday, Dominic Lawson recalled that Trump's former fixer, Michael Cohen, wrote that Trump admired Russian President Vladimir Putin primarily for his ability to take over an entire nation and run it like it was his personal company, like the Trump Organization, in fact. Lawson observed that Trump was not able fully to realize that dream in his first term, but now he is indeed running the U.S. government as an extended arm of the Trump Organization. There is the easy-to-understand corruption, like Trump's exempting the products of his big oil donors from tariffs, slashing the division of the Internal Revenue Service that audits high-earning individuals and corporations, or offering businessmen a one-on-one meeting with him at Mar-a-Lago for $5 million, or a group dinner for $1 million. Then there is the more complicated corruption involving business deals with foreign governments. The Constitution spells out that no person holding any office of profit or trust under the United States shall, without the consent of the Congress, accept any present emolument, office, or title of any kind whatever from any king, prince, or foreign state. An emolument is a profit, fee, salary, or advantage. On January 10, 2025, shortly before the start of his second term, Judd Legum of Popular Information explains today, Trump simply released an ethics agreement that prohibited the Trump Organization from making deals with foreign governments. Already, Legum reports, the Trump Organization has violated that agreement. Last Thursday, it cut a deal with Qatari Diar, a company established by Qatar's Sovereign Wealth Fund in 2005 to coordinate the country's real estate development priorities. Together with Saudi Arabian company Dar Global, which has close ties to the Saudi government, the Qatari company will build a $5.5 billion Trump International Golf Club in Qatar. And then there is the massive corruption of the Trump family's involvement in cryptocurrency. As Lawson points out, the Trumps control World Liberty Financial, which has its own cryptocurrency, $WLFI. Foreign nationals who are barred from donations to American political campaigns have invested in that coin. One of them is China-born billionaire Justin Sun, who was under investigation by the Securities and Exchange Commission when Trump took office, bought $75 million in the coins, and then successfully lobbied for a pause in the SEC case to negotiate a settlement. World Liberty Financial also produces a different cryptocurrency, $1, which is known as a stablecoin because it is pegged to the dollar. Last Thursday, May 1st, a founder of World Liberty Financial announced that an investment firm backed by the government of the United Arab Emirates would use $1 to complete a $2 billion deal with Binance. Binance is the world's biggest cryptocurrency exchange. It is monitored by the U.S. government because in 2023 it admitted to money laundering. Binance founder Changpeng Zhao has asked Trump for a presidential pardon. As David Yaff-Bellany reported in the New York Times, investors deposit money in stablecoins because their value is pegged to a state-backed currency and thus fluctuates very little. The stablecoin owner makes money by using that deposit to invest for returns that the stablecoin owner then keeps. Yaff-Bellany notes that although the details of the UAE World Liberty Financial deal are opaque, it appears that World Liberty now has $2 billion in deposits to invest. Those funds alone could generate tens of millions of dollars a year in revenue for the Trump family and its partners at World Liberty. Yaff-Bellany also notes that the partnership signals to investors around the world that working with the Trump-associated company can pay off. The $WLFI and $1 coins are separate from the $Trump memo coin that the president launched on January 17, 2025, just before he took office, and which the Financial Times estimates had netted about $350 million by early March. By late April, it had fallen 88% from its high. Trump then offered the top 220 holders of the coin an intimate private dinner, with the president bumping up sales and making an estimated $900,000 in trading fees. Trump is also getting hammered on his tariffs, and his frustration is showing. The president appears to like monkeying with tariffs because, unless Republicans take back Congress's power to manage tariffs, he can just make a decree and watch the world jump. But the economic effects have shocked Americans. That shock is encapsulated in the news beginning to sink in that toys are highly dependent on trade with China. 80% of the toys sold in the U.S. come from there. 96% of U.S. toy manufacturers are small businesses, highly dependent on supply chains from other countries. Christmas orders should already be underway, but because of the tariffs, they are not. Trump has taken to arguing that girls need fewer dolls. Representative David Joyce, ROH, acknowledged this morning on CNN that Christmas trade is already slowing down, but added, I think American people will understand that because American people understand shared sacrifice. Americans who didn't realize they were going to be asked to sacrifice. Trump promised that foreign countries would pay for tariffs, after all, have been pushing back against the tariffs. Apparently angry at being asked how trade negotiations are going, Trump last night told reporters on Air Force One. At the end of this, I'll set my own deals because I set the deal. They don't set the deal. I set the deal. They've been ripping us off for years. I set the deal. I'm going to be setting the deal. I'll be setting the tariff. Last night, in a social media post, Trump announced that foreign-made films are a national security threat and said he would institute a 100% tariff on any and all movies coming into our country that are produced in foreign lands. Today, the White House walked the announcement back. And then there is the Signal scandal, which got even worse yesterday when Joseph Cox and Micah Lee of 404 Media reported that a hacker was able to breach the telemessage app administration officials have been using in about 15 to 20 minutes. Telemessage is a clone of Signal that has the additional ability to archive messages. The hacker retrieved messages, usernames and passwords, and data related to Customs and Border Protection and banking institutions. The hacker did not retrieve all it was possible to see, but could have done so, making the point that the system is not secure. This afternoon, the company that owns Telemessage announced it was suspending service. Today, likely reacting to voter sentiment and looking to 2028, Georgia Governor Brian Kemp announced he would not challenge Democratic Senator Jon Ossoff for Ossoff's seat in 2026. Also today, at a meeting to announce that Washington, D.C., will host the 2027 National Football League Draft, Trump confirmed that he suddenly decided to announce he was reopening Alcatraz because the word sounded strong. It represents something very strong, very powerful in terms of law and order. Our country needs law and order. Alcatraz is I would say the ultimate, right? Alcatraz. Sing Sing and Alcatraz, the movies. Nobody's ever escaped from Alcatraz and just represented something strong having to do with law and order. We need law and order in this country. And so we're going to look at it. Some of the people up here are going to be working very hard on that. And we had a little conversation. I think it's going to be very interesting. We'll see if we can bring it back. In large form, at a lot. But I think it represents something. Right now, it's a big hulk that's sitting there rusting and rotting. You look at it, it's sort of, you saw that picture that was put out. It's sort of amazing, but it sort of represents something that's both horrible and beautiful and strong and miserable, weak. And it's got a lot of qualities that are interesting. And I think they make a point. Notes. Donald J. Trump Truth Social Post, May 4th, 2025, 6:55 p.m. https://www.bop.gov/about/history/alcatraz.jsp https://www.newsweek.com/donald-trump-approval-rating-polls-2067254 https://www.whitehoegov/presidential-actions/invocation of the Alien Enemies Act regarding the invasion of the United States by Nicaragua/ https://www.washingtonpost.com/immigration/2025/05/04 https://www.washingtonpost.com.
Yeah, I may have to drop out of this and come back in. For some reason, my computer's audio is filed up here. Let's see. How am I going to fix this? How am I going to fix this? Well, let's do this. One second here, folks. All right. This is interesting. All right. Well, I'm going to drop out somehow or another. One sec here. All right. Can you all still hear me? Hello? What on earth is going on with my computer? uh Dirty Dude or DiCapriono, can you hear me right now? Okay, so you can hear. I do not know why. Well, for right now, I'll just keep this connection with my phone and I will test this out. We'll test the audio here. Well, I very rarely get technical difficulties like this. Ah, I see what the problem is. Okay, good. Okay. One, um, all right. Well, for some reason or another, my computer didn't release my earbuds. So let's do one last thing here to make sure this is working. And we will listen to this here video. For a test.
Watch ad-free content.
There we go.
I never knew TV. But let me at least provide.
All right.
And what the real empowerment was. Why that support has. Can you explain remaining limited?
All right. Well, I seem to have got my audio back under control. My computer apparently is balking. But we'll go ahead. I was actually going to just kind of scan through the news, but we'll go ahead and do this video and then we'll get back to some news if appropriate. Sorry about the technical difficulties.
Even with support from white liberals. Can you explain why that support hasn't translated into empowerment and what the real empowerment would look like?
I mean, brother, this is one of those questions that are always people's opinions, but let me at least provide some.
Okay, and the title of this is Black Politics Was Never Strong Enough to Protect Its Own People. This is a guy that I actually admire, Dr. Tommy Curry. He wrote a book called The Man Not, which is a complicated and long book, But this particular point I'm interested in, and I agree with it. Blacks have never really had political power, and in my opinion, probably won't anytime soon. Um, and the folks who want to talk about the Democratic plantation, if there is a unified black power, it is in the Democratic Party. However, there are problems with that because it's pretty much very conditional power, and it only seems to work power wise in South Carolina in Democratic presidential primaries. And it kind of worked in Georgia in 2020, but I don't know that it was anything other than a blip.
Some context and justification for my view of this. One of the things that I've been immensely impressed by, and I guess stained or struck by, is the way that Carmichael and Hamilton and Black Power stated that coalitions with people that have more money and political power than you will never yield to your interests. And the Democratic Party in the United States will not be the panacea, so to speak, of Black liberation and Black power, for Black liberation and for Black power. And the reason I think that's so important is because you recognize that most of the political systems and ideologies we've been fed post civil rights have very little to do with Black empowerment and everything to do with white dependence, our dependency on white. Now, if you take the view of intersectionality, intersectionality in itself is geared towards the idea that there should no longer be a Black Messiah, and that Black political power is best put in the hands of multiracial and multicultural coalitions on similar issues. Now, this is the same idea that white liberals pushed during the civil rights movement. It's a kind of view that at the end of his life, Martin Luther King became increasingly suspicious of, given the way that white liberal organizations and white liberals themselves were stalling Black civil rights gains and civil rights efforts. It's something that was rejected by X early in his, or towards the middle of his life. And it's something that was certainly rejected by critical race theorists like Derek Bell, et cetera. The asymmetrical power relations between whites and Blacks in the United States means that even if Black people are working with whites, they're at best third parties, right? They're never going to be at the core of how interest, politics, policies, and initiatives are being undertaken because they don't have the money or they don't pose a political threat to whites in such a way that white people don't have to do anything differently than what they conceptualize. Now, most people support this view because they say, listen, we've been trained to understand that Black people are meant to ask white people to become better. Practically every theory in the US Academy that deals with American race relations is integrationist and based on that codependence relationship. And I start my classes with this. I ask them, when you're taught about Black people, what are you taught? And they said, well, we're given things like epistemic injustice because we're trying to constantly make white people see Black people different. I was like, but how do Black people see themselves? How do Black people
This is the core of what I've been trying to put out. The anti-blacks in this John Galt and other similar spaces basically are cowering in the white gaze. The reason Carmelo and Shiloh and all those types of stories are important is you will literally hear some of these folks in the anti-black, of the anti-black persuasion going, we are responsible for, say, high crime rates in the inner city. The 70% of Black people are making excuses for the 3% that are criminals. And my rebuttal is that the 70%, if they're not living in a high crime area, are not responsible for what goes on in neighborhoods that, they may not even know exists. Okay. And all of it is in service to what white people think of black people. And I think black people need to stop caring about what white people think and do our thing. Well, the whites are going to get upset and they're getting tired of high crime rates. And what happens if we make white people mad? They've got more guns. You know what? Bottom line is we need to stop caring about what white people are thinking and live our lives. This Carmelo is not um, a black community issue. It's not a black issue. It's only a black issue or a black white issue with folks who are fundamentally racist. And I don't just mean white people being racist, the anti black blacks are racist. And, racism in America is systemic and it affects everyone, black, white, Hispanic, it really doesn't matter. And that people can't seem to break out and think for themselves on this matter. Actually, that's not my concern either. But this peer pressure, folks saying, well, whoa, the 70%, the 70%. Well, the 70% should not care that much about areas they don't live in. 70% of people should not be involved in the Carmelo Anthony case. It is a Carmelo problem. It is his parents' problem. It is a community problem. It is the victim's family's problem, but it's not every black person in America's problem. And the thought that it is, in my view, and to put it plainly, is retarded. We are living back in pre 1964 America where, you have to represent your race. Sorry, folks. I don't have to represent all black people. And if I fuck up individually, it is not all black people's fault or their problem. And black culture, there is no one black culture. Um, and I seek to disabuse people who obviously can't think for themselves of that notion. So I don't care what Be Brave says. He is sheer entertainment. I don't care what John Galt says about Carmelo Anthony, being an example of why black culture is so messed up. No, actually, it's not. There is no monolithic black culture. Black people we are not cookie cutter, and people who think that are honestly the new slavery, in my opinion, is being a slave to old notions that 70% of people are making excuses for other people. 70% don't know who the hell Carmelo Anthony is, and that was proven during John Galt's street interview. Every time he asked a black person, hey, do you know who Carmelo Anthony is? The first thing they'd say is, oh, you mean the basketball player? They had no fucking clue what was going on. They, like so many Americans, really don't read the news deeply day to day. So you can do 1,000 shows on Carmelo Anthony. You can monitor, how much Shiloh is making, on her GoFundMe or whatever it is. Those are isolated cases. If you want to spend your time monitoring, every little crime that happens, have at it, but don't expect me to care because it's not my business. When it becomes my business, I will care. When I can control it or affect it, I will care. I'm sorry. I am not responsible or should even care about what Carmelo Anthony did. That's his problem. It is his family's problem. It is the community, the Frisco community's problem. It is not Stanley in small town Georgia's problem. So we'll finish this up and then maybe we'll get back to news. We do have another Shahrazad Ali thing that looks like I will have time for. But I encourage everybody to look up Tommy Curry, to read The Man Not, and it's like 1,000 pages or something. It's a really long book, but it is particularly good. And he's a philosopher basically by trade, but he concentrates on Black men and, basically how Black men have kind of existed in history in the United States. He's got a lot of good things to say. Some things I don't know that I agree with, but mostly it's good. And at a minimum, you should know what he's thinking on the topic of Black men. And he's not a manosphere guy, by the way.
Be a positive vision of themselves and materialize that into reality. What philosophy teaches you that? And to that question, there's never an answer. We don't know it. So when you ask the same question among, say, the Black intellectual class or Black politicians, and say, look, Black people have a positive conceptualization of themselves as Americans who have resisted white supremacy, of Americans who have been against Western imperialism. How we of people
It's
who
a
are
very long
truly
book,
about
J-Dub,
democracy in a world
but
where whites
it's worth
can't seem
reading.
to grasp the idea because they set up numerous systems and barriers to people's access to health care and clean water and food. How do we get to that? And no one has an answer because we've not developed Black political theories over the last 40 or 50 years based on Black people becoming empowered, controlling their own businesses, neighborhoods, and most importantly, the images and consciousness they have of themselves. We develop political theories on the basis that if we work better with white people, if we assimilate, if we're not threatening to them, that we can make advancements in our careers, that we have much more peaceful and enriched lives. And this is what I write about in my book. If we distance ourselves from those dirty Negroes that are suffering, being locked up, stopped by cops, etc., right? That is Black progress. We see Black political progress as being separate from the people that are fundamentally suffering rather than being a part of it. So our political theories, right, haven't been geared towards us establishing empowerment the same way that we would say something like the feminist movement, where we talk about white women needing to be more CEOs, more politicians, more governors, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. See, we teach those marginalized populations like white women, control your image, control your institutions, control what people say about you. And if they don't, they're punished. We teach Black people to be better pleaders, better beggars, better ways of asking and fitting in to white liberal theories in Black liberal institutions. That's our mistake. And now that Trump's in power, right? Where are our liberal friends? See, we can't talk. There's no white people we could form coalitions with now. Yeah. Because those coalitions are predicated on how white people are saying they experience fascism, not on how they experience racism. You see, when they were kicking Black people out of the academy, when they were threatening Black people's lives because they had opinions that didn't reflect well on America or its white supremacist heritage, that was just a Black problem. That was just Black scholars being attacked by the alt-right. Nobody worried about fascism 5, 7, 10 years ago, even though the exact thing was happening. Now Trump gets into office, and Trump is doing the same thing to white academics and people who support Palestine that you saw being done to Black people that supported Black revolution, Black freedom, Black safety against cops, the disregard of Black civil rights in a government that was being led or just come off the presidency of America's first Black president. And that was fine. Those are just racist people. It's not a problem. Well, that was a sign of things to come. Because what as always, you see then that the racism that Black people were experiencing as academics and politicians, where their lives were able to be threatened and their careers were able to be taken away for not holding a popular thought, if it offended liberals or it offended white conservatives. Now somehow that becomes the problem when in mass, this is how white people are experiencing Trump. You see, the problem is that Black politics then, and this is the proof of it, Black politics was never strong enough to protect his own people. And now that you have a certain groups of white liberals that are no longer in power, white liberals are having trouble protecting their own people, their own institutions, because the people that run these white liberal institutions are at their heart fundamentally conservative. So if black politics is being taught to gain favor with white liberals who have the power to make changes in liberal institutions, get you a job, get you resources to certain grants, help you start business, etc. Well, when those white liberals are no longer in power, black politics suddenly loses all its force because black politics was geared towards impressing and speaking nice in front of white liberals and not being able to rule or have a stake in the infrastructure and capital production of a society that fundamentally doesn't believe that you should be equal, much less viewed as human. So what have we ran into with black politics? We've run into a dependency complex where white liberals no longer have power, and the white conservatives and right wings that we just don't love black folk that much to care about what you do. This is a white republic. This is going to become a white republic. It's time that you know that. So black politics is a mere shell of itself. It's going to lead to black people either trying to wrap their interests or ideas up in white liberal stances against fascism. And I think you see this now with the black academic class using fascism more and more to talk about what Trump is doing not outside of, but as wrapped up with issues of white supremacy and misogyny, et cetera. And you're going to see this kind of pitch where black people are going to try to become more advocates of a liberal ideology so they can beat back conservatism. And they're going to, at the end of it, they're going to say, well, this is a success for intersectional politics, when ultimately it's just going to be a success to get more white people, more white liberals back in power, and hope that they get benefits from supporting the people, the white regime that now gets to call itself president or dictate the institutions for the next few decades.
Listen to you talk, and I appreciate your explanation of black politics, right? How would you define black culture? That's a big question now. A lot of people ask, like, what is black culture? And the way I observe it, there are two types. You have white-made black culture, and you have an idea of black culture, right? How would you define black culture, or is anyone able to define what black culture is in America?
Man, you ask me these difficult questions because I take your questions seriously. Well, look, I mean, there's always going to be a view of black people that black people hold themselves as fundamentally different than the white society. So the white society has a view of black people that's always been inferior, savage, wanted.
Bingo. And a lot of the anti-blacks, the anti-black blacks have the same view. They basically mimic or agree with, or whatever it is, that black culture is full of savages. You literally hear it almost daily.
For certain things, not equal to the standard of white humanity that's been established by their institutions, philosophies, renderings, etc.
Sorry about that.
When I think we look at black culture,
let me
I don't know
this
what
right quick.
Take back control. Stop letting algorithms decide your news. Get uncensored.
Differently than what they conceptualize. Now, most people support this view because they say, listen, we've been trained to understand that black people are meant to ask white people to become better.
Sorry about that,
materialize
folks.
that into reality. What philosophy teaches you that? And to that question, water and food. How do we get to that? And ourselves, we develop political theories on the basis that if we want Negroes that are suffering, being locked up, stopped by cops, etc., right?
You know what?
That we have much more
so
peaceful
excited.
and rich lives. And this is what I write about. Work better with white people if we assimilate, if we're not empowered, controlling their own access to health care and clean Americans who have been against Western imperialism. How we have a positive conceptualization of themselves, there's never an answer. We don't know it. Realize that into reality. What philosophy teaches you that? And to that question, there's never an answer. We don't know it. So when you ask the same question among, say, the black intellectual class or black politicians, and say, look, black people have a positive conceptualization of themselves as Americans who have resisted white supremacy, of Americans who have been against Western imperialism, of people who are truly about democracy in a world where whites can't seem to grasp the idea because they set up numerous systems and barriers to people's access to health care and clean water and food. How do we get to that? And no one has an answer because we've not developed Black political theories over the last 40 or 50 years based on Black people becoming empowered, controlling their own businesses, neighborhoods, and most importantly, the images and consciousness they have of themselves. We developed political theories on the basis that if we work better with white people, if we assimilate, if we're not threatening to them, that we can make advancements in our careers, that we have much more peaceful and enriched lives. And this is what I write about in my book. If we distance ourselves from those dirty Negroes that are suffering, being locked up, stopped by cops, etc., right? That is Black progress. We see Black political progress as being separate from the people that are fundamentally suffering rather than being a part of that. So our political theories, right, haven't been geared towards us establishing empowerment the same way that we would say something like the feminist movement, where we talk about white women needing to be more CEOs, more politicians, more governors, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. See, we teach those marginalized populations like white women, control your image, control your institutions, control what people say about you. And if they don't, they're punished. We teach Black people to be better pleaders, better beggars, better ways of asking and fitting in to white liberal theories and Black liberal institutions. That's our mistake. And now that Trump's in power, right? Where are our liberal friends? See, we can't talk. There's no white people we can form coalitions with now.
Yeah.
Because those coalitions are predicated on how white people are saying they experience fascism, not on how they experience racism. You see, when they were kicking Black people out of the academy, when they were threatening Black people's lives because they had opinions that didn't reflect well on America or its white supremacist heritage, that was just a Black problem. That was just Black scholars being attacked by the alt-right. Nobody worried about fascism 5, 7, 10 years ago, even though the exact thing was happening. Now Trump gets into office, and Trump is doing the same thing to white academics and people who support Palestine that you saw being done to Black people that supported Black revolution, Black freedom, Black safety against cops, the disregard of Black civil rights in a government that was being led or just come off the presidency of America's first Black president. And that was fine. Those are just racist people. It's not a problem. Well, that was a sign of things to come. Because what as always, you see then that the racism that Black people were experiencing as academics and politicians, where their lives were able to be threatened and their careers were able to be taken away for not holding a popular thought, if it offended liberals or it offended white conservatives. Now somehow that becomes the problem when in mass, this is how white people are experiencing Trump. You see, the problem is that Black politics then, and this is the proof of it, Black politics was never strong enough to protect its own people. And now that you have a certain groups of white liberals that are no longer in power, white liberals are having trouble protecting their own people, their own institutions, because the people that run these white liberal institutions are at their heart fundamentally conservative. So if Black politics is being taught to gain favor with white liberals who have the power to make changes in liberal institutions, get you a job, get you resources to certain grants, help you start businesses, etc. Well, when those white liberals are no longer in power, Black politics suddenly loses all its force because Black politics was geared towards impressing and speaking nice in front of white liberals, and not being able to rule or have a stake in the infrastructure and capital production of a society that fundamentally doesn't believe that you should be equal, much less viewed as human. So what have we ran into with Black politics? We've run into a dependency complex where white liberals no longer have power, and the white conservatives and right wings that we just don't love Black folk that much to care about what you do. This is a white republic. This is going to become a white republic. It's time that you know that. So Black politics is a mere shell of itself. It's going to lead to Black people either trying to wrap their interests or ideas up in white liberal stances against fascism. And I think you see this now with the Black academic class using fascism more and more to talk about what Trump is doing not outside of, but as wrapped up with issues of white supremacy and misogyny, et cetera. And you're going to see this kind of pitch where Black people are going to try to become more advocates of a liberal ideology so they could beat back conservatism. And they're going to, at the end of it, they're going to say, well, this is a success for intersectional politics, when ultimately it's just going to be a success to get more white people, more white liberals back in power, and hope that they get benefits from supporting the people, the white regime that now gets to call itself president or dictate the institutions for the next few decades.
Listen to you talk, and I appreciate your explanation of Black politics, right? How would you define Black culture? That's a big question now. A lot of
Oh
people
wow.
ask, like, what is Black culture? And the way I observe it, there are
Hmm.
two types. You have white made Black culture, and you have an
Yeah.
idea of Black culture, right? How would you
Yeah.
define Black culture, or is anyone able to define what Black culture is in America?
Man, you ask me these difficult questions because I take.
Yeah, I want to interrupt 1 second to address this comment by King Problem. Welcome, King Problem. If it's your first time here, make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel and share the wealth far and wide with all your friends. FBA struggling to compete with Hispanics, laugh my ass out loud, or whatever it is. This is tangential to Dr. Curry's point. Why are we competing with any other group? We shouldn't be. This isn't a group dynamic. I think sometimes the way we do statistics, the way America is set up as a very racial country, it is almost playing into the elite way of doing things. And if you go back and you read Madison, way back in at the around the time the Constitution was adopted, having groups opposing each other is basically how the country was set up politically. You want a bunch of different political groups basically checking each other so no one group gets too much power. As it turns out, whites are the vast majority of the population, and it was set up that way. If you want to put yourself in the mindset of, oh, why can't, blacks be more like Asians, or why can't blacks be more like Hispanics? In my opinion, you're not doing yourself a favor. Okay. No one black person in 2025 represents all black people. No one Hispanic represents all Hispanic people. And this is going to go against a lot of grains. I honestly think it should start at the family unit, and you do the best you can for yourself and your immediate family, and everything radiates out from there. Okay. I personally am not in competition with Hispanics or whites or Africans or any other group. I need to do the best I can for my family. And, if it comes to it, help out the community with any goals that I might agree with. Competing with Hispanics, in my opinion, is hilarious. So that's my part on that. I don't necessarily think that, a group goal is a good goal in 2025. And to be lulled into this by folks who want to look at black people or any other group as a group, in my opinion, that's just racist. You need to look. People want to quote Martin Luther King, um, but literally it's going to be content of character, not color, skin, or group or anything like that. And in my opinion, everyone, regardless of race, will be doing better when they stop worrying about what the Joneses are doing or the Gonzaleses are doing or the Wangs are doing. You need to go out and do your excellence and stop worrying about other people. If you win, you win. If you lose, you lose. That is life.
your question seriously. um, well, look, I mean, we start. There's always going to be a view of black people that black people hold themselves as fundamentally different than the white society. So the white society has a view of black people that's always been inferior, savage, wanting for certain things, not equal to the
Be
stereotype of
braves,
humanity
a
that's
bunch of
been
be braves.
established by their institutions, philosophies, renderings, etc. When I think we look at black culture, I don't know what if we could say what it is because there's so many different variations of it, right? It has such variety. I
Yes,
did an interview back in the
variations.
day where
I've
I
been
said that,
saying this forever. There is no one black culture. There are tons of variations. Black culture is a variation of American culture. We are a mosaic, not necessarily a melting pot. And, how this all works is basically how you frame it. And this 1955 framing of black culture within a white culture, acting as if black people are an internal colony, we got to work our way out of that.
black culture contains the cosmos of all creation, resistance, and origins for our people. It's that archive, that cosmic archive, that I think any group of people, be it historical, ancestral, or even contemporary, used to invent itself. And I mean, I think that's the best we can do. It has nothing but possibilities, but is so vast that it extends beyond the nothingness. And I know that seems kind of poetic, but it means that the symbols, that the logics that we use to make sense of reality are all part of our culture. So we in America specifically, we have a culture of resistance. So we see resistance in our dress, our food, our style, our commentary, etc. We're constantly in a mark for our preservation. So we see different ways that we pivot to try to maintain that. Community and family have been historically very important to us. And I think that's why you see our communities now having an internal criticism of whether or not some of these gender battles, I think what they call it, the sex battle, it's not the battle of the sex, gender wars, that these gender wars are doing to black men and women actually pairing up, right? How have young generations looked at this differently? This is why, I mean, when I look at social commentary, I see this huge problematization by the black community of things like feminism and liberalism and all these other ideas. Black culture is a reflective element. And I think that we don't see black people as being animated by that resistance heritage or the kind of cultural reason, or what I call in my work cultural logics, that other groups of people have. When we see something happen to white people, right, like if they're French or if they're Spanish, etc., we believe that there's something culturally distinct about that group of people because they govern themselves, they have their own nation, etc.
Okay, so that's that. Let's see. I don't know. Oh, actually, this is a video I'll probably show tomorrow night, but we'll move on from there. And there is a video about 7 years old. I don't know how many folks are familiar with Dr. Jared Ball, but there used to be a YouTube channel called Black Power Media. It's now Black Liberation Media. And, the people that populate it, that run it, Dr. Jared Ball in particular, are all nominally Black radicals. So they are leftists, but not exactly DSA type leftists. They're kind of Black leftists, which is a different species of leftist. They will be, descendants of, say, Black Panther type movements. But Jared Ball actually talks about Tommy Curry and the Man Not specifically. So this is really more for J Dub, just kind of as a primer. But if you all remember Aramiose Frimpong, the philosopher that I show every now and again, well, probably a couple times a week, he is a huge Tommy Curry fan. And the Man Not comes up frequently in some of his shows. So I'm going to go ahead and play this. If it's not exactly what I want, we can move on. But, since I brought up Tommy Curry and the Man Not, and folks that I respect like J Dub are kind of, interested, I figure we'll do this and then we'll get back to news if time permits.
I mix what I like for all your relevant social media. Again, I'm Jared Ball, happy to be your host. And today we're finally catching up with Dr. Tommy Curry, who, among many other things, is a professor of philosophy and critical race theory and black male studies and currently at Texas A&M University.
Yeah, there is such a thing as
where,
black
among
male
many other
studies, by the way.
things, many other things, he is the author of the recently published book on Temple University Press, The Man Not, Race, Class, Genre, and the Dilemmas of Black Manhood. Dr. Tommy Curry, welcome to the program.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for having me.
So I thought we would start our, unfortunately, too short, what will be a too short conversation.
Right.
With something you wrote in the introduction to this book, which admittedly I haven't finished yet. There's a lot going on here, but so we'll have to have a part 2 and 3 or 4 later on. But I wanted to start here if we could. You write that race is not an efficacious category of analysis under our present intersectional and post-structural arrangement. Race is a category under constant disciplinary surveillance, exposing it to a seemingly infinite number of attacks for being overdetermined and essentialist, and therefore in need of any combination of experimental anti-essentialist solutions. I thought that if you could start by explaining what you mean there. Absolutely. And how that fits into the work you've done here in this book.
First, I think that when we look at the trajectory of Black studies, as well as how we just think about the category of race, we see that as being the category that has to be problematized and policed. Nobody wants to be essentialist. No one wants to be caught thinking that race is real. If you do that, then it leads to people believing that your politics are in line with things like Black nationalism, Afrocentricity, and as you know, the mainstream, our liberal academy isn't too welcoming of those kinds of positions. So, in effort to de-radicalize
that's a
the
show
category
title,
of Blackness,
Speak Radio.
we like to perform what I call experiments. We like to say, well, we can pluralize Blackness with gender, because you know that racial essentialism that leads to politics of Black nationalism are already overtly masculine, and because it's overtly masculine, we know it's patriarchal. So in order for us because the way that we view the category is not really about the category of Blackness, but the politics that we attach to it, we end up saying that we need to pluralize the category that we think about with some other politics, which not only means that we have to pluralize it with things like feminism, we need to pluralize it with things like queer theory, etc. Now, the problem with that, though, is that it assumes that the category of race or Blackness is in itself not rich enough to deal with the plurality of Blackness that it presents itself with historically. So we see Black people as not having the kinds of techniques or the kinds of experiential knowledge that allows them to deal with things like gender, to deal with things like homosexuality. And by doing that, it's an identity politic that plays out in the academy, where Black men specifically don't have the ability to use race or racism to account for their experiences, because that's seen as one-dimensional or under the intersectional axis, a one-axis account. So my view is that race is constantly under scrutiny. And because of that, Black men have not been able to offer a gender analysis under that. But the problem is when you add in gender theory largely takes the experience of the woman to be synonymous with the category of gender. So then Black men become excluded from the combination of race to gender, because if you're male, it assumes that you have privilege. Now, while we may combine these things in intersectional analysis, it ends up being something like all men have privilege, Black men are Black, hence they experience racism. The combination of those two things means Black men experience lesser power than white males because they're Black. But that completely overlooks the history of Black men, and my book is trying to correct that by starting from the ground up.
Yeah, so you talk a little bit about what you describe them as myths of how Black men are characterized and approached, and then dealt with analytically. Could you draw that connection a little further for us? So if we go from this problem with dealing with race in this country, broadly speaking, how then does that play out in how we are both encouraged to see Black men, and then how the Black male experience is then interpreted, analyzed, organized around, etc.?
Well, I think a few things happen here. It's important to understand that the history of Black men being written about as a particular subject starts well before we even begin having conversations about intersectionality. People like Clive Franklin, people like Robert Staples, are making arguments alongside what we largely know as second wave feminism, trying to take into account the way that racism affects the experience of being a Black male in this society. What's end up happening is under our present gender frames, we end up doing things like saying men have power, men are bent on domination. So in an instance like intimate partner violence, Black men abuse Black women for power and domination, just like white men abuse white women. The problem with that is none of the studies done about that thesis, which is the Duluth model, which was written by Ellen Pence and Michael Paymar, accounted for any Black males. In fact, Ellen Pence later said in her life in 1999 that she made it up because she was involved with trying to get the Violence Against Women Act passed. So the politics behind giving the account of patriarchy and the Duluth model isn't based on clinical findings. It's based on the idea that they're trying to create a female subject, which Pence says their studies overlooked female to male violence and female violence against children in the same household. So we analytically align Black men with certain notions of patriarchy that leads to things like domestic violence, hypermasculinity, violence amongst each other. So I guess they use it to account for homicide rates as well, and give that an account of patriarchy, when in fact, in reality, what we're talking about is economic disparity, the effects of racism, the effects of internalized racism, etc. So
Let me stop it right there and make a couple points. He just mentioned internalized racism, which I think we experience almost daily in these environs. The other thing is, I think to a certain extent, the Black manosphere is literally what Curry kind of alludes to. It is a reflection of the white manosphere. We are basically trying to take Black males and put them, it's like a Black male round peg going into, or trying to fit that into a white male square hole. We suffer when and I don't even mean to say we so much, but I'm just going to talk about the conceptual we. We need to stop trying to mimic what white people are doing. Those days are past. Okay. Booker T. Washington may have dispensed good advice for his time, but Booker T. Washington, in my opinion, has been outgrown. His advice has been outgrown. And frankly, so is Du Bois's. The two sides of that coin, I think, has been spent. In 2025, we would do a lot better just kind of minting our own coins, kind of doing our thing. And it does not mean you can't join forces, for specific causes. But I hear a lot in especially Pan-African spaces, being on code. I get a lot, as you can imagine. Well, Stanley, you're not on code. Well, fuck the code. I'm making my own code. And if my code doesn't jibe with your code, well, I'm sorry that's, the way it is, but it is the way it is. This bullshit about we need to, be joiners. It's never worked for me personally. I join stuff that I think is worthy, but the peer pressure, this manosphere bullshit, is peer pressure. High school level peer pressure, being on code is peer pressure. I'm much more for people thinking for themselves and doing what benefits them or their families or even their communities. Okay. Again, I'm going to emphasize Carmelo has nothing to do with the larger Black community. And people who think that way are basically just cowards. They're deer in the headlights of the white gaze. Stop caring what people think about black people and be your black self. That would be my advice.
We analytically approach black men as being in line with a certain kind of politics and analysis that was never based on an empirical study of black men and how they actually operate within their communities or within their own households.
So just real quick, you said she made it up.
Yes. So she wrote an article in 1999, said on my philosophy, right? The philosophy of the Duluth model. And she says that one of the flaws that they had with it is that it wasn't based on any clinical findings, but the mantras that the staff at Duluth were reciting to themselves about men coming into their centers. And she said that when her clinicians had to actually encounter men who were very regretful of beating their wives, or men who were victims of domestic.
Hey, is King Problem CT? He sounds just like CT. Your ancestors invented mud shacks. Well, I don't know who my ancestors were because they were cut off once they got to America from whatever their ancestors might have been. So, King Problem, hit the link if you really want to tangle with me. Yeah, I'm kind of bored, listening to Tommy Curry. You can bring your ass up here and let's go toe to toe. Hit the link, son.
Domestic abuse themselves. They didn't take time to actually process that clinical information. They continue with their ideology. So her argument was that there was no empiricism, right? And she says this was the chink in the armor, so to speak, that there was no clinical findings or empiricism behind the ideology that they were supporting. And because of that, they had to exclude things like female to male violence and child abuse. So the problem, as I say in my book in chapter 3, is that liberal arts has taken this analytic of male power without even analyzing the findings during the same period. So for example, the most stark example of this would be that at the same time that you're getting the development of the Duluth model in the early 1980s, you find that black men are in fact the largest victims of intimate partner homicide, which is a trend that...
One quick note, I'm not his level of sociologist or anything like that. I know of the Duluth model. I don't know the details. I encourage everyone, if you have the time, I'm more interested in the political philosophy stuff that he talks about. But this guy is actually opened a can of worms, and a good can of worms. And too many people really don't know this book. It is awesome. And then while we're talking books, you know what? I'm a book reader. I think if you don't read books, you're doing yourself a disservice. In this bullshit about books are there to basically expand your horizons. Books aren't necessarily there to tell you how to think. They are there to give you something to think about. Okay. And, the fools who are so anti-book, and we know who they are, fuck them too.
Was established in the FBI data from 1976 to 1990. Secondary sources document the same finding, and no social scientist understands exactly why you had this high rate of spousal violence where black females were killing black males. Now, the general frame of explaining this is, of course, right, under feminist analysis, well, these women were protecting themselves. But you've always seen a disproportionate amount of bidirectional violence, meaning black men attacking black women attacking black men, or black women hitting first attacking black men responding throughout the black community for the last 40 years. There hasn't been a lot of work done on it because no one's trying to actually give a causal theory or explanation for why black people fight each other. So we end up, instead of trying to figure out the empirical situation in black households and black communities, simply reducing it down in liberal arts and current gender theory into black men abused for power. but that's certainly not how domestic abuse operates in our very own community.
So I just want to be clear, because somebody may hear what I think, not that I'm actually hearing, but what may be taken by some in quick passing. That is, you're not suggesting that, or maybe I need to, maybe I need to go back and check on what you just said. You're not, because it almost sounds like you're suggesting that there's a misunderstanding, generally speaking, that we all hold on domestic violence and abuse.
Yes.
And let me go back to that part real quick. My bad, man. I just want to be clear.
So my argument,
I don't want anybody to hear this or watch say Dr. Curry is saying that there really isn't the same kind of problem with black male violence against women that there is, or that we need to address.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, in fact, there is that problem.
Right.
But that problem is complex because the causality, which is very simplistic, which is that black men just abuse for power, is wrong.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that the problem with domestic abuse in our communities is disproportionate on both sides. Okay. Black men do abuse black women disproportionately, but black women also disproportionately abuse black men. Black men disproportionately kill black women in intimate partner homicide, and black women also disproportionately kill black men.
Right.
And this cycle of violence within our households have a devastating effect, because it's found that children that observe domestic abuse become abusers themselves. So what I am saying is that the problem is much bigger than we're talking about, because the causality is given to us in a very narrow gender frame.
And your argument is that narrow gender frame is just about
male perpetration,
male issue about power, and
yes.
not taking
not about economics, not about recidivism, not about drug abuse, not about histories of previous trauma, not about internalized racism. So I am not arguing that this is not a problem in our communities. I'm arguing the exact opposite, that is much more complex. And we have data to suggest that it's not only complex in terms of incidence or lifetime prevalence, where you have 5.1 million black men who suffer from intimate partner violence, but also in terms of the causalities that have not been addressed, which is why this remains a huge problem. And this doesn't stem just from us not reading, that's a big part, because we just haven't read the research in intimate partner violence studies or conflict studies. But it's also because we define everything based on bell hooks interpretation of male power. We're not actually looking at the dynamics that happen within households. I actually recently got a call from a brother that's working in social work. He works on prisoners reentry. And he called me up and he's like, I read some of your work and heard you speak on intimate partner violence and female perpetrated violence against black males. I say, yes, how can I help you? And he's like, look, we're having a real problem because these brothers that come out of jail and that's on parole, they're being victimized by the women that they're living with, because they're saying that if they say anything about it, they're going to call their parole officer, they're going to go back to jail. So we have a lot of different dynamics in our community that make black men vulnerable, be it from poverty or be it from incarceration. That's not being addressed when we look at black men or the position that black men are put in next to their spouses in low socioeconomic conditions.
Right, and thank you for that clarification.
Absolutely.
I didn't assume that's what you were saying, but I thought for a minute it might.
Right, people may perceive.
Right, yeah. I just wanted to be clear. And that's
we know how the internet goes.
Yeah, and it came up. I saw you recently on with Yvette Carnell.
Yes.
And and one of the things that I liked about that conversation was that she is always wanting to highlight people who have numbers and and data to support their arguments, and you've clearly done that here. And it was interesting that conversation was centered around, if I remember correctly, her critique of how we understand economics and where black men and women fit into the economy, and I thought, sort of as a way to segue, unfortunately, to the end of our conversation, if I could ask you about the title of chapter 3 that you just referenced, and then how it relates to the title of the book. That is, chapter 3 is titled "The Political Economy of Niggerdom, Racist Misandry, Class Warfare, and the Disciplinary Propagation of the Super Predator Mythology."
Yes, sir.
how does that relate first to this title of your book, The Man Not, race, class, I just missed race, class, and genre, and the limits of black manhood.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And how this predator mythology, and how does that, and then how does that relate according, of course, not just to the title of your book, but how then we interpret the black male experience, material lived experience, and you know. But yeah, please, if we could start with what you're doing in chapter 3, and then the title of your book.
Absolutely. So let me begin. When I talk about racist misandry, or other black male scholars as well, we sometimes say anti-black misandry. What we're talking about is the collective ideas or beliefs in the hyper expression or hyper personality, so hypersexuality, hypermasculinity of black men. And this is used as a kind of logic to justify the disposability of black males. Now, taking that view, it is my position that this has been the dominant frame of how we look at black men, even within theory. So while we may have views of black men that says, for instance, they suffer from racism, when we talk about their politics, when we talk about the ideas or paradigms that have been created by black males, they've always been flawed because they have in some way either excluded or been detrimental to women. I argue throughout the text that this view is in fact not new, that this is the product of a very rich and long-standing colonial history. You can look back to the debates in 1868 in the history of suffrage by Elizabeth Cady Stanley. And part of the argument for why black men should not have the right to vote is because they are a tyrannical class. And if they got the right to vote, they would abuse and whip their women. So this idea, I just find it coincidental that this idea that black men are violent towards women, that if they get political rights, that somehow leads to them oppressing women as a whole class, is the same arguments we were having 100 years later in the 1960s and 70s. So utilizing that historical analysis, as well as the way that colonial societies have always created the myth of the racialized or native rapist, is my suggestion that these codes have been brought in, kind of snuck in it like a Trojan horse of the concept of gender. So the gender concept, which allows us to have notions of female vulnerability, has allowed us to see that in relationship to men, especially primitive or racialized men, as being that colonial relation, the rapist, the abuser, the violator, etc. So when we see accounts of intersectional thought, or when we see feminist accounts, both black and white, what we see is that hypermasculinity then expresses itself as a personality of domination, even when these black men are oppressed. So whereas black women's oppression leads them to have a more rigid, rich, and epistemologically full view of oppression, so they study race, class, gender, sexual orientation, etc., black men are purely defined by their lack. Black men are not men, hence their oppression only means that they focus on attaining male power. So we don't look at black men as offering treatises on sexual violence. We don't look at black men as having experiences of sexual vulnerability, despite we know black men being raped. So what we see analytically is that even though black men went through the exact same sexual violences that black women did, on top of that, experiencing the myth of the black rapist and being lynched for these types of things, there is no experiential toolbox that black men allegedly offer under our current orders of knowledge that allow them to explore gender on their own terms. Now, this is very different than what happens when you're looking at what's going on in the UK, if you're looking at what's going on in Australia, because even people like R.W.S. Connell, who invented the term of hegemonic masculinity, has admitted that working class white men are much more egalitarian than ruling class white men. She says that these are resistory masculinities, that people who are victims of imperialism and colonization are subordinated, and they because she's using a neo-Marxist frame, right? She's using Gramsci, these people actually fight against hegemonic masculinity. Now, we use hegemonic masculinity and toxic masculinity to describe black men, and these people are the ancestors of slaves. But allegedly, they're not even as analytically rich and resistory towards hegemonic masculinity as white people in the same colonial settler society as the white men that just work for people that colonize. So the concept itself doesn't make sense. So in the political economy of niggerdom, what I'm talking about are the market forces that allow us to cast black men as patriarchs, even though the very theories we utilize, like hegemonic masculinity, say the exact opposite. Because if we were being generous, black men would be subordinate non-hegemonic masculinities under Connell's paradigm. Those people don't perpetuate patriarchy. They could be violent, aggressive, etc., but they're not ruling class. So they don't have the same kind of investment in perpetuating ideal masculinities as you would somebody who's middle class or upper class. And remember, when she first does this study in 1982, she's talking about Australian boys that's in boarding school that's trying to mobilize throughout society, which is why she came up with this formulation of hegemonic masculinity initiative. We've imported that concept without any kind of analysis or economic analysis of where Black men fit in relationship to work. Where do Black men fit in relationship to poverty? We haven't even asked the question, let's go interview some of these poor Black men and see where they actually align regarding their attitudes towards women, masculinity, etc. And the few studies that we do have, like
the interviews, John Galt's street interviews are not capturing this data either, by the way.
Hunter and Davis's piece, suggests that Black men don't even believe in a notion of masculinity. They speak more in terms of manhood, that they see themselves as interrelated to their families, communities, and the responsibilities they have to their race. There is not in any previous masculinity literature as being individualistic. It doesn't fit with the way that people like Kimmel, et cetera, are describing American or Western masculinity. So even when Connell who actually cites Robert Stable's work, says Robert Stable's book on Black masculinity is amazing, and it achieves the same thing that Messersmith's analysis about poor working class men in the West does, meaning that they don't reproduce hegemonic masculinities. We've not even paid attention to what she cited in her own book as the discord between men who are victims of colonization and imperialism and people and white ruling class men. We just say Black men are mimetic, that they just want to imitate their oppressors. So I say that this is not an issue that is factual, or this is not something that's been built up in previous literature. This is simply the way that certain gender frames have chose to incentivize interpreting Black males in that way. So throughout chapter 3, why I call it the political economy of niggerdom, is when you analyze the super predator mythology, you see that the insidious anti-Blackness of it still resonates within the theories of accounting for what Black men actually intend to do. So Black men, when they get economic power, will betray women. They want to be like white men. Black men who are poor, that don't have money, well, they want to be rich, so they abuse women. Black men who feel that they're insulted and have no way out, well, they kill other Black men. Black men who don't have power in society to get recognition, well, they hate homosexuals. So the same super predator myth that we will say is racism, if a white person says it, right? That if a white person says a Black man is a rapist, a murderer, that's racism. But you put that very same analysis under a gender category, well, Black men are hegemonic, they're abusive. Because they're fighting for power, they end up hurting or extinguishing or competing with other men. We say, well, that's fine because that's gender theory. So you can code the exact same negative stereotypes about Black males under two different categories. Under race is rejected, but under gender it's accepted. And that's why I argue that it's been incentivized and snuck into many of the ways that we analyze the group itself.
So as we as a concluding sort of thought, then how would you then suggest we interpret what's going on now? So we hear a lot of conversation, whether it's around Black Lives Matter, whether it's around violence in Chicago, whether it's around mass incarceration or police brutality in general, or people finding ways to struggle, as the prominence of intersectionality prevails. You know, what would then you suggest we do, or what does your book then suggest we do, analytically at least, to better understand what's going on?
Well, two things happen in the book. First, I think we have to diagnose the logic of intersectionality that's actually being utilized by Black Lives Matter. It's not just intersectionality. It's actually a theory that was introduced in 2008 under the term of intersectional invisibility. So the logic of intersectional invisibility suggests, and this is from the actual article, that Black men are non-prototypical men, in this case because they're responding to Sidonaeus' theory of social dominance, actually have privilege in a patriarchal society. Because they are more prototypical, like the patriarch, because they are male, they are also killed more. So the indication of their privilege is in fact their death. I find that to be a deplorable frame of understanding males. And let me explain why. If it is the case that non-prototypical men or racialized men are killed because they're more like the patriarch, and that is an indication of their privilege, while in the exact same society, women who are killed by the patriarch, even if they align with the race of the dominant male class, is subordinated, then it means that there is no value or there is no calculus by which we can ascertain the disadvantage of men within that society. So even in a case like genocide, we would suggest that men are targeted in genocide, in acts of genocide, because they're more prototypical to the genocidal males that are incurring the force. Said differently, it means that no amount of violence or force can ever indicate the levels of oppression that males suffer in a patriarchal society. Violence is only indicative for the oppression that females suffer in that society. So that contradiction is what runs throughout the ways that we've seen some of the popular discourses about say her name versus say his name perform throughout Black Lives Matter. So even though you have disparities, huge disparities, in the numbers of Black men that are killed per year, right, between 290 to 300 in some cases, versus in low years, 9 to say 20 of Black women, the argument becomes, well, Black men are patriarchal when you talk about them because you're centering your attention of them. That's the way that we say it in terms of our hashtag. But what you're really saying is that Black men are patriarchal because our attention to them is focusing on men in a patriarchal society because those men are killed because they're men. So we have to focus on non-prototypical bodies, which would be females. Now, I find this whole kind of calculus silly because what we're ultimately talking about in terms of police brutality is the imposition of one group having power over another group. And the fact that males are disproportionately affected by it doesn't mean that they're privileged. It means that we have to create new frames to understand why patriarchal societies target racialized men. Luckily, this analysis has already been done by people like Jim Sidonaitis, who argues that in patriarchal society, capitalistic patriarchal societies, the biggest threat to racial endogamy, the ability of white people to reproduce and marry other white people, are racialized males, which is why we see more lethal violence historically throughout the world, not just Black people, but also in Muslims and immigrant racial populations directed towards that group. He calls that the subordinate male target hypothesis. So there are theories that have answered intersectionality. Intersectional visibility was actually written as a response to social dominance theory because of just the wealth of empirical evidence that was put forth by Sidonaitis. But at the same time, this has not made its way to humanities and liberal arts. So what the Man Not tries to do is supplement Sidonaitis' work in terms of the lethality in terms of the lethal violence that racialized men suffer in patriarchal societies with an analysis of the sexual history that makes them vulnerable. And the Man Not, suggesting they are not men, not human, and always in a dehumanized position in relation to other bodies, is an extension of those clinical findings or psychological findings in relationship to history, economics, domestic abuse, and archival research, which talks about the invention of gender or the development of gender through the 19th century.
All right, so I'm going to try one concluding thought. You tell me how close I am to getting it right, and then we'll have to get out of here for now. In other words, if I understand what you're arguing here, despite some popular conversation, Black men don't have a particular power over Black women and suffer higher rates of violence from the state, not because they have a particular power over Black women, but because they have they present a particular threat to the ability of white people to reproduce. Is that what?
That would be Sidonaitis. That's close. That's Sidonaitis' view of social dominance. Right. My view would be that the higher levels of violence that Black men experience, lethal violence, be it homicide, police brutality, incarceration, unemployment, underemployment, etc., is the result of a framework of white supremacy that utilizes patriarchy to identify racialized males as threats to not only the biological reproduction of the white race, but also the cultural reproduction of themselves. And we see this not only in terms of Sidonaitis' work in social dominance, but also the historical reproduction of racist tropes. When we do comparative analysis with something like the Holocaust, we see that Nazis made the exact same argument against Jewish men. So what I am arguing is that the Man Not frame and the concept of phallicism, which I'm developing in the second book, can be used to explain how in Western capitalist patriarchal societies, racially subjugated males end up being the largest victims of patriarchy in terms of lethal violence.
Well, Dr. Tommy Curry, there's a lot you put on the table, a lot for us to digest, and we will have to continue this conversation another time. I greatly appreciate you coming on with us and breaking this down. Look forward to getting more deeply into the book. The book again, The Man Not, Race, Class, Genre, and the Dilemmas of Black Manhood. Dr. Tommy Curry, to you and all our audience, as always, we say thanks for joining us. And to you, we say peace if you're willing to fight for it, as Fred Hampton used to say. So peace, and we'll catch you in the whirlwind. Thanks a lot, my man.
I mix what I like, what I like, what I like.
Yeah, I haven't watched the former Black Power media, Black Liberation media, in probably a year or two now. But I I don't think this is the only interview that that Jared Ball has done with Tommy Curry. Let me see if any others pop up here. Hold on one sec here. Let's see what we got. Oops.
Democratically inclined, right?
I don't know. This might be a reading of it. So I'll copy this link and drop it into the chat. JDub might be worth. This might actually be the audiobook, but I don't know. Can you read 234 pages in an hour and a half? So there's that link. I'll put it in the other chat. But anyway, folks, hit the link. This actually got some comments from the chat. If you want to come out and talk about this, that is fine. I'd be interested. Webster, your comments are interesting. I don't know. Maybe you're a to use the word. Maybe you're a tether, and your Black culture is different than my Black culture. You know, that's always possible, I guess. So there's a lot of Tommy Curry out there. If you're interested in going farther, I've known about him for quite some time. So that's that. I think it's let's see. They got rid of Tommy Curry for simply speaking on men's issue, which lets you know how deep rooted the gay matriarchy is. Nah, I think that's idiotic, to be honest, Webster. I think that it wasn't matriarchy. I understand where you're going with the matriarchy, but you need to keep that bullshit over on Hood Servitus channel, where matriarchy is, you know, basically what men whine about. And you can always come up here and debate me on that topic, though I don't do debates. Let's see, not a tether just to do that. Dude, hey, now I do agree. You're a free thinker. You are untethered to rational thought or critical thinking. I will give you that. You are free. You are free. Free from reality. So anyway, let's go ahead and see what's in the news. And if this is actually interesting. And then we'll just look at some quick news sources, some news aggregators, and then we'll move on to Scheherazade Ali. But this actually got my attention here. Amazon says new warehouse robot can feel items but won't replace workers. Who believes that? Unfortunately, there's not a reader here. It says there's a video here. Let's see what we got. Oh, hold on. Let's do this video. Let's expand it.
Amazon's new robot, Vulcan, doesn't look like a person or move like one.
This is the robotic gripper. This is the hand. These are paddles that can squeeze the item.
But it's doing a job that until now only people at Amazon could do, stowing thousands of items into bins.
Our hands are one of those most amazing parts of our bodies. And it's that physical intelligence, that physical AI
Ooh,
that we're
director
trying to get to the
robotics.
Vulcan
I'd like that
robots.
job.
While other robots rely on cameras, Vulcan is Amazon's first robot that's able to feel the items it touches, meaning it can handle way more items than past robots, choosing and placing them accurately.
So on a single shelf, you might be able to create a certain size space, maybe for a dog toy, but not for a basketball. The robot is doing that assessment.
So as Amazon empowers some of its 750,000 plus robots with more and more skills like ours, is Vulcan the robot that could finally eliminate the need for Amazon's human workforce?
There may be a reduction in workforce.
There may be
workers will still
reductions.
be needed and the workers will be more efficient.
We went to
you know
Spokane,
what?
Washington to get the world's first look at Vulcan.
Simon, if
fully
that
in use
means
on a
I have
warehouse
to be
floor,
cool
and
with
ask
you,
its lead
sure, you're a
creator
human
exactly how
being.
it works, why it's a game changer, and what's stopping robots from
I
replacing
like
all the
that you
people at
came
Amazon
up with the
warehouses
term.
like this one.
Sounds like you are indeed thinking for yourself. Definitely a free thinker.
So the warehouse is
Simon
2.6 million square feet.
Two
It has
is free of
2,500 full and part-time
masculinity.
employees.
Those employees are handling 3.5 million items every week here, with a lot of help from thousands of robots. Amazon says globally, robots help with 75% of all orders.
Amazon is one of the most advanced robot users in the world. Now, robot warehouses are an astonishing thing.
There's some 5,000 robotic drive units here,
Wow.
ferrying packages around and tall yellow bins filled with items.
Instead of a human being going to get the product from the shelf comes to the human being.
Except for some drive units, most of Amazon's robots, including Vulcan, operate behind a fence.
To make sure that everyone around them is safe.
Robotic arms like Cardinal, Robin, and the newer Sparrow have been moving items and packages around in Amazon warehouses since 2021. But those primarily rely on cameras for detection and suction for grasp.
So we give the robot a sense of touch using a sensor that measures force in all three directions.
Aaron Parnes spent 10 years developing robotics for space at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory before joining Amazon in 2019. Now he leads the team that developed Vulcan. When the idea first came up, he thought it was impossible.
There was a recent PhD graduate who was trying to get the robot to stow items into the fabric pods. My first impression was, oh, how naive. The real world is going to teach this new grad that robots can't do these things.
Then the team came up with the Gripper with a special sensor and some key movement capabilities.
Like sweeping the items to one side. And I had this pivot from, this is never going to work to, oh my gosh, this is the future.
The final result, Vulcan, is a 3-part system. An employee puts an item from these yellow bins onto a conveyor where it's picked up by the first part, a moving robotic structure called a gantry.
Which is a robot that moves horizontally and vertically. We'll take that bag of Skittles and put it into our buffer wall. It waits there until the robot makes a match. So the robot brain is looking for an opportunity where it can create enough space to put that bag of Skittles.
Next, it's picked up by this robotic round foam disc.
We affectionately call that the squash turner. So it reorients the item, kind of like it sounds. Things like books where you want the titles facing out, or things where you need to align it so that it'll fit in the space.
Finally, the item is picked up by the Gripper.
It has conveyor belts built in, and so the item feeds forward and backward. So the Gripper has a sense of force on its grasp axis as well. So we don't squeeze a bag of Skittles as strongly as we squeeze a physics textbook.
That precise amount of pressure and torque is determined by an AI-powered sensor. This is the sense of touch that until now, experts say hasn't been put into commercial use in robotics.
The other thing that's super cool here is this guy. It's an extended sort of spatula, and the force sensor, the thing that we're feeling the world, sits right behind here, right on that spatula.
This new ability to adjust pressure means Vulcan can handle up to 75% of the 1 million unique items in inventory here in Spokane. Amazon's Sparrow robotic arm can handle some 60% of items, while Robin and Cardinal only manipulate packages.
We're also using generative AI to predict how the items are going to move. So if I push on the t-shirt, is it going to compress? Versus if I push on the bowling ball.
Vulcan's final step, finding the perfect spot to stow the item, adds some major efficiency gains for Amazon.
One of the use cases we have for AI is predicting how much space we can make in a bin, and then taking the right item that maximizes the filling of that predicted space.
So a bit like Tetris.
It is a bit like Tetris.
There is one robot you won't see all over the warehouse floor. In 2023, Amazon announced Digit, a humanoid robot by Agility Robotics that it's testing to help organize and move totes. In 2024, CNBC saw Digit being tested, but it's a long way off from being deployed at scale.
These robots don't need to be limited by a human form. They can be better than us. So why not have wheels? And that's the question, is why are you putting legs on the thing? Why are you making it a humanoid form when there are better shapes?
Vulcan, meanwhile, is not at all humanoid.
Does Vulcan represent a moment where robotics have gone from gimmick to real-world application?
To me, it doesn't matter if the robot has legs or wheels or it's bolted to the floor. I think the thing that makes the robot useful is having that sense of touch so that it can interact in high contact and high clutter environments. That's the tipping point for me, and I think we're right there, and it's so exciting.
Amazon says Vulcan operates at about the same speed as a human for now, but it also doesn't need to rest.
We have downtime for maintenance and repairs and those kinds of things, but the robot is able to operate, 20 hours a day.
Which begs the question, why wouldn't Amazon replace all its workers with robots?
If you build a terribly complicated automated system and it breaks, then everything stops. Taking out the last human is so expensive, it's so disruptive. It would be a huge investment and an enormous risk.
Instead, Amazon says Vulcan will create more jobs that are higher skilled, saying it spent more than $1.2 billion on free training to upskill 350,000
Yep, they're going
of
to
its
teach him
workers
to
in the last 5
code.
years.
The new jobs are going to be in maintaining and operating the robots, in installing and building the robots.
I think it will be an increase in more interesting jobs and a decrease in the dull, the dirty, and dangerous.
Humans and robotics will need to be working closely together.
In her 16 months at Amazon, Carrie Freitas-Hardy has moved from picking to working with the robots, helping when they run into issues.
It would be many decades off to have them just come in and take over. So at this point, it's more exciting.
Oh, so she used to be an order
because
picker?
that is where it does increase jobs.
She needs to be very afraid.
Freitas-Hardy says she's not making more money
Wait till
in
they
her new
get
role.
a
But Amazon
robot
does
to
have a free
do her.
mechatronics and robotics apprenticeship program, which it says typically leads to pay increases of about 40% in new roles like those at a fulfillment center in Louisiana.
There are 10 times more robots than you would find in a building like we're in today. They have the same 2,500 full-time, part-time workers that we have here, but 30% more of those jobs are
Well, I
high-skilled
don't know if they're going to be
technical
cook broke genius, but you better be getting your coding and you'll
One
need
reason Vulcan can't replace people is
you'll
that it
need a
only handles
code.
items up to 8
You'll need to be able to
and
code
certain
and
shapes like
turn a
round
wrench.
objects are hard to manage. But it does move fast, which is why it'll remain behind this fence.
Because we want to go super fast at stowing items,
And
the
they're
robot's moving quickly, and so
That
it
fence
is much
is
safer
not
just to keep it
there.
behind a fence.
Hold on one sec
The
here.
robotic
That
drive units
fence,
on the floor with workers
that fence is not there to protect the people from the robots. It's to protect the robots from the people. there's some people that want to get after those robots. Like, you're taking my job, you bucket of bolts.
are controlled by QR codes and radio signals coming from special vests worn by workers like Freitas-Hardy, so they know to slow down and avoid her.
So our pods are moving at quite a little bit of a pace, and you do not want to get run into by a pod. It could drag you around the floor. So again, safety is key here.
In fact, one of Vulcan's key objectives is to improve worker safety by stowing and picking in the less ergonomic high and low shelves. Limiting workers to mid-height shelves, the so-called power zone, could lower the chance for worker injuries. Amazon has long struggled with injury rates far higher than those at other warehouses, although Amazon claims those rates have improved significantly.
It's all day long and repetitive motions. I'm up and down the ladder, I'm squatting, I'm lunging. I hurt my knee because I was personally doing some bad body mechanics. I know that as a picker, if I had an innovation like this where I could have stayed within my hours,
Broke Genius,
my days would have been just
you know
so much
what?
easier.
One of our key
Probably
metrics we look
right.
at is safety. So
But
what percentage of
never
the
know.
stows is it doing to the top 3 or 4 rows where the employee would have to reach
I
overhead?
suspect
We
there'll
have a
just be
plan
more
for that
time
metric
for
to get to
flowing and
100%.
blowing
The
and
hardest part of
hanging
doing
out
this
on
job, I
YouTube.
would say, is the repetitiveness.
Stower Daniel DeMaio has been at Amazon more than 11 years.
I expect everything to be fully automated within 10 years. I mean, absolutely, the way technology is going. And
This guy
it has to
reminds
be
me
because of customer demand, I'm sure.
Mavid, actually.
But at
I
least for
don't know
now,
why.
experts say fully automated warehouses without humans aren't coming anytime soon.
We used to call them dark warehouses, dark factories. We don't tend to talk about those anymore. Humans are so flexible. There's so much that a human can do that now very much we think about how can I bring in robots without having to make my
Webster,
At one point, there were rumors of
manufacturing's
fully
not
dark
coming
warehouses
back.
that were all
You need to get it
automated,
through
24 hours a day.
your
That's still in the future.
skulls.
No, not at all. Like, I don't believe in 100% automation.
Manufacturing, some of
If
it
we
may
had to
come
get
back,
Vulcan
but
to do
it'll pretty
100% of
much
the
be
stows
like
and picks,
this in
it would never
2028.
happen.
So if jobs won't be eliminated, what is the big ROI for robots like Vulcan?
Product returns are incredibly high and product returns are incredibly expensive. Some of them will be because the wrong thing was put in the box. And if you can reduce that, that's a real cost saving straight away.
For now, Vulcan is only in 2 warehouses, this one in Spokane and one in Hamburg, Germany. And it's processed about 500,000
Yeah,
orders.
still gonna need
Existing
about
robotic
10
arms like
humans,
Robin
and
have
what are you
sorted
gonna
about
do
4
with the
billion
other
packages.
300?
Amazon wouldn't
I
disclose how much
suspect
it
they're all
costs
gonna
to
get
develop Vulcan,
YouTube
but it
channels.
says it took 3 years and a team that's grown to 250 people. And Parnas says Vulcan is a huge business opportunity.
But Vulcan can interact with the world in a more human-like manner. And that gives us a lot more process paths that we can use automation to bring down the cost that our customer pays and the speed with which we can deliver those products to our customers.
All right. Let's see. The rise of live stream shopping on Amazon Live, TikTok, and YouTube. Huh. Oh no, this might be worth watching too.
Miriam Sandler and her husband up their kids' playroom.
You know what?
21 products. 21 products.
Sounds rather musical. They won't be dancing no more. So let's see here. What are these people doing? Here, let me mute it for a bit so we can get around the music maybe.
Get me live.
Instead of TV, she's going live
You're all set. One.
on Amazon.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I'm so excited to be live with you.
Hey, I've
I'm
got
Miriam
a ring
Sandler,
light
and the
like
face
that.
behind Mother Could.
Think of it like the home shopping network for Gen Z and millennials. Entirely online, hosted by famous creators like Sandler, who have millions of followers across social platforms.
You know what? This sounds like the kind of job that someone like Simon Plemon would do. Selling like his type of products, basically. Mostly baby clothes and booty shorts. Webster, I don't agree with you there. I think that you are being rather hopeful. So you and I'll just disagree. I'm not going to get into the details. I'm kind of bored with that manufacturing will come back sort of argument. If you've noticed, Amazon doesn't manufacture much. That was an order fulfillment center or distribution center. They weren't producing anything. I do not think manufacturing is going to come back and reshape the American economy. There's nothing to suggest that. Millions of people have a ring light like that. Probably true. Uh, I just got it like a month ago, and I bought it specifically for a couple shows that I had to be live on camera with. So thank you for confirming that I'm like millions of other people, Simon. So anyway, let us move on. We'll do a quick scan of the news, and then we'll do Scheherazade Ali. And I think it's going to be another slow news day. I probably went through most of it. We talked about Pakistan being missile struck by India. Pakistan claims to have downed Indian warplanes, vows response to strikes. With ceremony and secrecy, the conclave for a new pope is about to begin. I watched the conclave a couple weeks ago. It was on Amazon. It was kind of entertaining. And oddly enough, it was appropriate. Came out just in time. I think it's worth a watch if you're into Catholic Pope selecting conclaves. If not, don't worry about it. GOP senators buck Trump's pick for DC attorney. I already did that. Brazil's soy farmers may reap the rewards of Trump's tariffs on China. Yeah, importing soy from Brazil. Trump team urged Ukraine to take U.S. deportees. Did that. GOP to grill universities beyond the Ivy League about anti-Semitism. Yeah, okay. Not uninteresting. GOP is going to lose that one eventually. China's Xi heads to Moscow for Putin's parade amid deepening ties. Yeah, Trump doesn't seem to be able to wedge between that love affair. Supreme Court lets Trump ban transgender troops while case continues. Yeah, she looks like a boy. Athletes who had super fine outfits at the Met Gala. All right, well, let's move on. New York Times. Oddly enough, I guess I did most of the interesting stories. India is at the top of the news. So we kind of did that one. Canada is not for sale. I didn't do this one. So for those who thought we were going to buy Canada, let's hear what their newest prime minister has to say.
Carney tells
Oh, you know what? Let's do this. Let's watch this first. Oh, wait. There's no sound to it, so let's do that.
Trump Canada is not for sale during White House visit. This article is by Martina Stevens-Gridneff and Tyler Pager and read by an automated voice. Prime Minister Mark Carney of Canada had one key goal in his high-stakes meeting with President Trump on Tuesday. He needed to say, in no uncertain terms, that Canada is not going to become the 51st U.S. state, while avoiding a public fight. And he succeeded. As you know from real estate, there are some places that are not for sale, Mr. Carney said solemnly. It's not for sale. It won't be for sale ever, he added. Never say never, Mr. Trump replied. But the moment's potency had been diffused, and Mr. Trump clearly was not interested in having a fight with Mr. Carney, whom he praised for his stunning electoral victory just a few days ago. The relationship between the neighbors, allies, and top trading partners has been at a historic low since Mr. Trump's re-election, because of his decision to impose tariffs on Canadian goods and his constant refrain that he wants to make Canada part of the United States. Less than an hour before Mr. Carney arrived at the White House, Mr. Trump unloaded on Canada in a bellicose post on Truth Social, repeating his frequent criticisms that the country was too dependent on the United States. We don't need anything they have, other than their friendship, which hopefully we will always maintain, Mr. Trump wrote. They, on the other hand, need everything from us. But Mr. Trump struck a much more conciliatory tone once the two leaders sat down in the Oval Office. Mr. Trump congratulated Mr. Carney on his election, praising his campaign as one of the greatest comebacks in the history of politics. He did not mention that Mr. Carney had won on an anti-Trump platform. We have some tough points to go over, and that'll be fine, Mr. Trump said. After the leaders concluded their working lunch, Mr. Trump sounded positively charmed by the Canadian leader, calling him a terrific guy. It went very well. No, we had a very great meeting. No tension, the president told reporters. Not getting Zelensky ed. As the public portion of their meeting came to a close, Mr. Trump contrasted this visit with the disastrous one that Mr. Carney took pains not to replicate. The Oval Office meeting in February between Mr. Trump and President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine. We had another little blow-up with somebody else, Mr. Trump said. That was a much different. This is a very friendly conversation. Over the course of a half-hour meeting in front of the cameras, Mr. Carney spoke just 3 times after delivering his opening remarks. Mr. Trump dominated the airtime, mostly with comments that veered off topic, including criticism of former President Barack Obama and Governor Gavin Newsom of California. He also teased a, quote, very, very big announcement, though he declined to provide any details beyond saying he would make it in the coming days. Mr. Carney took an opportunity to use humor to improve the mood, something he does often. Mr. President, I'm at the edge of my seat, he said with a smile. Mr. Trump also announced the United States would stop bombing the Houthi militia in Yemen because the group said it did not want to fight anymore. Oman's foreign minister later posted on social media that the country had mediated a ceasefire between the Houthis and the United States. Flattery and preparation. Mr. Carney's ability to survive his first public interaction with Mr. Trump relatively unscathed came down to intense preparation, something Mr. Carney is known for from his days as central bank governor of Canada and later Britain, and learning lessons from Mr. Trump's previous meetings with foreign leaders. He started off by flattering Mr. Trump. You are a transformational president, focused on the economy, with a relentless focus on the American worker, security, borders, ending the scourge of fentanyl and other opioids, and securing the world, Mr. Carney said. He then took care to choose the moment to deliver his rebuke of Mr. Trump's 51st state talk, and he spoke firmly but not aggressively when he did so. And he let many of Mr. Trump's inflammatory references slide instead of rebuking them one by one. Mr. Trump said that Canadians would enjoy great benefits, including a massive tax cut, if Canada were to join the United States. Canadians generally pay higher taxes than Americans. Their taxes fund a robust social welfare system and are more comparable to those in continental Europe. Mr. Carney was also spared interventions from Mr. Trump's top officials. Vice President J.D. Vance and the other top American officials stayed largely quiet during the meeting, unlike the contentious encounter with Mr. Zelensky, during which Mr. Vance berated the Ukrainian leader. And the Canadian Prime Minister clearly benefited from Mr. Trump's thinking more highly of him than he does of his predecessor, Justin Trudeau. Mr. Trump and Mr. Trudeau had a public falling out in 2018, and the relationship never recovered. Mr. Trump's lasting animus toward Mr. Trudeau was again on display on Tuesday, with Mr. Trump referring to him as Governor Trudeau. No breakthroughs. After their public remarks in the Oval Office, Mr. Trump and Mr. Carney went on to a private working lunch, flanked by some of their top advisors and ministers. They spent much of that meeting discussing foreign affairs, including Russia, Ukraine, and Iran, as well as tariffs and how to move ahead in their talks to better their trading relationship. Canada and the United States, together with Mexico, share a free trade agreement that now lies in tatters. Mr. Trump has said that trade with Canada overly favors Canada and hurts the United States. The United States has applied a 25% tariff on Canadian goods that are not covered by the free trade agreement between the two countries and Mexico, as well as steel and aluminum exports, and a 10% tariff on energy and potash exports. While many important goods, such as auto parts, have been exempted, the tariffs are still having a significant effect on the Canadian economy. Canada has retaliated by imposing tariffs of its own on American goods, standing as the only country besides China to do so. Speaking to the press after the lunch, Mr. Carney struck a cautiously optimistic tone. "We have a lot of more work to do," he said. "I'm not trying to suggest that we can have one meeting and everything is changed. But now we're engaged." He predicted there'd be lengthy discussions over removing tariffs and creating a new deal between the two countries. "There will be zigzags," he said. Speaking later in the afternoon, Mr. Trump downplayed tensions with Canada and Mexico. "We get along very well with both," he said. "They just gotta pay a little more money, you know?"
Yeah, a little more money. So I'm gonna move on. Let's see. Hold on one sec here. Shuffling around some stories. All right, so this is from Ground News again. Essentially, Trump says only 21 hostages held by Hamas in Gaza now believed to be alive. So on May 6, 2025, Donald Trump reported that out of the 24 individuals held hostage by Hamas in Gaza, 3 have died, leaving 21 believed to be alive. This update follows recent talks between Hamas and the United States and revisions of earlier reports that all 24 hostages were alive. Hamas announced it would free Aiden Alexander, a living American-Israeli hostage, along with returning the remains of 4 other captives who died while in their custody. Trump said, as of today, it's 21, 3 have died, and added there's 21 plus a lot of dead bodies, referring to the hostages. Israel approved plans to seize Gaza, the Gaza Strip, aiming to recover hostages and destroy Hamas, a move that could expand operations and face international opposition. Yeah, well, I don't know what to say about that other than I don't think Israel's going to be able to destroy Hamas. So we'll see how that goes. Stanley, don't act like you can read human behavior. I didn't say you're a human, Simon. I said you're a book. I can read you. You're not human. You're a book. Let's see. This is a torrent of insults. Yes, millions of people have that light, but I don't expect a tard like you to notice anything that takes place outside a book. Yeah, okay. Well, do better, son. Do better. So, Tennessee governor vetoes easier denial of parole bill, his first since taking office. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee vetoed SB, I'm not going to read all them numbers, on Monday, blocking a bill to remove parole board limitations. The bill, sponsored by Republicans, including Representative Rick Scarborough, aimed to expand parole denial beyond 22 violent crimes under the 2021 Reentry Success Act. The legislation received strong bipartisan approval in both chambers, 75-16 in the House, 22-4 in the Senate. It was supported by the state's Association of District Attorneys General, with no debates or amendments during the process. Governor Lee argued that the bill would reverse progress made in reducing repeat offenses, emphasizing that addressing recidivism is essential to effectively combat crime, and expressed trust in the current parole system safeguards. Representative Scarborough plans to seek a veto override in January, reflecting legislative intent to revisit the measure despite Lee's veto and GOP supermajority. Huh. Is Bill Lee a Democrat? Huh. I can't believe he vetoed that bill. I'll have to look him up. I honestly don't keep up with Tennessee politics. Let's see. Scott Bessent says that there could be trade deals, could announce trade deals with some countries this week. Apparently, some countries have decided to bend a knee. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent indicated that the administration may finalize significant trade agreements with major trading partners within the coming days in Washington 2025. These potential agreements arise after President Trump imposed sweeping tariffs starting April 2nd, 2025, which prompted many countries to make offers amid ongoing tensions with China. Bessent detailed that the U.S. is actively negotiating with 17 of its 18 import trading partners, aiming to reduce tariffs, currency manipulation, and subsidies to restore fair trade. He noted that the United States is engaged in trade discussions with nearly all of its 18 key trading partners and anticipates that between 80 and 90% of agreements will be finalized by the end of the year. I was hoping he would do this before Christmas so our dolls for our daughters won't be so expensive. If concluded, these deals would reshape global trade dynamics, support high-paying U.S. manufacturing jobs. Totally disagree with that. I don't think manufacturing's coming back, and signal progress despite unresolved issues with China and tariff cost debates. Some manufacturing will come back, but it'll be very little. Trump is just dreaming. Hey, Ryan.
Oh, hi. It was my cue because I heard trade deals.
Uh-huh.
There's currently, just for the cat, just for everyone, there's 0 trade deals. This is the biggest load of shit. I'm sorry. This is the biggest. It's absolute garbage. There's no trade deals. The shortest trade deal we've ever done.
No. Hold on.
Months to work out.
Hold on. The story says there could be trade deals coming soon.
Okay. I just want to say the shortest trade deal we ever did in terms of how long it took to write the deal was 18 months. Okay. And that was with
hold it.
Singapore.
Are you talking the past or the future?
I'm talking to do a trade deal. It's hard. There's a lot of complication, right? So Trump is lying. Right? Bessent's lying. These people are idiots. They're idiots. To do a trade deal, it's there's a lot of minutia. There's a lot of difficulty. There's a lot of international law. The shortest one we've ever done in terms of how long it took to create the deal was 18 months. Okay. So there's all these ridiculous conversations about trade deals. By the way, our exports are down in every port across the country because, of this stupid tariff idea. Manufacturing is going to take years to come online. They're building a steel mill in Ohio. It's taken 2.5 years so far. This is the dumbest. It's the worst policy I've seen, whatever it is, forever. I don't think there's a dumber way to do this than what he's done. So I want to have Trump impeached.
You probably weighed all this when you voted for Trump, right?
Oh, don't even start that. If I thought he was this dumb, and he would put such incompetent.
You didn't hear me before the election?
Well, listen, I didn't think that he'd be this boneheaded.
I've been telling you he was dumb for quite some for quite some months.
Listen, Stanley, I didn't believe you, but he's well. Okay, so I'm looking at the last go round. I don't think we've had it's been a couple passes where we've had a competent president, but I didn't think he was this stupid. And I saw him talking to Carney yesterday, and if I was a Canadian prime minister, if I was Carney sitting there, I would have been like, this guy is an idiot. Like, he was insulting, but he was also stupid on most of the things he was saying. Like, he doesn't understand how I don't think he understands how trade works. I don't think he understands it.
No, I
truly don't. He's that dumb.
Days ago, though,
it's remarkable.
He said a couple days ago that he's got good people around him. Essentially, he doesn't need to understand it.
They're stupid. He doesn't. I mean, the other thing is, when we import a lot more stuff than we export, what do we export? We export the US dollar, which is it's the key to everything. And this idiot doesn't even understand that because he's an idiot. And then everybody trades the dollar around the world. It gives us tremendous power. And, because we want to make T-shirts here. We want to make little electronic bullshit parts here. And the other thing is, he's worried about China. Look at where your shirts are made. Half Apple shit. Apple shares are fine because half the shit's made in Vietnam. Half the shit's made in every other country but China. People have been pulling out of China for years. Okay? I'm talking 10 years.
Well, they've been pulling out of China because China was making demands like, we need to have back doors into your software and all that stuff.
Well, that's part of it. The other part of it is, like, if you're a planning company looking down the road, you know that China's demographically about to collapse in 10 years because the workforce is going to age out. So you go, I mean, they got, 700 million workers in China, right? If they lose a tenth of their workforce, just a tenth retires, right? Just a tenth. Right. You're talking about, what is that, 70 million people? The U.S. has 100 million full-time workers right now. That is literally our entire country.
Let me put it to you this way. For all the people who are like, China, like Glenn Lowry, for instance, he's been going on for years about how China is some major problem that's, down the road. Glenn Lowry's wrong. China has internal problems. Even with this trade war, I didn't do the story. I didn't talk about the story, but China's having to kind of bend over backwards to keep people happy within its borders. The tariffs are having an effect internally, but they, unlike the United States, don't have to listen to their people. They don't.
They'll just starve. They'll starve them all day.
Well,
don't care.
No. They'll you'll be eating oatmeal every day. At least your belly's full. Stop complaining that you don't have sugar to put on the oatmeal.
Xi just passed overnight. He just passed several measures to prop up their economy, which tells you it's hurting them too, right? Like it is.
Of course it is.
Yeah, it's hurting them too. So, but we're not feeling the effects yet. And in fact, imports are up because they're front end loading.
Christmas toys are already affected. I've heard another story that I didn't really concentrate on, talking about how their orders for, pre-orders for Christmas toys that are already being canceled.
Yeah.
So, Trump better pray that Christmas toys don't get out of control price-wise, because if they do, he's toast. And so is MAGA. MAGA better not be the Grinch.
Matt, listen, this is it. I mean, I'm telling you right now, by midsummer, a month from now, we're going to be falling off. By midsummer, this is going to be a disaster. I promise.
Dude, they're already charging like 30. I read another story that I didn't do. Maybe I should just start making it more news and less videos. Like somebody was complaining about paying $30 for for 16 ounces of olive oil.
Yeah, I pay a
I was
lot for
like,
mine
you
too.
paid what? Don't you know
Yeah, it ain't cheap.
California Olive Ranch? California Olive Ranch is a decent olive oil. It's domestic. You don't
Yeah,
have
that's
to pay
actually a good
30
one, and
bucks.
it's organic.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
I, I
You
buy
don't have to
Panorama,
pay 30
something.
bucks. Just get domestic olive oil.
You can get a gallon of it. It's a big container, and it good
Let me look
dipping
at
olive oil. On I think it's about $65. I get it
hey.
online. It's a big jug of it. It's
Oh
from
yeah,
Italy.
you can get it from Amazon. Hey, Webster, but
Well,
you
it's
know
about to
what?
cost about $300. So
Hey, Webster,
it's about to cost
y'all
300
gonna
bucks.
keep crying and claim he's the Grinch anyway? Well, it's even better when he really is the Grinch and we don't have to do the anyway part. This is, and I told you, MAGA's gonna go the way of the Tea Party. There'll be something that grows on the from the roots, but it won't exactly be MAGA, but it'll be MAGA like. MAGA's gonna die this Christmas if people have to
It'll be
pay.
dead before that. I mean, the
If
idiots will
people,
still be screaming how great it is, but it's
if people have to pay $30 for one little Matchbox car, or if you got to pay $100 for your son's Hot Wheels car, there's gonna be hell to pay.
other the main steel, like, and to build out all this stuff he wants to build out, you need steel and aluminum. He's got massive tariffs on them because it's coming from everywhere else. I can go down the list of stupid things that this guy's doing, and I'm talking. It is detailed and long. It's tremendous, actually. It's amazing how you can't fuck this up more than he has. You cannot fuck it up.
Oh, it can get worse.
No, and nobody's feeling it yet. But I'm telling you, what happened.
And you know what? If you hadn't voted for him, Kamala would have won.
Don't even start that.
You
Listen, man.
You were the deciding vote.
Imports, not in Maryland, buddy. Not in Maryland. It's going blue. But look, man, I'm telling you, imports are up right now because people are front end loading. They brought in a lot of stuff. That's going to implode. Okay.
Yeah.
Exports are down. U.S. exports are down in every port in the United States. Okay.
Yeah. Because of
everywhere.
the reciprocal tariffs.
Sure. I mean, well,
like I don't know what he was thinking. Like other countries, did he really think other countries were not gonna counter?
I don't think he cares because I think he has a plan of getting rid of income tax. Like
it's not. Wait, how? If imports are down, how is he gonna fund that?
You're so stupid he is. The idea by some, and I think Trump's one of them, is he's going to tariff everything, and it'll generate enough money to pay for the federal government, and you can get rid of income tax. Some people think that's like pre-19. That's pre-1900, 1800s. That's what they did, right?
Yeah, but
he thinks
hold on
that's going to work.
Okay, this is maybe how misdirected people can be. So he's not going to tax you directly, via the IRS. He's going to tax you with the cash register.
That's their idea, exactly. And I've heard that proposed before. This is the dumbest way to do it.
The thing is that at least you get to choose. Hey, I'm not going to buy that because it's too expensive. So you get a little bit of choice, I guess, if you want to put it that way, in how you're taxed at the cash register. But you know what? All I can say, and look at Webster here. But when Biden caused the baby formula to not be on the shelves, you heard no crying from Democrats. You know what? I didn't get a chance to clip that little segment I did about whataboutism yesterday. But that is like, y'all, you hood conservative folks are masters at whataboutism. I almost missed that whataboutism. It was so subtle.
I try to, and Stanley, I think he's the same guy that made the comment about other countries paying the tariffs. They're not going to pay them. This is similar. It's my same argument for corporate taxes. It gets transferred to the consumer at some point. Tariffs end up on consumer. Any costs you throw on business in a competitive environment end up with the buyer of the product. So people don't buy them because it's too much money, right?
Right.
Ultimately, I think Webster said that yesterday, and I'm like, nope.
Well, let me put it to you this way. Webster, 0% of whatever it is you think Trump is going to accomplish will be accomplished. He will not get rid of federal income tax. Who cares whether Biden caused the gas and groceries to increase by 50%, and you guys were silent. Goddamn right we were silent. He's our guy. Trump is not our guy, so we're going to be biased, or at least I am, and complain about it. Welcome to American politics, son. Did you think we were going to be fair?
And I'm not, by the way, Webster, Stanley will tell you I'm not a Trumper. I'm sorry. I voted for Trump.
Oh, yeah, you are. You voted for him. Stanley, you have to remind the Democrats how hypocritical they are. Well, Webster, I will do that after I remind them how hypocritical MAGA is. Y'all voted against your own interest just to fucking be cruel to illegal immigrants, and you got your wish. Congratulations. It's not quite. I don't
know if that's.
I'm not quite ready to say I told you so and do a whole I told you so show, but I imagine probably after Christmas, when they're like Christmas revolts, people are going to be picketing over toys that are.
You're full of it. You even said that the border was ridiculous.
It's going to be the great toy revolt of 2025.
Oh, it'll be more than that.
It's gonna be the 2025 Christmas riots.
Well, just imagine if there's a 20% tariff on average, that means everything is 20% more expensive, roughly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's a 20% tariff, right? That's.
Well, you know what? Do you think StreamYard fees will go up 20% too?
Everything will go up by that. Their costs will go up. I mean, everything's going up, probably more.
If my electricity goes up by 20%, I'm going to be pissed. Oh, by the way, guess how much my electricity bill was this month?
That's going to come down.
Oh, motherfucker. It was $86.
It's going to come down. I promise.
Hey,
Trump thinks he's going to dig us out of this with natural gas and
I don't care
unleashing
about
energy.
any of that. My electric bill was like $86.
Is that good or bad?
This is with computer. I'm not doing anything different other than, I'm not really running, it's the temperature's good enough. I don't have to run the AC or the central heating or any of that stuff. But the bottom line is I love living in a small Georgia town.
Well, I don't know if 86 is high or low for you, but.
Oh, shit. Usually it's right around 100. But then as soon as I have to start doing the heat pump or, the central air,
it goes up.
It probably the most I've ever paid was maybe $150.
Well, energy is going to come down, but that's not going to offset the inflation we're going to face. Trump thinks it is,
right?
But there's diminishing returns when you make energy because at some point,
no. Hold on one sec. Let me excuse me 1 minute, Ryan. Simon, no, I'm happy when America's enemies fail. MAGA is anti-American and it's anti-Constitution. So when they fail, America wins. So there's that. Humble, I am doing nothing different. The only difference is I haven't had to run, any sort of air conditioning at all. the temperature's been good enough where, you know, I've had to run the heat pump a couple nights because it got down into the 40s, high 40s, but I haven't had to run, you know, any sort of air conditioning or anything like that during the day. So for me, spring and fall, especially in the spring, I'll get like under $100. However, you know, in December, it'll be back up to like 150, maybe 180 is the most I've ever had to pay for a bill. So, but it's just me generally, or me and my son. And, you know, the house is a 3-bedroom, but it's not a McMansion. So it's not that bad.
Hey, listen,
Hey, Brooklyn,
Stanley.
where have you been, Kimmy? I've missed you.
Stanley, I'm in a mini climate war in my house right now.
What, you have two heat pumps or two?
No. Me
you
and
got
me and my
dual
wife. Me and my
climates?
wife fight over temperatures and humidity levels, and
Well,
I'm
you
always
know,
changing the thermostat. She's changing it. You know, we can't
actually,
agree.
yeah, that's one thing I haven't had to deal with. Like my wife would always want it warmer.
Yeah, exactly.
But you know what? You know, it was just me and the boys. So hey, if you're hot, fucking just wear your underwear around the
Put a
house. You know,
sweater on.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm
Or
not.
not. Yeah. If you're
That's
cold, put a
right.
sweater on.
Wear a
Yeah.
sweatshirt.
Put on a fucking sweater. Get a sweatshirt.
And
That's right.
don't you dare touch that thermostat. If you do, there will be war.
That's right. I'm having climate wars right now. So
Well,
spring and fall.
Kimmy, I've actually seen some of your shorts. One of them I actually left a comment on. Oh, it caught my attention for sure. It was pretty. With all due respect, it got my attention. I'll just leave it that. You were looking good. So,
Sure.
SKC, what's up? Humble presidents. My dad used to kick ass and take names. You know, it was kind of funny. My father used to fuss, but my mother would laugh and do it anyway. Like, what are you gonna do? Kick my ass? So, and you know what? I never bothered having that kind of war with my wife. I'm just like, you know what? It's just not worth it because you know what? This is Virginia and my ass is cold too.
No, she wants to set it on 74. You know, like, let's make it warmer. I'm like, no, man. Like, what are you doing? 68. That's it. And then, and in the summer, you can make it a little warmer. Wear shorts, but she wants to go the opposite end of the
Well, the
thermometer.
problem with Georgia, and I bet the problem in Maryland, sometimes it's the humidity that's the problem. You know, it won't be too hot, but it'll be kind of muggy. So, you know, you run that the air conditioning for maybe half an hour because it really conditions air. It sucks out the humidity.
Yeah.
So you don't have to run it all day, but if it, you know, because there'll be times, even in the past month where it kind of got up into the 80s, I'd walk in from outside and I'm like, shit, it's as muggy in here as it is outside. Let's run this for an hour to dry out the
That's
air.
right.
And then, you know,
That's right.
you turn it back down. You got to be real strategic about how you use it.
Well, I got a commercial humidifier I bought, and I put it in
Oh,
my
really?
basement. Not like a cheap
Oh,
one.
yeah,
From
yeah.
Home
You
Depot,
need them in the
absolutely.
basement.
And it just cranks. And so mine's good, but you know,
How
but
often
then
do
she
you have
opens
to
up the
empty
windows
it?
and shit.
I used to,
No,
I had a,
I got it poured into a drain. It just runs, and I don't have to touch it.
okay, good for you.
You can get them for about $600-700 for Georgia. It's a good investment.
Oh, no, no,
It's
I don't need one
it works.
here. I don't, but I did have, because I don't have a basement. I have a crawl
Okay.
space.
Oh, you're
But
good then.
in Virginia, we had a full-size basement. It ran the length of the house. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, we had a humidifier there, and damn, you know, that in the summertime, you wouldn't think Virginia would get that humid up in the mountains, but it actually did.
Yeah. Yeah, jet stream. Yeah, Maryland's humid. I mean, it's all the whole
Yeah,
East Coast
it's
is
right on
rain,
the
right?
water.
Yeah. Everything's stupid as hell. But anyway, so yeah, we're in a
Oh,
climate
you
war.
went to the Met Gala?
I did. I didn't go.
No.
Oh,
Kimmy.
Brooklyn did.
Holy
Huh.
shit.
That's big time right there, I think, isn't it?
Either that, if you went to the Met Gala, I hope the whole video's you. It was black dandyism. And they didn't invite Africa Bambaataa or Bootsy Collins or anybody like that. It's a bunch of white people talking about black dandyism. I was kind of disappointed.
I don't even know what dandyism is.
Well, you've never heard of a dandy?
I thought it was a homosexual.
A lot of times they are, but not always.
Is it how Cam Newton dresses a lot?
He would be a. I bet he could be called a dandy. I would.
Okay.
You know, they pay a lot of attention to their looks and all that stuff. Oh, you didn't go.
So like a metrosexual, kind of same thing where just they get their nails done and shit.
Except metrosexuals like dandy light.
So the dandy's really going hard.
you know, where a metrosexual might, shave and keep the beard trimmed and wear some nice clothes. The dandy's gonna have to have a flower in his lapel and one of those like watch fob chains sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Ostentation.
Yeah. Attention seeking via clothes.
Yeah, well, when you do that video about black dandyism, Kim, make sure to come back and give us the link. I'm subscribed to the channel. As a matter of fact, you've got a wrench. Go ahead and drop it in. Drop it in the. Just drop the link once you get it, or email it to me or something, so we can get some publicity. I'll show it here, though I know you don't like that, but we'll get some publicity because I'm kind of interested in black dandyism. My sister-in-law, my brother-in-law's wife, once called me a clothes horse, which I guess is the hillbilly version of a dandy.
I think it just means you buy a lot of clothes. Right?
I kind of used to, but I don't anymore. But then I don't work every day. Back when I was working, yeah.
You don't have to.
Let's see. Stanley is like a poor dressing dandy. Oh, Simon, keep trying for my attention.
Stanley probably dresses plain. Probably dress plain, like I do.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of a traditionalist. Khaki and a pair of khakis and a polo shirt's good enough.
Yeah.
But no, you know what? I know how to wear a suit. I know how to tie a tie. I know how to tie a bow tie. I have the basic skills.
Bow tie. Huh.
Oh yeah, I've worn a bow tie before, and I don't wear clip-ons.
I know how to do a double bolo, but
I had a bolo tie at one point. I didn't wear it much, but I've worn it a couple times.
But I know how to tie a sheep. Stanley, you know how to tie a sheep shank and a bowline knot, probably as a sailor.
Bowline, not really. A bowline knot, I do know. Sheep, and actually, I know knots more from helping my brother-in-law do tree work.
Yeah, that's right.
Roping
There's
off
a sheep shank.
trees and stuff.
That's right.
Let's see. Plain language, a person trying to turn self into a work of art via dress, speech, and attitude. No idea what that means, SKC. Is that you're describing?
Yankee describing.
Yeah, Yankee Doodle. Hey, Yankee Doodle Dandy. Yep. That's exactly. Stuck a feather in his hat and called it macaroni. Yep. That's definitely.
I think about the Peanuts guy when I think about Yankee Doodle Dandy, like the Peanuts guy with the monocle and the top hat, or the Monopoly guy,
Mr. Peanut.
Yeah, Mr. Peanut.
He was a dandy.
Yeah, he's kind of a dandy. The Monopoly guy's a dandy. top hat wearing type stuff, I guess.
Yeah, right. Stanley is flamboyant. Oh, Simon. So anyway, let's do this. But he's bummy too. All right. So this will be the last news story because I'm starting to lose focus. U.S. may soon deport migrants to Libya on military flight. Sources say this is interesting. U.S. officials say the Trump administration plans to deport migrants to Libya on a military flight soon. This action follows earlier deportations to El Salvador and Panama and aims to deter illegal migration despite legal challenges. Libya remains conflict ridden, with detention centers described as horrific by Amnesty International and reports of torture and forced labor. A flight to Libya could depart as early as Wednesday, sending migrants into dangerous conditions amid ongoing political debate. The deportation program suggests a continued escalation in migration enforcement that may worsen migrants' risks in unstable countries like Libya. You know what? All the people who are saying, "Oh, it's illegal," "Oh, they're here illegally." It's literally like, is crossing a border, is a death sentence for crossing a border justified? America really is, whether they believe it or not, on kind of a moral precipice here. So play stupid border games, win stupid border prizes. Sorry, son. Crossing a border illegally is not, shouldn't be a death sentence. So we go. And you know what? The boomerang effect is going to be how these countries, when Americans commit infractions or go to jail, there's gonna be reciprocation, whether y'all believe it or not. There's gonna be somebody and some American who like fucks up, winds up in a Panamanian jail, and you know what? That's gonna be retaliation. Y'all wait for it. So let's see.
I don't understand. I mean, I understand sending a Libyan citizen back to Libya. I don't understand sending a non-Libyan. How is that even legal internationally? Doesn't make sense to me.
Oh, it's probably
Or
not legal. It's probably
it can't be.
Amnesty International probably has a problem with it, but whatever.
Well, I mean, the UN. We signed the UN declaration, and we kind of adhere to that. I don't know how. I mean, if we send Ukrainians that were brought in back to Ukraine, I don't think it's good, but at least it's some. Well, I don't know if it's legal or not because they're in a
Well, I
war.
mean, you know what? At least it's their home country.
Yeah, it's somewhat kind of like morally squared up. But how do you send? What are you going to send people from, like, Vietnam to Libya? I mean, what the fuck is he talking about? It's just craziness. It's craziness. It's craziness. I don't get it. So, and also Rwanda, and I don't think the conditions there are really good. But if they're Rwandan citizens, well, that's okay. Like, I get it. So.
Yes, SKC, you know me. I'm nothing if not a moralizer. I'm surprised that you're not a moralist. I think the issue is that they are deported and return again. Their home countries have no control over them. Huh. So how would you have a problem with America, the United States, telling you can't go to Mexico? A free country really isn't going to have that much control over the movements of sovereign citizens, I wouldn't think. Stanley, if another war kicked off, can we vote for you to go? Yeah, especially if I'm like the top general. Well, I'd prefer to be an admiral in the war. Hell yeah, send me so I can manage the theater of war. And you, baby mob boss, can
Stanley, can I ask you something? Did you
can
see
be
that
my
Carney
driver.
Trump? Did you see that Carney Trump video yesterday? Did you see that?
Maybe I don't know. The one with the
It's about-
Canadian new Canadian Prime Minister.
Yeah, the Mark Carney. Yeah, that
I
guy.
didn't
Like,
watch the whole thing, but I did a couple news stories on it.
just watch it. It's just so dumb. It's ridiculous.
Well,
So,
I heard he pretty much took center stage and did most of the talking.
I mean, his calculus is wrong on them too, because we really need Canada and Mexico if we're going to get away from China. Like, we need the labor. We don't have enough people to make all this shit that we buy. We don't. I mean, there's
Okay,
hundreds of thousands of
hold
people to
on
make
one
an
sec.
iPhone.
Kimmy, I know tourism and immigration are two different things. I was talking about neither of them. Countries, like when you decide to leave the country, whether it's tourism or illegal immigration, countries don't have much control over when you leave the country. Yeah, if you're going to cross a checkpoint or something like that, but
North Korea does.
if you decided to cross into the Canadian border in the middle of a national forest, government's not going to be able to stop you. So I'm not sure. We're talking illegal immigration. Countries cannot necessarily control their citizens leaving the country. The United States can't. If someone wants to leave this country illegally, all they need to do is hop on a boat on the Savannah River, head out past Tybee into into the Atlantic Ocean, and just keep going. You can do
By
that.
the way, you're a Savannah guy, right? You're a Savannah guy.
Oh, I'm born
So
and raised.
when I was reading about these import exports, the Savannah port is the fastest growing port in the United States. Well, it was.
Oh,
Now it's not.
believe me, I was just out in the Savannah River and took a tour of the whole river last July. It is
Yeah.
totally different from because I used to go out there fishing, so I was out there, somewhat a lot. Oh yeah, it's ridiculous how much it's grown.
What's about to be real quiet.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? What?
Well,
Because of
there's no. I
the
mean, well,
tariffs?
I mean, it's not going to be
Well,
totally
you know
quiet,
what?
but yeah, it's gonna.
Hopefully it's quiet. If I could if I could tell the tourists, you can only come during St. Patrick's Day, and the rest of the time it's just like Savannians, I'd be okay with that.
You'd be fine with it. You could fish again. That'd be good.
Oh, I can fish. I can fish with the tourists because who? Nobody goes down on River Street. Like when I was in high school and college, we used to go down to River Street and hang out, listen to bands and stuff.
Yeah.
They've totally touristized it,
Oh
and
yeah.
fuck, nobody wants to go down there because it's nothing but tourists. My son and I went down there, and the
Beers are
most
$8. Beers
interesting
are
thing,
$15.
the most interesting thing about River Street was the occasional container ship passing in, Savannah Sweets, which is grown. It's a giant candy store. Um, those were the two most interesting things.
Yeah. Well, it's
So
about to
they've ruined
scale
it.
back. That's kind of all your
Let's
metro
see.
areas anyway, are just all tourism.
What is SKC fussing about here? Connection, stupidity should be absurdity. No idea what that means. Much too metaphysical for me. Webster, they shouldn't apply the same principle to their you know what? Talk to the anti-blacks, because they literally take everything personally, and their personal experience, they want to generalize it upon the masses. That's an anti-black black conservative thing, not my thing. J Dub, it was Savannah was I mean, it was exceptional, an exceptional place to grow up. Like back in the 70s and 80s, it literally was. And I didn't really realize it till I left it and got older. They may as well self-deport and hopefully get the $1,000. Well, Kim, I know how you feel about all this. I think that America, when I say America's on a moral precipice, you know what? If cruelty is the point, then Trump is cruel. And there are 50% of the country agrees um, agrees that Trump should be doing what he's doing. I happen to be one of those people who thinks you can do it with a little bit less cruelty. Now, what Trump wants to do is get it done and get it done quick. And I think he's just sloppy. I think you can get it done without being sloppy. So that's my thoughts. So, let's see, where am I now? I was thinking about doing a Scheherazade Ali, and maybe that's what I'll do. I see John seems to have a show scheduled at 9, so we'll watch this video till 9, and then I'm going to wrap it up. And I see Mo Love still has some people. You know what? Let's watch Mo Love's show. It's probably more entertaining. She's kicking some butt over there.
And it's going to come automatically. Each man.
No, it won't. No, it won't. Automatic is, there's nothing automatic in life, including finding a wife. 40% of men never, ever, ever even have children. You know what I'm saying? So
the doctrine that he's going by, he's not going by Christian doctrine. He's a Muslim.
Yeah. I mean, of course, I believe in the Bible and all that. It's just basically, it's Muslim values special in a way. I'm not going to disrespect that, though. If it works for you, go for it, though. I'm the same for me. It's just better, though, that all I have to do is just pray for the person out.
Oh, and for background, this is Here for the T's sister, Mo Love show. Looks like T might have gone to bed, but I usually, if they're playing, and they were playing this morning, I usually listen to their show or maybe even go up on the panel just because it's a real chill vibe. And I like hanging out with them before I have to do battle with the boneheads associated with the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Please subscribe. and make sure you hit the like button as well, please. Also subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's Stanley Cross 6000. I actually do video essays every now and again. Need to do a clip job on yesterday's show. Anyway, we're listening to Mo Love, and I always enjoy hearing her. She's my internet crush, by the way.
No, I'm saying like it sounds like you talk about somebody specific.
In a way, maybe, but I'd probably say
talking about somebody specific, or you not?
No. Sorry, explain again. I did not understand. Explain again.
I was about to say, it sounds like you are describing someone. Are you describing someone, or are you not?
No, I'm not describing anybody. I'm just telling you what I'm looking for in a woman.
Because they got fat asses and nice titties, for real, bro. Just be honest, bro. Because
don't use that kind of language.
J-Dub, I've never seen like her.
No, I don't
like
sexualize
picture of her
women.
other
I'm
than,
attracted to them. I'm just
this
basically giving you.
Nigga, you just a man, just like I'm a man, nigga. Your dick get hard like every other man, nigga. Come on, bro. Just stop playing games with me, bro. Fuck out of here, bro. I don't give a fuck about none of that. All that religion shit go out the window when you start looking, bro. When those eyes start to turning, bro, all that shit go out the window, bro. Fuck out of here, bro.
Oh
We
my
ain't
lord.
doing none of that. We not about to keep having fake conversations talk about some everything I do, God is in it. That is a fucking lie. Nobody person like
God is in it. Every fucking lie.
You know what? I think
God
we
is
need to
in your
respect that man and
language.
what he desires. It's his own choice, it's his own decision, and we should support him and wish him the best on that. You know, I
I'm
hope
not
that
sitting there
all the
saying
women
that. Not respect what he desired, bro. I just want honesty, out of niggas, bro. I'm asking him, why do you like black women? Hey, come on, bro. Like you sitting, and then you get to talking like he talking about somebody specific. But if you ain't talking about nobody, and you only like black women, that's what the fuck they look like. Let's be
No,
real.
it is
Not about to keep that.
no, it's not that only. It's particular type, of course, but it is a particular type, yes.
I would keep it more broad, just keep it to women, just to make sure, you know what I'm saying, you have a broad option of pool, right? Or a broader
Yeah.
pool in that circumstance.
You know what, though, Lord, I think the fact
So
that him
just so
and
you know what they're
Trey
talking
is
about, they've
almost
been
about the
kind of
same age.
talking. Well, the title of the show is
He's thinking that,
emotional
hey man, I can't
regulation.
imagine myself being my age and not hollering no.
Emotional regulation / matching energy. So they're kind of talking relationships / religion, kind of the nature of Christian relationships. Maybe that's how I describe it. So it's rather interesting, if you're into that, but doesn't really matter. Mo is talking about stuff, and she's got a lively panel. They've been going since around midnight Eastern time. So they've been going about well, they say 6 hours. I think it was longer than that. It seems like it was, but my sense of time is a little warped since I wake up so early.
That type of, you know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
He had balls to say something to our church. He did, or she said something to him, and then then he grabbed his balls and said something. But my whole thing is, bro,
man, your ass crazy as hell.
You're not going to find nothing until you grab your balls and something, bro. And I'm not, bro. I hate hearing this. I hate like that's some soft ass, bro. You scared to talk to female.
Trey, when he eat, we ain't got the shit. Not one bit. You know what I'm saying? So let him do his thing and let us do our thing, right? You know what I'm saying? If you want to do it his way, let him do it his way.
Muslims every day. Niggas around Muslims every day, bro. Come on, I live in Baltimore City, bro. I'm around Muslims every day, bro. All that shit, bro. That's what I'm saying. Capping, bro. All every day, cat, bro. Stop capping, bro. Ain't nobody, bro. Kevin Gates, bro. Kevin Gates Muslim, right? Kevin Gates, he with a different bit, motherfucker, every month, bro. He got every month,
Nah, but look, Trey, listen. Muslims in America are different from Muslims overseas. I'm an overseas Muslim.
Muslim, bro. Muslim is fucking a Christian in America is a Christian in fucking Africa, bro. Christian Muslim.
No, Trey. No, bro. No.
Calm down.
He is a Sunni Muslim. He's not a 5%er. He's not a Nation of Islam Muslim.
A Sunni Muslim? Interesting. SKC, what does ESFB mean? I have no idea what that means.
Just all right. I'm done.
I mean,
no, you good, man. We listening to you, but he just not that type of dude. He's pretty cool. He just, he really.
All I'm saying is, bro, you all here talking about something. We trying to give you advice.
Well, he said Sony, like SONY. That's why I chuckled.
I'm not about to keep
Trey.
Conversations with you.
Well, I know what a
this
Sunni
is just us
Muslim
talking
is.
amongst each other, right? So it's okay. Let that man live. You know what I'm saying? He's all right. It's just, there's 1,000 different ways to success in this life, man, when it comes to love, right? Millions of ways. People find love every day, and some of the oddest and with some of the most and some of the weirdest people, right? It just kind of happens that way too.
Clement, there's
love is
hope
love,
for
right?
you
But
yet.
we believe it's something that might be a little unorthodox, might be perfectly fine to somebody else. Let him go ahead and search the way he searches, and let's pray that he finds what he's looking for in his life. I think he deserves, not saying anybody's entitled to, but I would say I support his happiness. If this is the way he finds what he's looking for, then we should, allow him to look the way he looks.
Bro, you know, and I know, and y'all know damn well. If You ain't looking for nothing. If you talk about
Hey, what's up,
your mama, boy,
CKJ?
that means
How you
you talking
doing?
about your mama looking for you. Bro, all right, we not hearing the same thing. We not having the same conversation, bro. That's all I'm saying. You sitting
If
there.
he trusts his mother, to me that's a little too codependent. You know what I'm saying?
It's crazy.
That's a little too codependent for me. You know what I'm saying? I would not put it this way. My mama tried to hook me up with this African chick back in the day, right? Back in my early 20s before I had gotten married, and it did not work because of her taste and preference were not my taste and preferences, right? But if he trusts his mother enough to make that decision, to make that call, then hopefully his mother makes the right call on his behalf and he finds, you know what I'm saying, the wife that he's been
What's up,
praying for.
SKC?
That's all we can do is support that. You know what I'm saying? It ain't none of our business. We gotta let that man be.
Oh, nothing much. Just
Lord.
listening to the
Young Riz.
the blinding wisdom of Mr. Trey White.
Oh, you know who he is?
Okay, not just
Oh no, I have no idea who this is.
Have you ever been over
There's
for
my father. I said
to
both
here for
parents,
the
though.
tea
The
show
mother
or
and father. Yes, my
Mo
mother will
Love
help,
show?
but my father
No,
was there
like
to basically give the man's aspect
and
as
and
well.
nothing
So
against
I'm
anybody
just
who
not
does or any
saying
of that
I'm
stuff,
not
but
capable. I don't
years
trust my
ago,
own decisions. I just got trust
I
in
kind
both
of
of them, though.
got away
And I
from
just feel
any
right
sort
now,
of
at my age, though,
relationship
I feel they have. You know, they
conversations
know something about me that I don't. But if the first time don't work,
with
second time will
such.
be
I
better
just
because I have
I don't know.
experience.
Well, you just have your own mind. I'm kind of the same way, except I kind of, I don't like listen to the advice. As a matter of fact, I listened to it for an hour before I started this show, and I spent the time. What else would I do in a chat like that but troll them?
Yeah, see, that's that's what I found would happen with me is that I
Okay,
would
look, I get
instantly
you
go
on that,
into
so I
troll
will not
mode.
deny what
You're
you're
just
saying, but we'll
asking
see,
very
man.
basic
Well,
All I
they're
can do is just
they're
pray for
used
the
to it
right
from me.
person
They
at the
just
moment. But when the time
mostly
comes, we'll
ignore me.
see.
Yeah. And then
That's
it
that's
like
all
progressed from there to going on a panel and
I'm
trolling
not
them and
denying.
asking them
I'm not
very
trying to
basic
deny
questions.
what you
And
guys are telling me.
I mean, it made for a lot of fun, but it's
Brother, we
just
support you 1,000%.
peak
We hold
entertainment,
time, you know what I'm saying, what you looking
nothing
for in
more.
his life. I think that's
Well,
fair.
I don't
You know,
tend to look for deep conversations. It's rare that I even find it on this panel. So not you specifically, but I mean, I don't
Okay,
ever
no
expect
problem though, man. It's all
people
good though.
to
It's all good.
like
I
I get
appreciate what you're trying
mocked.
to say. It
Like
might take
John
some
Galt
of
loves
that into
mocking me
consideration though.
because
It's just
I
I'll
read
figure
books
out
and
what to do
promote books and
someday. That's
say
all I'm
there's a
thinking
lot
though.
of
I
good
know what
stuff
you're
in
trying to
books.
tell me. But anyways
So,
though, I gotta
occasionally
go
you'll
for
hear
now, but I'll
somebody go,
come
"Well,
back
Stanley,
afterwards.
did you find that in a
all
book?"
right, Riz. Good talking to you, brother.
You can't find shit in a book. I'm like, yeah, actually you can. And,
Okay, no
books
problem.
aren't
Thank
there to
you.
tell you how to think.
good,
They're
Riaz?
to help you think or expand your horizons to think about
Don't be
more.
too hurt. Look,
But people don't seem to really understand that concept.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you for the most part. I would say
Yes, you did.
the only small caveat that I'll state is good books.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Try
yeah.
to
Well,
teach you how to think.
when I was a kid, I did have a thing for comic books. So, but yeah, don't as an adult, you don't really have. Now, my wife was
It's a
into
little
like,
rough around the edges. It's a
like
little rough. You got to
the
smooth out the
John
edges a little bit. You know what I'm
McDonald
saying?
kind of
You can only give
Corbin,
advice to an adult. You can't
those
control an
kind of
adult, right?
novels
They
you
do it
get
how
on
they
the
do it. But then you can say, hey, this
turn.
is my
You remember those
perspective on it. This
old
is what you have to
style
look
book
into.
holding
You know what I'm saying?
things
And
that you'd
hopefully you take my
spin
advice. If
that
not,
have
Yeah.
all those
hey, you know what
pulp
I'm saying? At least I
novels?
try to inform you.
Mm-hmm.
But kind of, you know what I'm saying?
Now my wife was,
rough around the
she loved those page turners. And yeah, they were always good, but they weren't like literary fiction or anything serious.
Mm.
And I'm a little snooty. Yeah, I much prefer literary fiction or biography or something these days
He
than
is a grown man. He's just not the type of
than
grown
just
man you're
about
accustomed to, or what we
a
believe to
page
be the
turner.
standard of grown men.
Yeah.
But he is an
I
adult
don't
man.
know.
You know,
In
take
my
away a
youth,
man's manhood,
I
you take away
was
his
really
accountability.
into
You know what I'm saying?
the
A
old
man is a
school
man.
golden
You know what I'm saying?
age
But there are
of
different levels and
sci-fi.
different types of
Your
men that
analog
exist, right?
science fictions
You
and
know, but
Right.
maybe his, you know what I'm
facsimals
saying,
and
You know what?
perspective on how to do things.
Yeah, I
But
was
on the other hand,
never
if it
other
works
than
for
like
him, hey,
Arthur C.
you know what I'm saying?
Clarke,
I
kind
wish
of the
him the best.
classics.
Mhm.
But my son, I was in my son's room the other day, and he's got like an anniversary edition of Fahrenheit 451.
Oh yeah.
So I'm gonna have to go back and read me some Asimov.
13 years old.
So
Take me
um,
downtown.
yeah, like the classics of science fiction, but I've never been like knee deep into it. It's just never been my thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a
I gotta get off this call. I gotta
especially
pray
in
for
my
my
youth,
sister.
it
Thank you,
was
bad young ladies.
a
Good talking to you.
pleasant
Call me
getaway
Trey for you.
Right.
from a lot of things, and
Good.
I enjoyed it a lot, especially
Let me just
you
say
know,
this.
they used to have like the serials like Asimov and Analog.
It's 5:30. I
One
gotta be up by 11.
A couple of places that I
Oh
enjoyed the most were always the
And I understand
opening
where Trey coming
editors'
from, because
remarks
when you're a young boy,
Right.
about
you
some
have those uncles, you have
some
those
serious
big brothers, you have hey
science
boy, you gonna be tough,
subject, and I always found that
But
fascinating.
I
It
think
was
it's a certain way you do that, because when I was 13,
Well,
my
I
cousin,
actually
who's already about
started a
25,
series,
my oldest cousin,
and
would take
Get
me
Crack
downtown and
started
see the
me.
prostitutes and say, "You want me to pay for this for
Is
you?
it
I
Asimov?
want you to stick your dick in one." Excuse me, ladies.
I'd have to find my
You gonna pay for some
Kindle.
pussy today.
He actually got me started on a science fiction thing, and it's a whole series. I think it's Asimov. So I'll probably at some point read the second book in the series. The thing is because of this show, I literally have like a stack of books. I probably got 6 months worth of reading that I could easily do, and that's on top of the stuff I want to read, just for personal edification.
Well,
So this is actually kind of a
being a boy,
book
you don't want to
lovers
talk about that kind of shit.
dream. I started talking about Tommy Curry and the Man Knot,
Your sister's friend
and a couple people,
hang out at the
liked
house
the
and do this
video,
type of
and
thing.
Hey, Poppy.
at least one person, J Dub, said, "Hey, you know what? I'm going to download it and read it."
Definitely.
So even just kind of opening people up to what's out there. I think
I'm gonna lay it down.
it gives me
Okay, well, thank you
kind
so
of
much for coming on,
satisfaction
Poppy. I
to know that I'm not
appreciate you.
totally wasting my time.
Poppy, that was good
yeah.
perspective,
I've
as
heard about it
usual.
from years ago.
Mhm.
Tommy Curry and
When you
what was
going
that?
live?
Dr. T.S. Johnson and all of those.
Sunday
They're
night.
kind of
Okay.
Manospherian adjacent. So
Well, I wouldn't exactly
Oh,
call Tommy
Coffee
Curry
Bossy. I
manosphere.
am in a minute,
In a
though.
way, he's kind of over analytical. I can tell you right now, he
I'm
would
just
have no
scared because
use
he
for
tied me to
manosphere
go to
types,
bed.
because he basically would find them. I think he would find
Somebody
them
sleep,
just
what?
Oh, that's
basically
why. Yes, it's okay.
Okay. That's what I
mimicking,
thought. I thought you was asleep, Mo.
some
I didn't fall asleep.
European masculinity
Falling in and
tropes.
Hey,
out,
Jay Prince
brother.
say didn't
well,
even leave with
I
well,
don't. I
a
don't
lot
find the
of
black
I
manosphere
mean, what?
original in its thinking at all. They're just
All right,
imitators.
take it easy, lady.
Especially
All
people
right.
like
All
Andrew
right.
Tate. That dude's not
All right, thank y'all for having
original.
me, man. This definitely was a good
yeah.
conversation
It
today.
was
Yeah, I mean,
definitely.
yeah, I get it.
No, he don't
I was
call.
a long time ago.
This
It's
definitely was
probably
a
like
great conversation.
in
I think this
excess
is my
of
first time on your
a
show for real,
decade.
so
I was having this conversation with a very close friend of mine, and we were talking about academia as a whole, and um, he brought something to my attention, and I agree. I still agree to this day that in many fields, such as sociology, psychology, all of the whatever theories you want to put behind it, that typically are in the soft sciences and the humanities, there's this for lack of a better word, a rat's nest of jargon that's used, that I don't. I think it needs to be refined for precision, because it's almost as if certain ones try to hold their nose up to the public of, you don't understand this language. We know better than you about these subject matters. And
Right.
it's like, no, it seems more or less that you've become a professional in jargon speak, not the actual wisdom of what you're studying so far as people.
Right, but see,
Because
here is where I kind of get confused. I understand what you're saying, but I'm confused as to why you care. I mean, you know, they are not experts. Not to the point to where you follow them blindly. You read their stuff, compare it to other people's stuff, and then you become the expert for your own purposes. So, I mean, I'll read The Man Not. Um, I watched a pretty good video, showed a pretty good video today. I didn't agree with everything Tommy Curry said. For starters, he is exactly what you just described. He talks fast, and if you're not used to keeping up, like I sometimes he goes into it gets so jargony,
yeah,
where it makes sense, but it doesn't make sense. It's like you could definitely say this in a much more simple way. Maybe even, why eat? Uh, Let me think of an example. You can either have polenta or you can have grits.
Hmm.
you know,
Hmm.
I much prefer grits and butter with a little bit of salt. I don't need fucking fancy polenta.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's the
And what?
same shit.
Yeah, I guess what we came up with when we were having that discussion, and I hold it to this day, is that these are people that are talking about. They're supposed to be studying
Oh, look
the
at Kimmy.
public. Hey, yeah, I do like the polenta though,
Oh,
but
I didn't say I didn't like it. I'm just saying I grew up with grits. I know grits. It's just, I don't need fancy grits.
but yeah, it seems as though you're studying the public, but then you want to speak to the public in this what I would say a high-minded dialect. It seems to obscure rather than clarify. And then when you
Well, it does. As a matter of fact, sometimes it gets intentionally obscured.
right, and that's what I
I
mean.
mean,
It
you
almost seems
hide
like
a
there's
weak
a
idea in fancy language and you obscure a weak idea. Now, not everything's like that, but oh yeah. But see,
yeah.
you gotta be able to know this and think for yourself. There's gonna be two types of people. People who will hang on the frill, or people who will see through the frill and go, "Hey, the emperor's wearing no clothes. He's just wearing a fringe, a frill."
Yeah, I've been around groups of people like that. It seems as though it becomes to a certain, and I'm not speaking for all. It's not exhaustive, but it seems to be a form of gatekeeping, almost like if they're saying
It
if you don't
can
speak
be.
our dialect, you can't qualify or challenge our conclusions. That type of yeah.
Absolutely. However, good academics are going to be able to kind of break through that and do it in plain language.
Mm.
I don't know that Tommy Curry is. I don't know that I think he's just kind of a natural wordy person. Um, and sometimes, I'm using big words and they seem normal to me, and people just go, "What the fuck are you talking about?" I don't think he's forcing it. I actually think he thinks that way. Like when he thinks to himself, he's using the same words.
Mm.
Um,
Yeah, I could see that.
some people like Michael Eric Dyson is a perfect example. where,
Yes.
he will just kind of start getting all poetic when he doesn't need to be. Um, now the thing is Cornell West is kind of the same way. I can deal with Cornell West because he's actually smart. Michael Eric Dyson, not so much. And the reason I say Cornell West is actually smart, the dude is actually smart. So I
Yeah,
might
it's
give him a little bit of carte blanche where I wouldn't give Michael Eric Dyson that kind of
well.
carte blanche.
Some of the problem that I see in it, take for instance, like your Eric Dysons and so forth. Okay, fine. People jargon within different fields of specialization. That's normal. I mean, heck, you were in the Navy. You're going to use specialized language that is going to be particular towards that field. But
Right.
it doesn't make sense to use that language when you're going before the public who have not been initiated into those specialized fields. It seems
Correct.
more or less like at that point that you're more about performance than clarity. It almost seems like the exact opposite, intellectual laziness, in not being able to clarify.
Well, translate, basically.
Correct. It's like
No,
if
I
you
don't
can't
disagree with
translate
that.
your theory into concrete terms, then maybe your theory isn't that concrete.
Yeah, maybe not. But like I said, the best of us are able to break it down into digestible parts. I think of someone like and you'll love this, but like a Noam Chomsky. Um, he is able or was able, I think he's still around, but he's in his 90s, if he is, and last time I saw him, he looked fairly in bad health. But I think Glenn Lowry, and I'm trying to kind of give you your heroes here. I think Glenn Lowry can and does. He doesn't get into econometrics and stuff like that. He's able to actually pretty much break it down. So I mean, there are plenty of smart people. Even Thomas Sowell, if I must bring him up, is able to communicate clearly, which is more the shame because neither he nor Glenn Lowry have ever faced scrutiny in, the as Tommy Curry says, in niggerdom.
Why should
Their
they?
audience has always been, fairly white.
Yeah, again, and this is no slight to Dr. Curry, but
Yeah, he may not be your cup of tea.
yeah, I mean, yeah, I like I stated, I came across him when I would view certain Manospherian channels.
Oh
But
yeah. I can
but
imagine so.
but yeah, I mean, it's yeah, I don't want to slight the guy.
Well, no, you know what? He's not everybody's cup of tea. However, I've never, and everybody interprets, this sort of stuff differently. I would think he's anti-manosphere. Mainly because the manosphere is basically not original, say to as a matter of fact, he would definitely think that the manosphere is really just mimicry. Mainly because, and he kind of went into it in the video that we talked about earlier or showed earlier. There are different forces at work in, say, a Black domestic life. Now, I think he's been a little bit caricaturish, but the forces at play in Black a black marriage, traditional black marriage, there are forces at play that are not necessarily the same with a white couple, a similar white couple. There are different social dynamics, and he has a problem with people, academics in particular, sociologists and the like, not realizing this.
Hmm. Yeah.
And
He
they're
said my
and his
heroes.
big deal is that we basically, what's going on. Like, he has a huge criticism of bell hooks. And I kind of agree, though I don't have a problem with bell hooks, but basically, white the black feminists like bell hooks basically glommed on to white woman feminism and never came up with anything original. It was basically a base, and they kind of built whatever unique stuff on top of it. The base was not original thinking. They took original thoughts and kind of based, relationships, black love, and all that stuff on top of a Western concept of love. Now, my pushback to that would be, what else do we have here? In 2025, we're a long way from 1619. Western culture is all I know. I don't know other cultures. And I don't know that he gets knee deep into, stuff, but, when I hear, the Hebrew Israelites or the Moors or, just hoteps in general go off, my eyes literally glaze over because I don't give a shit about Kemet.
Yeah, I mean, all of that stuff is ridiculous.
I'm not from Africa. Why would I care? I got to make my life here. Hey, Portia, how you doing?
But then again, I think I think the majority of a lot of stuff is ahistorical in the first place. And when you were talking
most
about,
people don't know history,
and
and
when you were
not
talking,
like I know it because I'm not a historian, but I know what I know.
yeah, it doesn't, even when you know the very basics, it doesn't fit into just the extreme basics of of to qualify as history. It just doesn't.
Well, now I have to give you a slight gentle critique. You've got to realize that history is literally opinion of historical events, and that opinion is subjective. There is not, when you pick up a history book and read it, it's going to be a mix of actual events and interpretation of events. It's not objective. There is no such thing as objective history. And the part about history being written by victors, of course, they're inputs. However, I think of the Dunning School. The the North won, but the actual narrative, and I agree with that narrative, is the North won the war, but the South won the culture. And that, the fact is the North won. The subjective opinion is Robert E. Lee probably Robert E. Lee in the end has as much influence on the culture as Abraham Lincoln.
Why wouldn't he?
Now that might be slightly hyperbolic, but I'm not sure that it's that hyperbolic. When they're having whole riots over a Lee statue taken down, I don't recall riots over Lincoln statues being toppled.
Well, I mean, that's coming from you.
Okay, well,
You,
it's coming from me, but you shouldn't discount it. My only point is that if you think history can be taught as a timeline, it can be, but history books. When you pick up, it was Sean Wilentz. You mentioned no property in man. It was Sean Wilentz who wrote a history book of that name. And I read the history book and totally disagree with him. His whole premise and a whole book is about how the Constitution is a freedom document. And I categorically disagree with him. I think I think while he is a professional Princeton historian and eminent, he was one of the people who came out against the 1619 Project. What people do not know is, as eminent a historian, and in my opinion, subjective opinion, as eminent, well, definitely as eminent. One of the historians behind the 1619 Project was Gerald Horne. And I can tell you right now, Gerald Horne is every bit as eminent as Sean Wilentz and has written more books, has done more research, etc. Sean Wilentz, in my opinion, is a very mainstream kind of, tweedy historian. Gerald Horne is a better historian. Now he is kind of Marxist in the way he presents his history, but I can tell you right now, Sean Wilentz is wrong on this one. Okay, and I didn't get to, because see, Angry Snowman, he's a great guy and all, but he will say something and I will go in and correct him on it, and then he'll say he didn't say it or he didn't mean it that way. I don't like dealing with people like Angry Snowman because he doesn't know shit. He doesn't know shit about history. When he says he did research, I'm sure he Googled it. And if he were here on the panel, I'd say it to his face. You know what? I put in the chat yesterday, I consider you a peer. I came to teach Angry Snowman. He doesn't know what he thinks he knows. And I'll stand by that.
Yeah.
So my point is that there were eminent historians who were a part of the 1619 Project. Okay, Sean Wilentz and his little group of people. There was just as formidable a group that said, hey, we helped out with the 1619 Project. The part about, I think, and I'm not going to relitigate this. You said it's not worth relitigating, and I agree with it. The only takeaway from this is just because some eminent, more establishment historians came out against 1619, there were just as many preeminent historians who were behind 1619. There was nothing in the 1619 Project that was factually wrong. The part about slavery being a major part of the American Revolution was wrong. Okay. However, it did play a factor. Okay. You cannot say that South Carolina and Georgia, again, just like in 1787, they didn't care because Charleston was England Part 2. It was the South Carolina colony, and Charleston in particular was an English, the most English of the cities in America. And you know what? The only thing that got them into the war was the threat that their slavery might be ended. Somerset Decision 1772, Proclamation of 1663, etc. The only way they got into the war is they figured, shit, if England wins, we might lose slavery. Okay, so slavery did, and the what's his name? The governor of Virginia, saying, "Hey, if you come fight for us, we'll give you your freedom."
Yeah.
Cannot remember his name. I'm having
I know who you're
senior
talking
moments
about.
here.
Yeah.
However, my point is that you can't just say slavery didn't play any part. Nicole Hannah-Jones basically overemphasized it. She shouldn't have done it. It was a bad decision to do it. However, that Sean Wilentz, and by the way, the left progressives had a problem with the 1619 Project too. So Sean Wilentz and the 1776 Project and the left progressives all agreed and came out against the 1619 Project. It was historically sound, but once again, history's subjective. She put too much emphasis on it.
Just as I would say a slight rebuttal. My position on that was not some sort of lean upon authority of, oh, these historians said blah blah blah, and it's like, come on, that's elementary. But the rationales for why they came against it were the things that stood out as primarily important to me. You're correct, absolutely correct, when you state that she overstated that claim that the American Revolution was fought primarily to preserve slavery. She even, her and the New York Times actually came out later on.
Yeah. I remember all that. What I'm
Yeah.
trying to emphasize is you can't say slavery had nothing to do with it. That's my
Right.
point.
And
It
that's
played
the
a
whole.
part. You can argue whether it played a major part or not, but what we can agree or should agree is that it did play a part. You can't say that, hey, the American Revolution was to get rid of slavery. That's not going to fly.
Well, that's the whole point, is that in a lot of those statements, and since you had these storied historians that helped with the project, for them to not use precise language as they are
Okay, they didn't write it.
named.
Newspaper writers did. It wasn't a history book that she wrote, and pretending that it was. If you really want to read the history, read Gerald Horne. He's got a book called The Counter Revolution of 1776. If you want to read a PhD academic historian, read his book. This was New York
Yeah.
Times. It was the New York Times magazine section. It was not a history book.
Right, which
And in
qualifies
those
for
history
Pulitzer.
books, they cite references. Remember, they're footnotes.
Right, which qualified to get the highest literary award in the world.
Okay, who cares about any of that? See, I don't fall for your little window dressing and your little whataboutisms. What I'm saying is that factually it was correct. The emphasis was wrong. The 1619 Project was not a history book. If you want to read a professional historian's point about slavery's involvement in the American Revolution, I can recommend books, and those books will have footnotes and extra research you want to do if you want to do it. I don't care about literary awards. That's not what I'm talking about.
Right. The only thing I'm disagreeing on you on is the whole thing of it being historically correct. I think that its claims about the American Revolution was incorrect. I think that
Okay,
its
well, then
interpretation
you
about.
haven't done your homework, sir. I will vehemently stress that they were factually correct. The interpretation or the degree to which slavery played a part might be, it probably is a valid argument. There's nothing in that 1619 Project that is factually incorrect.
All right. Well, that's, like I said, we agree to disagree.
I don't have to agree to disagree. Sean Wilentz And I would have to go back because it has been a few a few years. It's been 6 years, but I don't think their claim was ever that she was factually incorrect. Because I actually read the New York Times. I think it was a New York Times rebuttal to the 1619 project. It was it was the 1776 crowd that really went to town saying she was effed up and all this stuff. The actual historians were not did not go that far. Bob Woodson, the 1776 group. And by the way, I subscribed to the 1776 project and got some of their
Same here.
some of their curricula and stuff. There was nothing wrong with what they did. Their emphasis was more on 1776 and the patriotic portion, or the patriotic framing of 1776 as the founding. 1619 had the opposite. Proposing 1619 as the actual founding of America, that was bold, and it was obviously rhetorical and provocative. So what were you expecting?
I was expecting history. A la carte the more, and I lean more towards the James McPherson style, but
well, good for you. I actually will lean towards towards a W.E.B. Du Bois, Gerald Horne style, where you don't patriotism is just a thing. Okay, the actual history and a more sober interpretation is my thing. McPherson, wasn't it McPherson who denied? Was it McPherson who denied that Thomas Jefferson and Sally Hemings was a myth?
I don't think so.
It was one of those old school,
maybe like
well-respected historians.
Gordon Wood.
Oh no. Gordon Wood is actually no. What's her name? Because she basically debunked, more or less wrote a definitive work on Hemings. She's a brilliant historian who's also a lawyer. She teaches at Yale now, I think. Man, I tell you what, don't become 60. Because I can't believe that I'm forgetting names. Annette Gordon Reed is her name. She's brilliant. And she's from Houston, Texas, as a matter of fact. But no, she's like considered an eminent historian now. She basically, like, when she wrote the book, everybody was like, oh shit, she is really a major force behind everyone accepting that Sally Hemings and Thomas Jefferson were a thing. They were blaming it on his nephew and stuff like that.
I was thinking about the person who denied all of that. That was Malone.
Yeah, you know what? I can't remember. It's been a while since I thought about it, so I'll have to defer to you.
Yeah.
But there was like a eminent historian who was like, "Oh hell no, it didn't."
Yeah, it was a big deal. I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. But just some may say, oh, this was taken too far. This interpretation of this was taken too far. But
I think the reaction was taken too far. They did more. The reaction did more to sell the 1619 project than the 1619 project did.
Yeah, it should. I mean, you basically come out and you claim that the founding of the country is not the founding of the country. What do you expect?
Well, you know what? What if I told you I don't consider 1776 the founding of the country as we know it? I consider 1789 the founding of the country.
I mean, hey,
Would you
you
have a
can.
problem with that?
I wouldn't have a problem with it because you are in the same position as I. You're just one person and not
Well,
in
I mean,
any
I
and
think I
not
could
trying to
credibly.
change and not
What
trying
is
to change the mainstream um education of the United States.
okay? Well, let me just remind you that education should never be mainstream. Okay, if you expect your education to be mainstream, you're literally aiming for mediocrity. We should never aim to give our kids a mainstream education. We should aim for excellence.
It's a trouble with words. I think
Oh,
if
no, no,
we're
no, no, no. It's really more about my sentiment. You know how important I think education is. You don't achieve excellence. Now, there are some people who are able to do it just in themselves, but even Michael Jordan had Dean Smith. So I'm a big believer in, mediocre or mainstream education leads to mediocre results.
I can give you that, but I'll say this: so far as like the mainstream, what I'm saying is speed, because we only have a finite amount of time to educate
Absolutely.
children, and I think throwing and trying to insert things like a 1619 project, which is
Was it meant for
with
kids? Well, she did create a curriculum.
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's like trying to quickly assert that in or associate that with K through 12 education when you have hundreds of years of history that counters that. No,
Okay,
that's
no.
not
Your
excellence.
well then
That
your
that's
interpretation is 180 degrees. Okay, people discover new documents and have different interpretations of history. History is not fixed. History, other than the timeline, we know stuff happened in 1776, for instance. Um, However, new discoveries are made all the time, and the idea that history is objective. History textbooks aren't objective. And history is inherently subjective. Even if you take out the history is written by the victors part, history is not it's based on evidence, it's based on fact, but it's interpretation of fact. It's like statistics. Okay, statistics don't tell a story, it's how they're interpreted. A narrative is created on the numbers. The numbers don't, in and of themselves, tell you much more than their numbers.
well, no, the numbers have to have values. So
Okay,
uh,
no, 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 no. I don't skip away from what I said. I said the numbers are numbers. It's how they are interpreted that creates the narrative one way or the other. History, we know the dates. What the dates mean is inherently subjective. So
I disagree with you.
hundreds of years of history isn't 100 years of fixed history. History is interpretation. It is not um, inherently empirical. It's
I,
not a
that
science, is what I'm saying.
and that's where I disagree with you. That's
Okay, well
all.
then you know what? Then we must just agree to disagree. If you think history is empiricism, then you and I are like on opposite sides of the planet.
Yeah, because there's certain things like we can't use terms like founding or evidence or any of these things. because if you start to say that all of those things are subjective, then you're
Okay,
basically saying that
hold
everything
on.
is
You're
subjective.
misinterpreting what I'm saying, and maybe I'm just communicating it bad. There is a timeline. We know July 4th, 1776 means something, but what it means, we know it means something, but there are people who might disagree on what it exactly means. So the date isn't the problem; it's the interpretation of the story, the narrative created around the date that's history. July
Right.
4th, July 4th is just another day, except it means something because somebody wrote a book about it or something significant happened on that day. So I'm not talking about the dates or the timeline being disputed. What they mean is subjective and can and will be forevermore disputed.
Okay, and you know, people are welcome to do that, but then now you're getting into the point of where you're disputing, as I was stating earlier when I brought up that numbers have values on the verbal side of
Okay,
that words
define
have
values.
definition.
Define how numbers have values. You mean moral values, ethical values?
No,
What kind of values do numbers have?
they are assigned values because they are variables.
Oh, bullshit. Numbers are
They're
variables are
symbols.
variables. See,
They're
this is what
symbols.
wait, how much math have you had in your life?
They're symbols.
Numbers are
They're
not
assigned.
numbers are not value. No.
They're
You and
assigned
dude,
values.
you need to go back and take a math class or philosophy of math or something. Whether they're symbols or not, we know 2 + 2 = 4. Okay. There's no value. That is fact.
Okay.
Okay, so if you're gonna assign them values like moral or ethical
I'm not saying
values,
any. I'm not saying any. I didn't bring up anything about
okay,
moral or
I don't think your
ethical.
language is precise. That's
No,
gonna be my critique.
I'm being mathematically precise when it
Oh,
comes
no,
to
no, no.
numbers.
You're not being precise. If you're saying statistics have values,
No, I'm
you're
saying
being imprecise.
I'm saying at the very base, numbers are assigned
Okay,
values.
dude, I don't want to go back to the base. That's kindergarten.
Well, that's where I was
Okay,
starting from, for
you and
clarity.
I, well, then, you know what? You go back to kindergarten and relearn what numbers are. All I'm saying is that July 4th, 1776 is not a value, it is a fixed point in time.
Well,
Now, if you're
we're
talking about
arguing.
if your argument is, oh, hey, it's a fixed point in time unless we switch over to the Julian calendar or I don't even recall the types of the Mayan calendar. Well, then that's moving the goalpost.
That's not my argument at all. You're making my
Okay,
you're trying to
no. Just
complicate
tell me
things.
what your argument is.
Okay, my argument is, as numbers are to values, words are to definitions.
And you would be wrong.
Okay.
Define values. That's what I've been asking you to do.
Numbers, their values are the key to understand how and in what context they are assigned.
Okay, that's bullshit. That's
Okay.
gobbledygook. 2 is 2. There's no value. It literally 2 is 2. You got to start somewhere. You got to lay your anchor somewhere. Okay.
And that's the
Okay. And
argument
when
that I'm
you say
making.
values, what? No.
That's the
Look
exact
up what
argument that I'm.
values mean. No. If you value 2, are you saying some people won't value 2?
No,
You're
you're using the
assigning something.
context of the
You're
word.
assigning a value to a literal fact. And if you assign a value to it, that value is subjective. It's not empirical. It is literally subjective. You don't assign value to a number.
Okay.
2 is, there's no market for 2. Two doesn't become three when the market's up, or one in a down market. Two is two. It doesn't have a value. It's just two.
When you write number 2 on a page,
Okay, dude, I don't want to get all
who told you
metaphysical.
that
I'm
it was
trying
number
to be
2?
mathematical.
Who told you
Don't get
it
all
was 2?
metaphysical on me.
I'm not getting metaphysical.
Sounds like you are.
No, I'm not. I'm doing the very basics of it. When that number was created, a value was assigned to it.
SKC, you may bamboozle someone like a snowman. Okay, I'm your peer. Okay, I know what you're trying to do, and I'm just telling you it doesn't work on me. Numbers are numbers. Okay, when you start assigning values,
Are words
value in and of itself is subjective.
Are words words?
Values are subjective.
If values were subjective, math wouldn't work.
Bullshit.
Okay.
Okay, I know what you're trying to do. Hey,
Words need values too. They're called definitions.
Two is more than one. Therefore, two is more valuable than one. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not my argument. I'm just saying they
Okay,
need
I'm trying to
values.
figure out your argument.
Words need values too, and they're called
Words
those
are
values
not
called
numbers.
definitions.
Words are not numbers. They're two different things. If I put two sticks on the ground, they're always going to be two of something. You can change the word for two. You can call two dos, okay, but it's still going to be uno dos or 1 2 or whatever. Two is two.
Now we're
No.
cooking with fire.
You're
Now we're cooking with
confusing.
fire.
Hold on, son. You're confusing conceptual with value.
I was always talking conceptual.
Okay, well then why didn't you use the word conceptual?
Because value has two
Okay, you're
syllables
doing an angry snowman here. You're changing, you're moving the goalpost. Okay, value is subjective. Some things are valuable, some things aren't. Okay, I kind of know, but you're being very loose. You're being very second grade with how you're looking at numbers. Numbers are not words. Numbers are conceptual. Words are conceptual too, but they're two different concepts. They can't be confused.
Words and numbers are just symbols.
No. What underlies the symbols is what I'm talking about. Okay, I don't care about the symbols. I'm talking about what they conceptualize.
All right, and that is why I'm stating to you that if you say that history is subjective, then that means
no. It's not. I'm not saying
and words
I'm saying
have to
it
be
is
subjective as well.
Okay, dude, I thought I was talking to someone who actually understood what history was. Turns out I was wrong.
I'm just saying, man, because
you can keep on just saying, but I'm gonna give up here because you have no clue what history is.
Okay. Well, if we use words like founding, founding has a
numbers,
definition.
You think numbers have a value. I'm actually dead serious here. Dude, you have no clue. You have no clue what you're talking about. Okay. If you think two is the same thing as like the concept of two, two's a word. That might be arguably a value, but what two is, what underlies the word, that's a constant, not a variable.
Correct.
Two is two. It is a constant.
Correct.
A variable means it might not be two, depending on where you plug it into an equation. History does not have variables. Events actually happen It's how you interpret them. Okay,
Just
when you
that.
look
Just
at an equation, you solve an equation, you might arguably interpret it, but what the equation's end value is, yeah, they're variables, but the constants are always going to be constants. If there are no constants, then the variables are useless. Same thing with history. July 4th is a constant. However, the variable is how you interpret it. That's my point.
Yeah. Well, I would say argue with whoever, man. But I
Oh
mean,
well, you know what?
if you
I
wanted to
feel
look at
I feel validated in my argument. That you don't get it, honestly, isn't my problem. But I have no doubts that I'm right.
okay, yeah, well, argue with a math book. I don't know.
Oh, dude, I've argued with math books. I'm a chemistry major. I have done my math. I know what numbers are.
Okay.
I'm not a mathematician, mind you, but I have a concept of what numbers are. Okay, you don't get when you set up an experiment and you're trying to get a result, those constants are important.
Yes, they are.
Okay, so
They have to be.
two meaning two, when I'm setting up two parts something to one part another, that two can't be a variable. It's got to be a constant to yield the results that I want.
Correct.
So
It is a constant.
what I'm saying is that, hey, the variable, because history isn't an experiment, the variable is the interpretation of the constant. For instance, July 4th. The variable is how you might interpret it. The constant is there. You add a variable to get your result. And it could be patriotic or it could be something other than patriotic. But the constant, July 4th, is always there. The constant and your interpretation of it equals history.
The gobbledygook begins when people don't want to have constant definitions of words.
And you know what? If you're looking for words being one-to-one in English, good luck with that.
I'm not looking for it.
Or any language. You want words to mean one thing? Sorry, sir. English doesn't work that way.
No, I'm just saying that it has a base.
I don't even agree with that. Now you want to get into linguistics?
No, I'm just saying that just as when people in English,
am I wearing a suit or presenting a suit in a court?
No,
If
what I'm
you're
saying
looking,
is
if
just
you're looking for
when
words to
people
have one
decided.
meaning.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying when people decided that the symbol 2 was going to stand for two,
Oh God,
they stood
I'm
on that
not getting it.
and they
Save
moved
that
with it.
shit for John McWhorter. I don't care about any of that.
I know, and that's the goes back to the whole idea of
Okay,
founding.
SKC.
Founding means something.
SKC, you must realize you're not talking to Angry Snowman or Hood Conservative. Dude,
I'm not.
You're
I'm
no. I'm not
invoking
Hood
names to
Conservative.
run away
I'm
from
not
the
Angry
subject.
Snowman.
Doesn't matter.
I actually know what I'm talking about.
Okay. So then what does founding
So
mean?
you're just not going to, you want to do whataboutism, you want to take
I'm
me
not doing
away
a
from the point.
whataboutism.
If
The
you want to change the
1619
topic,
project has
if
founding
you
in
want
its
to
title.
change the topic,
How is that a
just say
whataboutism?
Stanley, I want to change the topic.
Project has founding in its title. How is that a whataboutism?
Wait, I didn't mention whataboutism. Not
You just
yet.
stated that I used the whataboutism. I said, what is the definition of founding? And you said, don't try to do this whataboutism.
Oh, no. Don't tell me what I
directly
said.
to the
We
subject.
are talking about whataboutism. I literally just said, I'm not Angry Snowman. I'm
That
not
has nothing to. I didn't
conservative.
invoke any of
Oh,
those
hold
things.
on. Let's
I didn't
recap.
invoke any of
Let's
those things.
recap the last couple minutes just so I'm catching up with you. My point is that that little shit you want to do about moving goalposts and wanting to change the
I
topic.
didn't say anything about moving
Hold
goalposts. I'm
on.
not
Let me
changing any
finish.
subject
Let
matter.
me
I'm
finish.
going right back to what we were talking about.
Don't make me do an
1619
angry
project.
snowman on you. Sorry, I had to cough.
No, it's okay.
All I have to say is that what founding means. It probably means the start of something.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to change the topic,
I'm not
let's
changing
change
the
the topic.
I'm not changing the topic. That question
No.
gets to the center
Don't
of my
get up on
original
your high
argument.
horse like you're
I'm not
gonna
getting
make
on
a
a high
point.
horse. I'm not getting on a high horse.
You sure? Because
Yes,
you're
I'm
galloping
positive.
away. You're galloping away from what I was talking about.
You said the 1619 project was it had nothing in it that was ahistorical. In the title of
I
1619,
agree.
it uses the word
I
founding.
agree. However,
I'm asking you what the
oh
definition of
no.
founding is.
Before you get up on your high horse and gallop towards the light, I literally said history is subjective.
Correct.
So ahistorical might be open to interpretation. Do you agree with that?
How you tell me
No,
what founding?
hold on. I need you.
No,
I need you to
I
deal.
disagree.
I need you
No,
to
I
deal with
disagree.
my question.
I'm answering your question. I
If
disagree.
history is subjective, do
I
you agree
disagree.
that history is subjective now?
No, I don't.
Okay,
I
then
disagree.
you and I disagree. Don't ask me about a history if we don't agree what history is.
All right, so there we
Let me
go,
know
and that's why I said
when
it from the very
we
beginning.
agree. When we agree, we can advance to a history.
Right,
Or
and
a
that's
historical.
why I said from the very beginning, we do agree to disagree.
Okay. So let's see what else I got here. Because it is 9:29. Has John started his you like that one, huh? Let's see, has John started yet? Because once he starts, the anti-black day will be started.
Oh yeah, why do you call it an anti-black day?
I think some of the shit they do is just totally racist. That's why.
Okay, I don't know. I don't. I agree and disagree with your claim, but I'm curious as to why you. I've always wondered, why do people believe in blackness? Like, what is that, and what do you get?
I'm
with that?
sorry, say that again.
Why
Believe
do
in what?
people blackness?
Well, as a concept,
Yeah.
well, you tell me. Why was there Jim Crow? Why were there black codes? Because a lot of people believed in blackness, I guess, as a concept.
Okay. So then you should believe in the thing that you disagreed with.
No, are all laws just?
No.
Okay, so was a black code just? Because it certainly reinforced the concept of blackness. Were black codes just? Was Jim Crow just? Slavery, I'll leave just because I know that'll just send you off to requote.
Okay, yeah.
What I want to talk about is Jim Crow
Mm-hmm.
and the black codes. Let's talk post 1876. Were those laws just?
No, I don't believe that they were just.
Okay. So, but they reinforced the concept of blackness. So don't ask me why people believe in blackness. It wasn't just black people who believed it.
Oh, so you
At
believe
one point, the concept of blackness was reinforced in many laws of the land. And quite frankly, federally too. Was it Woodrow Wilson who segregated the federal workforce? So even at the federal level, there was segregation. So that reinforced the concept of blackness.
Okay. Your point. You said that you were that you're trained in chemistry. Like way back in the what 1600s, they had that, what was it
Well,
called?
I wasn't
Philosophy.
trained that far back. It was the 80s.
Okay, but even then they had theories like the phyllosten theory and so forth. It existed, but you don't believe
Okay,
it today.
I'm sorry. I don't see how this relates to blackness. Help me
Well,
out
it
here.
relates to blackness in that it's a concept that was debunked. Much
Wait,
like
blackness was
various
debunked?
Yes, much like various concepts
Okay,
within
help
science
me
have
out.
been
How
debunked.
was blackness
We don't
how
hold on
was
to.
blackness debunked?
Well, you stated that you brought up the law that these were unjust laws. So if unjust laws should not exist,
Okay,
we should
I
remove
lost
them
you.
and
I
make
lost
the
you, didn't I?
we make corrections in science,
You're
don't we?
in my dust.
We make
My only
corrections in
point,
science, don't we?
my only point
Do we make
was
corrections in
I
science?
was trying to head you off, but apparently I
How
got
could you
ahead.
head me off when I'm in a plane?
Apparently,
What are you talking about?
I confused you, or maybe even confused myself.
We make corrections in
My
science. We
point,
leave those things behind. The
my
Jim Crow
point.
laws were
Yeah,
were a falsity.
I know
They
you
were a
think
fallacy in law. We left those things
you're in a
behind.
plane, but you haven't taken off yet.
So
My
then
point.
why hold on to those
Let's not
concepts?
over talk. Let me get a thought out. My point in bringing those up, you asked about blackness. Why do people believe in blackness? I'm saying the law for a century reinforced the concept of blackness. And you know what? People will believe in blackness if the law reinforces it over a century. That's
Okay.
why people believe in blackness, because the law told them to.
Okay. And there were
And
concepts in science
in
that
some
were
cases, ignoring the concept of blackness could get you lynched.
okay. And in
No.
science
I
there
need you
were
to
also
acknowledge what I said. Am I
I
right or
said
am I wrong? Hold
I said
on. Hold on.
I am
Am I
acknowledging. I
right?
said okay.
Ignoring
I said
blackness
okay.
could get you Emmett Tilled, correct?
I said okay.
No. Okay doesn't mean you agree with it.
I said okay.
Oh,
And
is that the best I'm going to get? I don't
and
get an I agree at all.
I agree, Stanley.
Well, then proceed, brother
Just
SKC.
just in the same way that I agree that there have been concepts within science that have been debunked, and we leave those concepts behind. We don't hold on to them.
Well, the problem is America can't seem to leave it behind, and everyone subscribed to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel, where blackness has definitely not been left behind. Hit the like
Right.
button, y'all. If you like blackness, or you don't like blackness, but you like talking about blackness, hit the like button, please.
Right.
Share the blackness with your friends far and wide. And if you would, please subscribe to the Stanley Cross 6000 channel. That's where I talk about other things besides blackness. Support your host. Support Portia J, who inflicted me upon you. Just give her $1,000 and she'll get me off the air. Thank you. Go ahead, SKC.
I could understand the idea of someone stating, you know what, blackness and such, if you, because you're using the concept of laws that have been since then seen as arcane and barbaric, and we understand that those things they're wrong.
So you agree slavery was barbaric, or was it sometimes good? Because I've heard not you, but some people go, well, slavery was a good thing for black people. Slavery was good because you're not back in Africa in a mud hut. So you agree that slavery was barbaric?
I think you're trying to move the goalpost.
Oh, no. I'm trying to put you in a corner. I'm trying to put you in a corner with the goalpost.
I know. That has nothing to do with the subject that we're speaking about.
Oh no, admittedly.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not all of the other people that you mentioned earlier either. So with that stated, since you were using those laws, those defunct laws, as a rationale as to why one should continue on or believe in blackness.
Oh wait, hold it. Whoa. You're putting words in my mouth. I said we should
it was
continue
your example
on.
to you.
No. When did I say we should continue on? See, now you are taking the goalpost and shoving them down my throat. You asked me about the concept. You asked me. No. The original.
Can I not do the same thing?
What you'll do
Are
is
you going to take a leftist
let
position
me
on this?
restate.
It's good for the goose, but not for the gander?
Let me restate the original question. Why do people believe in blackness?
Yes.
And my question is, my answer is because for 100 years or more, the law required people to believe in blackness. That's my answer.
And
so work with my answer. Don't read anything into it. Please take the words as they're meant to be taken and answer.
Okay. So I will answer from that. I won't try to put you in the corner like you tried to do me.
I don't think there's a corner to put me in.
Well, then, and I don't think that there's one for you to put me in either. So we can go ahead and get past all these little rhetorical games and get to the center of our conversation. I know it makes for good entertainment, but just as
I'm nothing like an entertainer.
Yeah. So, there have been scientific thoughts that have been debunked and we've left them behind. Now, for the people who want to go back and believe them, we look at them as foolish, the flat earthers, if you were. So, it may be fun to laugh at the flat earthers and go and so forth, but we don't use their terminology in explaining our real lives. So if a person wanted to say, anti-blackness, no, there's being a bad human. But this idea of, we can center all of this based upon defunct laws that were arcane, that's ridiculous.
Okay, you do realize that what you just said makes no sense in relation to how I use the term anti-blackness. Let me go back to the original question of yours. Why do people believe in blackness? Because the law pretty much required people to believe it for over 100 years. Now, let me add to that. It's a hard habit to shake. Let me add to that. White people and black people believe in blackness. And another way of stating blackness is that race actually exists. And conceptually, it does. America was founded on the concept of race, and it still exists. We haven't had a revolution or revamped anything. We've just tried to get better with the system we have. So when I say anti-black or anti-blackness, it's because the Soul Brothers or the anti-black blacks believe in race. And as a matter of fact, you may not have been here, or maybe you have heard me say it. White racists are not the quote community's biggest problem. Anti-black blacks / black racists are the biggest problem in the black community. White people, you know what? Yeah, they're bad. They're your odd Dylan Roof. I think a John Galt is a bigger problem. Agree or disagree, and it would be easy to disagree, but you know what? It's just my opinion.
Yeah, I think it's multifaceted. There are a lot of things that in there that I agree with and disagree with, and that's that.
All right. Well, no corners. And this motherfucker here, what the fuck is an enableist? I actually think John if it Genesee Ben, hit the link.
Oh, do you know who that is?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Who
I
is it?
don't know.
Should I know?
No, I don't know. I was just stating he made some very interesting comments throughout the
Well,
show.
he makes a lot. Hey, we're both we're both fans of Neil Young. That's the only positive thing I've seen him say. Define what an enableist is, please, Genesee Ben. And Genesee, I assume he's from Genesee. It's Genesee, New York, right? He is a mystery man. But I think people like John Galt are enablers of the belief in blackness. And the reason I say that is that feeling responsible, thinking Carmelo Anthony's case, for instance, is some reflection on black people in America, the broader black community or the black demographic, is crazy. I think that's enabling people to think, well, all black people think as a group. What happens in the ghetto part of the group is a reflection on the non-ghetto part of the group. That's purely racist. I think it's problematic, and I think it's enabling black and white people to think as a group.
Man, it seems like he's became a bee in your bonnet, huh?
Not particularly. Believe me, after being a part of this outfit for a damn near a year, there's so many bees in my bonnet that I got scabs. When the when the bees when the bees sting, I don't even feel it anymore.
Oh man! Your scalp is calloused now.
It's you knock on my head, there's a hollow sound. There's so much scab on there.
Oh man. Yeah, I just I don't know. One of these days, when I have to catch you earlier when you're when you're just woken up. One of these days, I'll get up early and.
Well, no, I'm usually it's around 3:45. But I'll do a show tomorrow, and maybe I'm trying to actually, believe this or not, limit it to 4 days, like Monday morning through, say, I guess it would be Friday morning. I'm not. I want to avoid doing a Saturday morning, Sunday morning. Now, occasionally, like if there are a ton of loose ends, a couple Saturdays ago, I just had so many stories and essays and thoughts that I, hadn't gotten out that I did like a 9 o'clock Saturday morning show that went way longer. But I kind of like doing the 3:45 because, I kind of have my gang. It's not like 80 people, but we have a good time. And I kind of get to say what I want to say. And, let's face it, my politics and apparently my aesthetic is different than most folks on this channel. And even the people like J Dub who don't necessarily agree with my politics just kind of like hearing me, when I make jokes about MAGA, sometimes they're funny. And people like J Dub appreciate and I appreciate him. I've got my little cult following, I guess. Plus, who else is going to be up talking at 3:45 in the morning?
Yeah. To
But-
answer
and
J Dub,
I actually enjoy it.
yeah, J Dub stated that I have a channel. So no, I don't. I killed that. I do. I just write now, mostly on these subject matters. I have not given out my.
What do you have, a Substack or something?
I haven't given it
The
out, and it's
fuck?
gonna be a
I was
while.
about to say,
before I
you
do.
better drop that motherfucker.
Nah. I like the, and I might in the future, but I love the audience that I have and the notes and
Well,
the
wait,
interaction.
can we find you?
No.
Oh, so it's a Oh, okay. So you're you're monetized. I got
Yeah.
you. You gotta be in the club. Well, damn,
Yeah,
dude,
man.
I'm not in the club. I'm disappointed.
Nah, maybe in the future.
Let me know when you need a bee in your bonnet.
You know how it is. You're a video essayist now, and you
Man, I
jot
don't do
down.
shit of substance.
Yeah, but and this would be my last little. I would say I wouldn't say attack. It's just a slight push in the back. Some people might call it a back rub.
It'll be that little push right on the ledge. Ooh.
Yeah. Not on the ledge, man. But this idea when people say this thing such as America was built on racism and so forth, I can follow that.
What's a rhetorical flourish?
I don't know. Who said that?
But I am gonna say Virginia, Jamestown. Jamestown existed before the Mayflower. So 1619 was a year before 1620. I think that's when the Mayflower got here. It's either 16, I think it was 1620. So there were there were Africans here quite a while before Jamestown. My point is that the Frederick Douglass folks, and again, it's my personal opinion, and part of my opinion is reading Sean Willent's No Property in Man. They protest too much. But my point is that
there's counters to that, right?
Oh, I don't care.
I know, and that's the whole point is that just as I would give,
I mean, the counters aren't going to change my mind,
right? But they hardly ever counters would. But the idea is that if they are protesting so much, which I would grant you, yes, there's great protestation on all of that. Okay, then the same is true when people say, well, look at the history of mankind. saying that America was
Okay,
built on
yeah,
racism
I
is not
heard
some sort
after.
of
Yeah,
huge.
okay.
It's like some sort of enlightening
Okay.
statement when you look
Well,
at human civilization
I
as a
think
whole.
when you want to do that Thomas Sowell, the whole world has it, it's like worldwide whataboutism. You know
Well,
what?
the world
I'm
existed before
simply
America.
not going to debate a man who doesn't know what chattel is. And for better or for worse, I'm sorry. Snowman is out of his league.
I gotta lean on his on that one, man.
Okay, well, you lean,
The
do
chattel
whatever
thing
you got to
is
do.
the chattel
Chattel
thing is
is
half
they
baked.
were breeding slaves like chattel.
Yeah, and
Chattel
they've been
like
doing that
cat.
all over the
See,
world for
chattel
right,
is the root word for cattle.
right, and that
He
root word,
doesn't know this.
right, and cattle existed way before
Well,
America.
no. All I'm saying is it's very rare that you have breeding farms for human beings at all.
That's not
Okay.
true.
I don't
It's not true that it's rare.
no. Before you interrupt, slavery in America, and actually the major issue is the Constitution with the all men are created equal. There was rarely legal slavery in the world. American slavery is unique. Dude, breeding slaves in Virginia, sending them down to Mississippi, no other country had ever done that.
Okay, they
Okay,
have.
no one ever mentions the reason for part of the reason for look, even the American what was it, the American Abolition Society or whatever it was, they didn't want equality for blacks. They just wanted them free so they could send them back where they thought they came from. Okay, but let me not even get into the abolition societies. What I'm saying, I can't think of another country, and maybe with you and Snowman, with your vast knowledge of world history, can tell me where there were slave breeding farms. Virginia created a whole trade, an internal slave trade. Where else did that happen?
And that's what we've been trying to tell you for the longest, Stanley.
Okay, tell me quickly. I'm
no,
not
I'm not.
interested in the rhetoric.
I'm not gonna tell you. I'm just gonna send it to you. You read it, and then you tell me what you think.
Okay, but I'm telling you right now,
That's
you'd
fine.
be
Read the
you would be
information. Tell me
dropping
what you think.
the link in the back for me to show to prove me wrong if I were wrong. All
Okay.
I'm saying
Let
is
me go through all of my old world history.
Well, you go right
then let
through
me
it.
send it to you, and then you
Hey,
can read it and you can make your own determination.
okay. However, which one was an actual nation? Okay, we're not talking
Yeah,
kingdoms.
I'm not
We're
talking
not
about
talking
kingdom.
like fiefdoms.
No.
We're literally talking a chartered constitutional nation.
There
Dude,
were no
America,
constitutions.
hold
There were no
on, let me finish.
constitutions.
Let me finish. America is unique. And when you want to compare America like y'all, it is a giant whataboutism.
But see the qualifiers that you put forth.
Oh no. You know what? Hey, I gotta do
When were constitutions
I gotta
created?
pin y'all down. I gotta pin you down.
What you're trying to
I
do is
want
you're
to
trying to cut
exclude.
off.
I want
You're
to, of
trying to
course, I'm
cut
gonna.
off
Hey, let me
history.
tell. Let me tell
That's what you're
you.
doing.
Okay, SKC. I got taught by the best. You are the best at whataboutism. I am learning from you, bruh.
No,
I
I'm not
better
doing
be
no whataboutism.
I better be very specific, Professor. When I want to make a claim about slavery in the United States being unique, I better know my shit.
Correct.
Hey,
And
as your student,
what you're
as your
what you're
student,
trying to do.
SKC, I'm
No,
struggling.
what you're trying to do is you're trying to hedge the bet.
Oh
In
no,
that,
no, no! I'm not.
in
I'm
that,
trying.
in
I'm
that
trying to get it.
you know for a fact that the majority of it throughout history, that huge nations and groups did not have a constitution, which would completely throw out
That's what.
all of those
My
large
point.
groups of
Hence
people
my point
who
about
interacted who interacted with the
I'm
world
gonna let you natter on.
and whose
I'm gonna
thoughts
let you natter on.
still affect us today.
All I have to say is, Professor SKC, I'm just trying to come up and get an A in your class. You have taught me. You have taught me to be very specific.
Because you know the answer.
Oh, I know the answer is the United States is unique. All I need to know is that the United States, in its concept of slavery,
What other
was
qualifiers are you going to
unique.
put in there? That they had to have guns. That the people who wrote the Constitution had to be of all of one a set of religious backgrounds. That they had to have wigs on their head. It's like, come on, you know that there is
SKC,
that
SKC. All I see here, all I see you doing is performance art in a corner.
Well, I learned it from you.
Hey, all I have to say is
Doesn't
I look forward to you sending me the counter argument. United States was unique. They bred slaves.
Yeah,
they sent them slaves. Hey, where do you think up the river, down the river came from?
And
it literally came from sending slaves down the river to the South to be, into slavery from Georgia over to Mississippi. Not only was the United States unique in the system, it was unique in aphorisms created describing the system.
He uses a phrase that was used within Americana to state to give some sort of credence to what he's saying. When I can go back,
absolutely,
when I can go back in history, I can go back.
Let me
ask
you a question
and say you cannot serve two masters. Doesn't that have to do with slavery?
Ask you a
Doesn't
question.
that go way back before America
me ask you a question.
existed and so forth?
Let
We
me
can
ask
both
you a
play this
question.
game, and I can win it.
Let me ask you a question. Isn't Americana unique in the world?
No.
Where else? But where else but America has Americana, son?
I could say, "Let my people go." Did that happen? Where did that
look at you! Look at you getting all performy. I backed your ass in a corner, and you got to sing. You got to sing your way out.
I'm using your style, but I'm beating it by thousands.
Oh,
of
is
years.
it my style? Did you notice the only? Did you notice the only one?
The idea of piercing the ear.
Do you know
individuals to have them belong to you come from?
Do you know the only one using my style right now is you? I'm not even using my style.
Right. I can't help it that I can dish it back to you just as you can give it.
Well, thank you. Imitation is the sincerest.
Is the slave
the sincerest form of flattery.
Is the slave?
However, your flattery aside,
where did that come from? I can't help it that I can play the game better.
Oh wait, you know what? Hey, you're playing the game better, but I can't tell.
All of those
things
outweighs what you quoted from thousands of years.
Yeah, well, I've already debunked that Thomas soul in your soul.
No, that's not Thomas soul.
the soul in your soul is singing out.
None of the things that I quoted came from Thomas soul.
All I have to say all I have to say is America was unique in its branding of slavery. And
Okay.
that's
You
that.
needed to be.
Until
You
I
needed to
get
be.
proven on this panel wrong, you
Yeah.
are backpedaling, my friend.
I'm not
You are
backpedaling. I'm just
backpedaling.
going
Oh, you are
just by the
backpedaling.
quotes. Just
You're
by the
you
quotes,
know,
I
I
showed
bet
you
right
that
now you are
slavery
I
was
can't
not
hear
unique.
you typing into Google, but I bet you are.
No,
Trying to
actually,
prove
what
me
I
wrong.
you know where I was delving into. Every single quote that I just delved into, that comes from the Bible, Stanley. I don't have to
Oh,
Google it.
wait, hold it. You got to go all biblical on me to
Yeah,
prove me wrong?
you know what the country was also founded upon.
Wait, did you
Oh,
just go over to tease?
oh,
Wait, hold it. You went over to Mo Love's show?
no, I'm not at Mo Love Show. What are you talking
Well,
about, man?
why is
It just
someone
looks that
using
it
your
just
little
appears that
symbol
way.
there?
It just appears that way. I'm over
Oh
somebody
shit.
else's
Okay.
screen.
You know what?
Yeah,
I guess I am getting tired.
yeah.
Here's the deal though. I know that I'm ahead when you got to go all biblical. New Testament or Old
No,
Testament?
both.
You got to go
E-
all Old
Either
Testament.
either
You got
one
to go to God to prove
yeah,
me wrong.
either one supersedes everything that you just stated by thousands of years.
Somewhere between dude, I don't think the Bible is history. So
You don't have to.
if you actually think going to the Bible to prove me wrong is gonna like impress me, well, all I'm gonna do is
I'm not
I'm
trying to
gonna
impress.
think of Father
I don't
Wellmeyer, the
I don't
first
have to
priest in my
I don't have
church that
to
I can
impress you.
remember.
I don't have to impress you. I'm not trying to impress anybody.
Okay,
The
well,
only thing
I
I was
thank
stating
God
was
for
is that
that. But what I'm trying to say,
the
the
individuals that you
Bible
state,
is not history that I recognize.
it doesn't need to be.
Okay, well,
You made quote ups about sold up the river. I gave you quotes that those men would have based all that off of.
oh well, hey, absolutely. But that doesn't refute my point about the uniqueness of American slavery. So
No, what it yes it
thank you
does.
for
Yes,
that.
it
Thank
does.
you for
Yes, it
that Bible
does.
study. The
Yes, it
Bible
does. It
study, you
does.
should have
It
waited
actually
till Sunday.
it actually does refute that because it's showing you that their quote unquote uniqueness came from things that were already written.
Keep trying, son. You'll come
Yeah,
up with something at some
yeah,
point. You'll come
yeah.
up with something. I know you will.
No, I already have. That in itself proves it.
Okay. If you think you have, then you have some.
Okay, well, what were both sides trying to fight from in order
Okay,
to
I
prove
don't
or
care about
disprove
any of
slavery?
that. My point
Ah, see,
to
okay, so
restate
it works. It totally
to
works against your entire
restate
argument.
to restate my original point, America had a unique brand of slavery, and that's that.
That both of them tried to base on the Bible.
Both of what? Or
The
whom?
abolitionists and the slavers tried to base it upon and get
Oh well,
rid of it.
yeah. They
So
both,
it wasn't
but
unique.
see, that's the
So it
problem.
wasn't
The
unique then.
same
They
book,
were
the
using an ancient
same
text, but they
book,
came up with unique ideas.
the same book was
Okay.
okay. SKC, I'm not. Unfortunately, I am not snowman. I don't get snowed under by these weird asides. Of course, I'm not talking about the Bible as a marker of uniqueness. I'm saying nowhere else bred slaves, treated slaves like cattle,
Yes, they did.
etc.
Yes, they did.
Find me a place that did. That's really your homework.
I don't okay. I'll do it. I'll do it to you. Do this for you
Find
better.
me a place where there were slave auctions.
I will
Find
make the
me a
video
place.
essay for
Find me
you
a place where
so that
they
you
would
can watch
sell the puppy. They would
as I will
sell the
teach.
puppy. They would treat a child like a
I will
puppy.
teach you.
Okay, I know you want to overtalk, but you know what I'm getting at. Selling a little child like a puppy taken from its bitch. Um, That's not going to work with me. It was unique.
I'll go ahead and do the video essay where I can teach you this.
Oh, you're going to do a whole video essay? Will you be on camera?
Just for you.
Will I see your pretty face admitting you're wrong?
Well, no, why would I do that?
Hey, I bet your face is going to look prettier talking whataboutism. It'll be like your lipstick.
I really don't do the sexuality talk online. I don't do that.
Hey, being wrong is sexy. You don't have to be overtly sexy. You just have to be wrong.
Well, then there must be a lot of people online that are wrong then.
Hey, yeah, this is practically the anti-black OnlyFans.
That's what it is. You should make a title that and do it.
Oh, you know what? Actually, you know what? That is a pretty good line.
You gotta have people sitting in their money and everything and shake your anti-blackness, shake it.
No, that would be John getting all those he gets all the attention and chats and stuff like that. Soon we'll be monetized, believe it or not.
Oh yeah?
I think.
Well, there you go.
Well, whatever. I do it mainly just for the fun of it, generally.
CKJ3, you have this on. It says the problem is that John and people like him who think like him believe all blacks are the same. I would never.
Well, they
think
do. They actually do.
That's a small percentage of the group. Yeah, I don't know if he's being
no. CKJ
hyperbolic.
No.
I was talking about John.
Well, that kind of hyperbole consistently, man, that takes a lot of energy.
Yeah. I don't know if he's being hyperbolic or not. I don't know, but I think what I have gathered from what I have seen is that it seems as though what he's pointing towards is that there's an ebb and flow of certain behavior patterns within what he deems as black culture that a lot of people are turning their heads away from. Or
okay, well, let me when you're done, let me know so I can blow that out of the water. It'll take me like 2 minutes.
Yeah, go ahead. You have it.
All black people are not alike. Black culture is diverse within what we call black culture. John is wrong. All black people are not alike. All black people are not responsible for other black people. And that's that. That's 1935, not 2025.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think he's being hyperbolic in stating that.
Oh, no. Hyperbolic? What you're calling hyperbole, I'm calling outright racist.
Oh, okay.
So talk about hyperbole. I'm just going to hyperbolize the hyperbole. It's outright racist. And, he knows, this isn't a secret. He knows what I think.
Yeah, I don't think you hold too many secrets about what you think to people online.
I wish I could be better at holding secrets.
Oh man. Oh my goodness. Here, I have to sit up here and work and chat with you and design at the same time. I don't know. It's a good beginning to my morning. Gets my mind racing.
Many people, someone, gave me the compliment like, oh, hey, I guess I keep a couple people awake, probably by the hot button hot button issues and hot takes that I take. But bottom line is, I'm mostly harmless. I think's what I think.
Yeah, it is what it is. But I will say this: I think you do a good job in, at least trying to substantiate your claims. A lot
Yeah.
of people just say, "I believe this. I believe this." Oh, then when you say something else, it's
No, well,
and
you
ad
are
hominem.
kind of like me. There is no gratification if you can't. And you know what? My source might be counter sourced, but that's why I kind of respect you. I mean, you're not about bullshit. Why the fuck would I get up here and say something that's not supported? Or I'll just say, hey, it's just my thoughts. I have no evidence. It's just my opinion. People should be like that. And I could go farther with that, but the people who are saying, oh, you got to read it in a book, those are people. I mean, books are not bad. Just because I read it in a book doesn't mean that I'm thinking out of a book. That's what education is. I mean, the whole point of education is to use books or whatever means, the teachers, whatever. The whole thing is to open up your mind. And because the world, and I think my son learned that this year, the world is complicated, son. And the more things you know about, the more things you think about, maybe even pre-plan or rehearse. Why do you think the military, like the Navy, for instance, we don't fight wars every day, but every damn day we are training or being inspected. We train for war, and I say we. I'm no longer in the Navy, haven't been for decades, but that's all the Navy does. That's all the military does. Every day is training for a war. Every day. That's what we do, or what I did. So the bottom line is education is a dress rehearsal, or maybe a pre-planning practice like you play. It's a preparation. And if you're not taking it seriously, if you are poo-pooing books, okay, you can never be too old to learn. And I suspect people like John Galt and a lot of people of his mindset figure, well, oh, hey, I'm in a place, F books, I know everything I need to know. And I'm telling you right now, you will never know what you need to know. The part about wisdom is knowing what you don't know, or knowing that you don't know everything.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Books are your friend, not to be thrown at people who disagree with you.
Yeah, wisdom is preceded by humility. So, what do
Well,
you think?
yeah, I
What do
have
you
to
think
work
about
on the
Shredder?
humility part. But you know what? Oddly enough, I know, and I know you want to say something, but let me apologize to Snowman. But dude, I know what I know. And bottom line is I don't come up there just to be cocksure about something. I literally need to, and this is the other thing, I need to stop listening to Snowman and all these guys and find something else to do. And I have fishing, I have stuff I could do, but it hurts my heart for people to get American history wrong. So many bad premises built off of misunderstood, or just you got the history wrong, therefore you've built a policy or a whole YouTube show off of a false premise. That hurts my heart, especially for people that I think are smart. And Snowman's not dumb, but when you start bringing up Article Continental Congress talking about the Constitution, that hurts my heart. So I'll let that go. And Shredder.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on that? He made a comment before that. I think it was a counter to
Let's see here.
CK3. Yeah.
John and people like him do not believe that all black people are the same. Not John, not Brave. Nobody's okay. You know what, Shredder? You need to listen to Be Brave and John Moore. If you see, maybe you're not capable of reading between lines or actually even hearing the words. Why do they keep saying the blacks? Okay, no, I don't know what they mean when they say the blacks. I assume they mean all blacks. And I'm just being kind. The motherfuckers, and it's not just John and Be Brave. There are others, and I'm trying to keep their name out of the spotlight. Bottom line is you Shredder think all black people are alike. You think Carmelo Anthony reflects badly on the black community. Therefore, you think all black people are the same. If you think Carmelo Anthony is a reflection of the black community because all the black kids have bad parents and all that bullshit, you are as dumb as I think you are. Stop proving it. I'm just going to have to be blunt. Take that bullshit and you need to contemplate what you write to me, because I'm going to be blunt in my assessment of it. If you think Carmelo Anthony is worth 3 weeks of shows because this is a good example of what black kids are like, I'm trying to say it like John Galt, then fuck you.
Yeah.
Don't come to me with the bullshit. You need to think about what you write before you bring it to me. Save that shit for John and Wicked and Latino for Trump and all of your ilk. Just got back. Didn't hear a word you said. I'm watching John. Well, motherfucker, it is so. It is so. Let me put it to you this way: you will get way more truth and succor for your soul. And I said succor, not sucker, like Angry Raven thinks I should. That motherfucker thinks, you know what? If you go, oh no, SKC, and that just reminded me. I hadn't thought of truism for a while. This motherfucker went to Google, and Google only pronounces a word one way. He doesn't realize that things like advertisement or advertisement,
Yeah, it could have
both are.
multiple.
This motherfucker doesn't understand that. He thinks if Google pronounces it, that's like how everybody should pronounce it. And I didn't have the heart to tell him that he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. If you have to go to Google, I mean, sometimes you do, but if you have to go to Google, he says it's like a 5th grade vocabulary word. If you have to go to Google to find out about a 5th grade vocabulary word, you didn't learn it in 5th grade very well. It's succor.
What was it? Advertisement or advertisement? I mean, you can.
No, it was succor. Google pronounces it sucker. I pronounce it succor.
Could the difference just be in
where you're
the
from?
Pronunciation from UK, from US?
It could be. I don't know where I learned to say it like that. It was probably in Catholic school. The Catholics use that word a lot, I imagine. However, I'm I'm not so much picking on truism. I'm thinking on people who don't read books. Dude, y'all don't know what reading can do for you. Um, I've been reading since I was a kid, like a toddler, like 3 or 4. And you just don't know how much benefit you can get. Even in just like walking to an airport and start talking to a stranger, some shit I read 10 years ago kind of becomes a topic of conversation, and I'm even a little bit conversant on it. This is people just don't know, and I don't understand why. But anyway, you will find the truth in John Galt's stream, Shredder. I appreciate that you look in on me every now and again just to make sure that I'm not dead. I'm still alive, Shredder.
Well, he certainly let you know that he was going. So I mean,
well, I thought he was gone when he said, "Hey, John Galt's stream is starting." I thought his ass was long gone. That he came back, no man left behind. That's very military of you.
Before I get out of here, Stanley, and thank you for having me on. I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, I probably need to shut it down because everybody has gone over to John Galt's stream.
Oh well, good. Then we could have this little.
Oh, I'm not going over there. I might listen to 5 or 10 minutes, but I have an anti-black threshold that I've.
No. I wasn't saying for us to go over there. I wasn't saying that because I'm about to get into some
serious.
I want to listen to some serious work and some. I like listening to music and things in the background. But I did want to ask you this, and this is not to try to. I really want to know your true feelings on this. Do you feel that slavery or suffering was increased by racial ideology?
I don't even know what that means. It was
Do you
invented.
believe that
It was in. Well, no. Well, remember how it started. Slavery was an economic system. Okay, and then the sociology and all the ideology came after the economics. They needed to justify what they were doing.
Do you think that the suffering was increased because racial ideology was baked into it?
Well, I'm not sure I understand where you're going with this. It was listen and let me see. Let me try and piece this together.
I can put
it started with economics. They needed a workforce that couldn't slip away into the woods, like because they, at Jamestown they tried to enslave the Indians.
Well, let me restate. Let me restate. If a person is raped, mutilated, executed as property, do you think that adding a racial element makes that?
Oh well, hold on. I'm still not sure I understand you. People protected their slaves. I mean, they were property. It was only in extreme cases that you were going to rape and mutilate and just destroy the value of property.
Okay, so being held as a slave, do you think that the suffering is increased by some sort of racial ideology?
It can be. If you think, look at let me answer it in 2 parts. It can be if you think a slave has no feelings or feels less, you're going to be more inclined to whip them. They whip slaves.
Well,
like
I'm not
horses.
talking about the person. I'm talking about
no. A single person whipped a slave mainly because if the ideology said, hey, that slave isn't quite human, he's more like chattel, which chattel slavery, you whip him like a horse, let him heal up a bit, and then you put him back out in the field. That slave's going to suffer for an individual's ideology. there are other slave owners who were like, well, oh, hey, this is my child. I'm going to set him up for life. It's really depending on who the ideology belongs to.
But so you're thinking that the racial ideology can increase the suffering of the slave?
It can, depending on the ideology. I don't think there's a yes, no. I think it depends on the individual. If your ideology is that, these people are chattel and aren't quite human as a white person, then yeah, you might whip them to death accidentally. So yeah, they're going to suffer more. You might also think, well, hey, you know what? He's a slave, but he's also, the son I had with my slave woman. I'm not going to whip him because I have feelings for him. You might still, your ideology might be, well, he is a slave, but he is of my loins, so I'm not going to whip him. It just depends on the person. Maybe the same ideology, but maybe not. Might be, hey, not human equals chattel, or hey, human but a slave. To me, it's not as cut and dried as a yes no answer. Slaves could suffer more
I was just wondering
because of
because
ideology, but they might not.
I was just wondering because, and I know that you're thinking much, much deeper in your analysis of everything, but in things that I've heard from other people, they have argued that slavery was unique in America because of the racial element. And my counter to that has always been also basically you're stating that the people who were slaves in other places, they suffered less because of some for the absence of some sort of racial ideology.
Okay, well, in Africa they didn't have, you know, everybody was African. It was more nationality or kingdom or a war. You're conquered. Slavery in Africa wasn't based on race.
Right. So so are we to say that those slaves didn't suffer as much?
I don't know the history well enough.
Right.
I would my guess would be slavery is slavery. So just being a slave is suffering.
Right.
So it's a complicated question.
The dehumanization is complete
I'm
regardless
gonna
of the
guess.
rationale.
I don't even think America was the cruelest place for slaves. I think the Caribbean was, or maybe Brazil, but definitely the Caribbean. I think Caribbean slavery was way. Look, you have to almost take it case by case. I would say if I had to take a 30,000-foot view, I would, there was a possibility that if your luck held out and you were the father, like look at Jefferson. The kids he had by Sally Hemings were pretty much home free. They were slaves, so they were suffering. But the Hemings, Jefferson's direct descendants by Hemings were set free. One of them escaped. And you know what? Jefferson said, well, it was almost like a wink, wink, nod, nod. I'd have to go back and read the history again.
No, that's what I read too. I've read it as a wink, wink, hot nod, nod as well.
Yeah. So, I mean, the thing is it just depended. I mean, you might get a Jefferson product of Sally Hemings, and dude, you know what? As a matter of fact, I want to stay a slave because I don't have to do shit. I know I'm going to eat and I get to do a job I like to do. or you might be, the slave of Simon Legree. It just kind of depends. And I'm gonna say that, fictional character to real character, and we don't know Jefferson, it's history, so you don't actually know. But I'm gonna guess the ideology of Jefferson was slightly different than Simon Legree.
Yeah. Well,
And
like I
see, this
stated,
is
man.
what people and you understand this, and this is why I appreciate you. People want yes no answers, and I want yes no answers when the question is a yes no. But when you start talking history and philosophy and ideology, the shit gets complicated.
Yeah,
And
there's a lot of gray.
you gotta know what you're talking about, or at least have some smattering of knowing what you're talking about. Okay, who brings up Simon Legree and Thomas Jefferson in the same sentence? You gotta
Hardly
know what
no
you're
one.
talking about.
Hardly no one.
Well, probably more people should.
Yeah. Well, like I stated, man, I am not gonna hold you. I'm gonna
All right.
go. I said I was gonna listen to some music, but god dang it, my sister just texted me, and
Well, good for
I wanna and now I want to listen to this. She says, little bro, SCOTUS hearing about transgender military ban went through.
Oh,
This is the thing. So,
there was a hearing. I thought it was just like a midnight thing.
yeah. Well, I think
I thought it was like an emergency thing where they just,
yeah, I
made
think
a
she wants
decision.
me to read the
Oh.
documents. Yeah.
I didn't think there was. I didn't think they rendered a decision either way. But whatever. We will look. We will plan for. Is it next week? Next week is going to be the big day.
Yeah, that should be what, 8 days from now. That should be next
Yep.
Thursday.
Yep.
So, it'll be interesting to listen to. My sister's already has picked out her place in my house, and
Awesome.
and
Well, you should
everything.
put
So,
her. You should put her online. We'll just make a day of it.
man,
we'll have a picnic.
she and her friends never do any online anything. They're like highly
that's fine.
distrustful of social.
I understand.
So they said you won't hear us saying something, and then somebody said something about, oh, where did this person live? And all.
Well, now I hope she doesn't have to know, but I would never do that.
No. I okay.
Especially to someone I don't know.
No. Very short story, man. Years ago, I had a conversation with someone about I forgot what it was, and they heard my wife in the background, and unbeknownst to me, I had my mic hot, and I was telling my wife, hey, something about work, and she stated that she got a call at her job asking if there was an Asian woman that worked there and such and such, and she's the boss.
Oh,
She
wow.
was like, what are you talking about? And she kind of like feathered around it, and figured out that this is somebody that had been listening to the show, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, this is too weird.
Well, let me ask you a question based on that. I mean, did you become shyer or more careful?
I hope so.
Mhm.
But it is what it is. You got weirdos that are out there.
Well, someone might have been John Galt suggested, well, your son's done all this, maybe he should come online. And I'm like, there's no fucking way I would do that.
No way. Nah.
It's like, well, he is an adult, but let me put it to you this way. I'm not going to even ask him because I don't want him to consider it. These people are leopards. They will eat your face off. And
He says leopards.
Oh,
Like
no,
Komodo-
I was very
like-
specific about the big cat.
I was gonna say Komodo dragons.
Oh man, I saw a video of a Komodo dragon grabbing a little kid, a goat. Oh my god!
Yeah.
I didn't know they could move so fast. They
Yeah,
can
yeah.
when they want to.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's how they get you.
Move slow, move fast.
So
All right,
but yeah, Stanley, you take care, man.
You too. I'll come around tomorrow morning. I should be here. Had a good time.
I'll try to catch you, but I know for the next few days I'm going to be busy on a couple of projects, and then this weekend I'm going out
Well,
of
that's
town.
fine.
I got to go hang out. So.
I'll see you when you get here.
All right.
Bye. Folks, I am going to wrap this up here. Apparently, the gang has gone over to John's. So, Yeti Life, hey, how you doing? It's good to see you. And it is at about 6 hours, almost 7 hours. Excuse me. Unless someone wants to hit the link in like the next 5 minutes, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up. I enjoyed it, and I'm really glad that SKC came up. Always substantive conversation when he comes up. You know, I guess we've known each other. Believe this or not, we've known each other through Discord and YouTube for damn near maybe 3 or 4 years. And you know, we've had our back and forths and all that stuff. And, you know, I've certainly come to respect him. So everyone make sure you hit the like button on the way out. Please make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000. I actually need to clip last night's show to try and put out kind of a video essay. Let's see what else. Make sure you support your hosts and me, because it's Wednesday and I will need beer money. Make sure you support my executive producer and our executive producer, Portia J. She is basically why I'm here in the first place. And we're looking for that first $1,000. You know what? I forgot. I mentioned it. A better idea is just someone out there establish a GoFundMe. One for Portia, one for me, and let's see if that goes viral. I bet it will. Especially mine. Like, give him $1,000 and he'll just not come on the show anymore. I think Wicked would actually contribute $1,000 just for that. So let's see. Anything else? I should be on at 3:45 or so tomorrow morning. Have no idea what I'm talking about. You know, probably just be general news, and we will try and get Scheherazade Ali in there. There was something from Professor Black Truth that I didn't get to, but we may get it in tomorrow. But y'all have a good day. I enjoyed it as usual, and everyone, Admiral, by the way, I didn't get to really interact with you much, but come back on up tomorrow, and we'll see what's happening. So talk to y'all later.
Feel like I should go. 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 Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go.